The scene opens with a group of people standing in a desolate, ruined space. They introduce themselves one by one. A blonde guy, with a long scar on his face and a sword at his hip, speaks first. "My name is Mormont Carl. I'm a mercenary. Does anyone know what the hell we're doing here?" Next is a middle-aged buzz-cut guy with a scruffy beard and a small stature. "I'm Lyle, owner of a wood shop in Adora. As for where this is, I'm sorry, I have no idea either." The blonde, chubby guy is also confused. "Grit, Halcha antique shop employee. I also have no clue where we are." The red-haired girl with freckles nervously twirls her braid. "My name's Jenna. I live in the forest. And I have no idea what just happened." The handsome, black-haired guy with a cold expression is the last of the main characters to introduce himself. "Han Islet, farmer. And like the rest of you, I have no information." The remaining extras grumble. "So, you're saying 11 people have no idea why they're here? Where is this? Is this a dream? It's harvest season. And yet, one person speculates, could we have been thrown here by a mage? Maybe to turn us into lab rats?" Carl snaps irritably. "Don't say such nonsense." Lyle thinks for a moment, then says, "The only thing certain at this point is that we're all newbies. Maybe we can find more clues if we keep communicating with each other like this." Suddenly, a pixie with piercing red eyes, wearing a black dress and long braids, glowing with a purple aura, flies in with a bright smile. "What are you guys blathering on about? Master is about to open a space-time rift. So get ready to fight." The group stares dumbfounded at the fairy that just appeared. They are confused. "And you are?" "Just call me Isel, a fairy tasked with managing this place. Please follow the rules if you don't want to get hurt." Carl frowns and steps forward. "Did you bring us here?" Isel responds casually. "Why do you need to know?" Carl, with his temper like a fuse, draws his sword threateningly. "You can be so carefree after kidnapping people like this? I'll force you to spill everything you know." Isel sighs. "Please stop, if you want to live." Carl glares, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "A tiny creature like you talking tough? Huh?" Isel smirks. "Haha, why do you have to make things complicated?" Carl gets even angrier, raising his sword. "I'll fix that attitude of yours." But before he can do anything, a surge of power sweeps across Carl's neck. His neck spurts blood, then his head rolls to the ground. A notification pops up. Mormont, level 2 star, has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His fighting spirit will be eternally remembered. Reason for death, suicide due to stress. Isel nonchalantly says, "Didn't I warn you to stop if you wanted to keep living?" The rest of the group is utterly terrified. Their mouths agape. Isel continues, "If you had just listened to me, this unfortunate incident wouldn't have happened." Then she glares at the remaining people. "Anyone else here planning to attack me? Get ready to return to Mother Earth. That's self-defense. Got it?" At this point, the group snaps out of their shock, screaming, "What is this? He's dead? Is he really dead? What are you doing? Just tell us what you want." Isel replies, "What I want? Listen closely to my orders. Fight well, and win. That's it. Simple, right?" Suddenly, a notification appears. Setting up party. Pairing heroes. Then names of the heroes appear one by one. Lyle 1 star. Lanto 1 star. Marilyn 1 star. Kelcud 1 star. Jackson 1 star. Have joined party 1. Isel smiles. Finally, Master is starting the game. Everyone, get ready. Space-time rift. Open. Behind her, a mysterious door that had been tightly closed gradually widens. The blinding light behind the door unnerves everyone. Isel calls out, "Lyle, Lanto, Marilyn, Kelcud, Jackson, see that door? Go through it if you don't want to end up like Mormont." Han steps forward. "Wait." Isel is wary. "It's you again? What else do you want?" Han replies coldly, "I'm sure you want us to climb the tower too. At least the Game Master should summon some weapons. With all of us being only 1 star. Empty-handed. You don't want to send a suicide squad in there, do you?" Jenna, overhearing the conversation, thinks to herself, "Again? Tower? What are they talking about?" Han continues, "A valuable 2-star hero just died. Surely, you can at least give us some protective gear?" Isel glances at the body on the ground. Mormont, the loudmouth, was the only level 2 star here. She thinks for a moment and sees the logic in it. She taps on a keyboard, sending a request to the master to equip the players with some gear for fighting. A notification clearly explains, heroes without equipment when entering battle will be equipped by default with an old wooden sword. If you put weapons in the armory, the heroes will be equipped with that weapon. Don't forget that you can request weapon registration. The group approaches Han, asking, "You said your name is Han, right? Do you know anything about this place?" Han frowns. "Not much more than you guys. Since I haven't been here for too long." Jenna sweats, guessing to herself, "Not too long? Could this guy be?" Han continues, "The only thing I know is that if you're slow, you die. It's best to start collecting weapons at that house over there." Han points to a nearby house. It's about to start. The group still doesn't understand. Start? Hey, what do you mean? Han puts his hands in his pockets, turns, and walks into the armory. The battle. Hearing this, one person yells, "The battle? Did you just say the battle?" Then the group rushes each other, running into the house. I'm completely clueless about fighting. I didn't even know how to fight when I was a kid. Let's just grab weapons and figure it out later. They start fighting over the weapons. Hey, I took it first. This one's mine. After a while of fighting, everyone has enough weapons. Some hold maces, some swords, others spears. They stare in shock at the bloodstain on the ground. What? The body's gone? Is it magic? Isel is impatient, pointing at the waiting door. Shut up. Now, the five of you, go through the door. Start. Lyle reaches out to touch the blue barrier, then quickly pulls his hand back in surprise. What the hell is this? Isel yells again. Stop messing around and go in there already. Hurry, hurry. At this point, Han is calmly examining the weapons. Jenna thinks to herself, he's checking out a shield in the middle of this chaos. Should I do the same? Then, unable to contain her curiosity, she asks Han, you know what's coming next, right? Why do we need weapons? Where are we? And what's up with that little fairy? Han closes his eyes. You sure have a lot of questions. But for now, just rush into battle and kill all the enemies. As for the rest, you have to find the answers yourself. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Marilyn, 1 star, has returned to the embrace of the goddess. Han looks up and curses under his breath. Jenna doesn't understand what's going on. What's wrong? Seemingly, only Han can see the system notifications. The notifications continuously report that Party 1, that just went in, has almost been wiped out. Han mumbles, is this why they're only 1 star? Jenna keeps asking, what's wrong? What just happened? Just be quiet, you talk too much. Just then, a notification pops up that Party 1 has been completely wiped out. Han lowers his head in thought. Wiped out that quickly? Isel is furious. You useless wretches, wiped out in the first floor already? The fairy turns back, saying, the rest of you, go fight. Han reminds Jenna, it's our turn. Jenna asks, puzzled, why haven't we seen anyone come back? An old man steps forward, with a pleading look. Fairy, I have arthritis so I can't walk much. Please take me off the team. Pretty please? Jenna asks, in a bored tone. Arthritis? But you were walking around just fine a minute ago. The old man quickly corrects himself. And it just flared up again. Sir, Isel is trembling with anger, clutching her head in her hands. Seriously, these idiots. Han, without a word, steps forward. Jenna grabs the old man, dragging him along. Just go. We'll try to fight and survive together. The old man panics. I told you I have arthritis. Several people follow behind Han, confused. What does she want us to prepare for? The chubby guy, holding a spear, grimaces. I've never even held a spear before. Finally, Party 2 goes through the barrier. Isel shouts after them. Good luck, everyone. The old man being dragged tries to resist. I think I have a stomach ache. Let me go. Stepping through the barrier, a strange, gloomy space appears. Everyone looks around. Where is this? A temple? One person discovers. There's writing on the wall. The words gradually appear. Main dungeon. Your current challenge floor is floor 1. Climb the Tower of Salvation main dungeon. The door is opening. Please prepare. Han yells, warning everyone. Don't lose focus. It's starting. Light flashes, enveloping the space in the room. After a moment, a vast plain appears before everyone's eyes. They're standing in a wide meadow, and the sun is setting. Everyone stares in confusion, looking at the objects before them. Where is this? A notification announces that this is floor 1. The mission type is subjugation. Eliminate all enemies. 3 level 3 goblins, eerie and ferocious, appear from the air. Han reminds them, "What do you think this is? We're on a battlefield. I told you, fight and live, or don't fight and die. So, heads up." And, before finishing his sentence, Han turns around to see the sight of 3 tall men running away. Dropping their weapons behind them, Han can't help but curse. "Mother Fu!" Jenna shouts. "Hey, old man, I thought you said you had arthritis." The old man, running as if the devil were chasing him, cries and snots, "I just recovered." The system announces that due to the 4 characters being panicked, the stats of all 4 have decreased by 40%. The 3 men run headfirst, and suddenly crash into an invisible wall. The 3 touch the wall, screaming, "Why can't we get out? Let me out. I need to go number 2. What is this wall? Get rid of it." The old man bangs on the wall. Han glances back, frowning. What a disgrace. Jenna, at this point, regains her composure, turning to ask Han, "Can we escape if we defeat all the goblins?" Han doesn't reply, turns to prepare for battle, and asks Jenna, "Do you know how to use a bow?" Jenna responds, "My dad's a hunter." "Okay." Han lays out the battle plan. "I'll rush in head on, and you provide support from afar. Can you do it?" Jenna is ready, replying, "Let's go." "Oh, and what about those men?" Han replies coldly, "Don't worry about them, they're just useless." The goblins roar, then charge towards the 2 of them. Jenna raises her bow, shouting, "They're coming." Han stares intently at the goblins, thinking to himself, "Honestly, I've never swung a sword or used a shield before. My name is Han Islet, but my real name is Han Seojin, and it seems I'm stuck in a death game." The goblins charge up, slashing at Han's shield. Jenna, taking advantage of the moment, fires an arrow at the goblins, returning to the reason the main character was pulled into the game. We have to understand what kind of game this even is. Pick Me Up is a mobile game released by the Morbius Corporation studio. The goal of the game is to conquer the 100 story tower, supporting the heroes by creating materials and building bases. You need to clear the tower by using strategy and tactics. Just yesterday, Seojin was still living a normal life. He casually sits on his bed, logs into the game, and checks the new event information. A new dungeon has appeared? This trash game finally has a decent event. The ranks of heroes range from 1 to a maximum of 7 stars. I'm an incredibly unlucky person. Even though I've used thousands of free summons, I've never gotten a hero above 5 stars. The dungeon can drop transfer stones at a low rate, which are needed to create 7-star heroes. There's no reason not to participate. Pick Me Up is different from other character nurturing games in that it sets difficult rules. No matter how much love and care players give to a character, once they die, they really die and can't be revived. Meaning, whether it's a 1 or 6-star character, once they die, it's over. You have to scout the dungeon first with a one-time use formation. Suddenly, a notification appears on the screen. The new dungeon has been opened. And then a red warning constantly appears. The game announces that all members of Squad 38 are terrified, and their stats are reduced by 30%. Seojin is puzzled. What are they afraid of? The character Diora in the game constantly suggests retreating and worries. Seojin doesn't care much. "Well, it doesn't matter. I just need to see the boss's attack patterns." A black character appears in the game, catching Seojin's attention. He raises his hand, killing a character. Seojin is shocked. Level 999 stars? What is that? A bug? The game announces that he lost. Seojin is nonchalant. It's clearly a system error. They were wiped out before they could even see its attack patterns. "I didn't gain anything." Seojin touches the screen where the level 999 monster is displayed. It suddenly looks up, smiling with a mouth full of sharp teeth. "I see you." Seojin is stunned. What is that? Is it another attack pattern? The game should have ended already. A beam of light engulfs Seojin. He suddenly finds himself in darkness, unable to see anything. The steps to create a new character appear before him. Seojin stands there, watching the steps for selecting a name, and automatically confirming. Creating an account? What is this saying? Seojin thinks rapidly. What is this? I'm not typing anything. What is it doing? It's automatically agreeing? Light returns, and Seojin can see everything. A narrative appears. A small village in the Hyam territory. In this place, there is a boy named Han Islet, the peaceful land of both humans and non-humans. Tawaner, a mysterious enemy, has invaded this peaceful continent. Master, if you want to save the world, climb the tower. Countless heroes will be by your side. Han stands there, sword in hand, stunned by the scene around him. The whole city is engulfed in flames. Still unsure if it's a dream or reality, Han suddenly hears a growl behind him. Turning around, a guide to defeating the invading goblins appears before him, along with an attached file, a goblin for Han to practice on. It doesn't take long for Han to realize this is real. The goblin quickly closes in, raising its sword to slash at Han. Instinctively, Han quickly raises his sword to block. Han grits his teeth. This attack is too much. The two metal swords clash, sparks flying. Han uses all his strength to knock the goblin's sword away, then quickly raises his sword to finish it off. Fresh blood splatters everywhere. Though he knows killing monsters is the only way to survive, Han can't and doesn't want to remember the feeling of killing another creature. A notification announces that Han has cleared the stage and leveled up. The system is sending rewards to the mailbox. Han wipes the blood from his face, surveying the space around him. What's going on? Is this inside the game? Gradually, he realizes this familiar space is the game Pick Me Up. The guide constantly appears. Master, before continuing to the next stage, try summoning an ally. Tap the Summon tab in your menu. Special first-time service. Sending 500 gems needed for a premium summon. Han is frantically trying to figure this out when the door before him opens. In a burst of light, a female knight, fully equipped with armor and sword, appears. She's a super rare character. 5-star hero Shay. Han thinks to himself, summon? This is a summon? Meaning, I was also summoned like that? Like a hero summoned for a player of Pick Me Up? Shay opens her eyes, asking him, I have been summoned. Who are you? Han stutters. Han Seojin. I am Shay Radisteri, a knight. Han Seojin? That's quite a strange name. Han corrects. No, it's Han Seojin. The two are now a team. The player whatever brings Han and Shay into the dungeon again. Shay slaughters as she asks coldly, are you new? You're quite unimpressive. Han grits his teeth. This is my first time. Unlike Han, who has never held a sword, 4-star hero Shay eliminates 5 goblins in a single moment. It's an absolute difference in skill. With a 3-star difference between them, Han has nothing to say. But the problem is what happens next. The main door opens again. Master, the heroes have bravely completed their battle. The final guide awaits you. The way to make heroes stronger is through fusion. The door has opened. Tap the fusion tab in your menu. Han bites his lip in worry. I'm doomed. The fairy Isel appears, hands on her hips, saying, hey you, aren't you going in? Master is waiting. Han looks at her with annoyance. Isel, right? She is startled. That's right, I'm Isel. No, wait, how do you know my name? What are you? Who are you? Han thinks to himself. Hey, of course I know her. I played Pick Me Up a lot. Then he answers, me? Han Seojin. Isel opens her book to check. Panicking. Han Seojin? No way. Not Han Islet? What? Why do you look different from the picture? Han Islet born in Tawaner of the Hyam Peninsula doesn't look like that. Han snaps. I'm Han Seojin, born in Seoul. Gangseo Gu. Now, take me back to when I was being polite. Okay? Isel asks again. No way. You came from Earth? Why? Do you expect me to come from Mars? Isel yells. Oh no. Got the wrong person. How the heck did this happen? I'm going crazy. Well, go in first. Han is furious. No way. I'll die if I go in. You won't die. You'll just get fused. Isel loses all patience, kicks Han inside, then slams the door shut. Shay is disapproving. You people are really noisy. The system announces. Master begins fusion. A blue light wraps around Han. Han is extremely worried. Here we go. This is it. The reason Han is so afraid of the fusion process is that in the game, fusion is the act of increasing strength by combining two heroes. One of the heroes becomes a sacrifice to increase the stats of the other. In this process, One of the two heroes will surely be destroyed. The problem is Han is a 1-star hero. Shay is a 4-star hero. No normal player would have any reason to fuse Han and kill Shay. Han grits his teeth, waiting for his end. Am I about to die? Who would be stupid enough to fuse a 4-star hero into a 1-star hero? And the fusion is complete. Han is surprised. I'm still alive. So it's over. 4-star Shay is disappearing into the light. Han is shocked. Why are you disappearing? It doesn't make sense. You're a 4-star hero. And I'm only 1 star. Shay just calmly replies. I wasn't chosen. That's all there is to it. She smiles at him. The rest is up to you. Han is bewildered. I don't understand anything. Back in reality, the chubby guy Grit is stabbed to death by a goblin. Han yells as a reminder. Don't let your guard down, or you'll die. Jenna yells at the group running around. Old man, fight. A monster is chasing you. Han, as he fights, thinks to himself. Anyway, I survived. The hero fusion method is drag and drop. It's designed for you to drag the sacrificed hero into the other hero. Maybe that person slipped up or played without thinking. I got lucky Shay died because of a stupid mistake by the master. As expected for a shitty game like this. After killing for a while, Han turns to Jenna. What about the last two? Jenna divides. I'll take one, but the others? Han dismisses. Think about it later. Focus on fighting, and get over here. Before he finishes speaking, a goblin jumps, slicing off one of Han's arms. Han's eyes turn red, gritting his teeth, turning back. You bastard. Then he slams his shield into the monster's head, sending it flying. Han is determined. I don't know why I was summoned in to pick me up, but I know one thing. I, Han Seojin, was summoned as the 1-star hero Han Eastland. Right before entering this world, the level 999 bug monster was laughing. That bitch dragged me into this world. You messed with the wrong guy. Han activates murder mode, jumps up, slashes, sending the monster to its ancestors. After finishing, he sits down exhausted. Jenna quickly runs to him. Worried. Your arm. Han reassures. I'll be okay when we get back. Players don't have much say in battles because most battles are automatic and done by the heroes. Even so, the game raves about 100 million players worldwide. The reason is because they can observe this world like a god. Han looks up at the sky where the stars are, chuckling. Having fun? I'm also a player who likes pick me up. Creating items, strategies, tactics, nurturing heroes, and finding hidden elements. Even though I call it a shitty game, I don't give up. Loki, ranked 5th in the world. Master of Masters, watch me survive to the end. The system announces that the 2 players have cleared the stage. The rewards are 2,000 coins, 2 iron ores, 2 copper, and 1 stone, and Han is the MVP of the match. Back on the other side of the door, Han starts a crazy workout routine. He runs around the yard, muttering to himself, I have to accept this. It's time I stop acting like a kid. I'm inside pick me up. I was born and summoned as a 1-star hero. There are 2 ways for a hero to die. Die in battle or be fused. 1-star heroes are hopeless in pick me up. We're just props. The most useless props. The stats are terrible and the potential for growth is extremely low. At this rate, I won't be able to escape the danger of being fused. Han grinds his teeth. I have to become stronger. Survive, take revenge, and go back. If I don't get stronger, it's just wishful thinking. I don't know how it will continue from now on. But if I don't adapt soon, I'll die. If I don't accept it, I'll be swallowed up. This reminds me of that damn military service. Just being physically strong isn't enough. I have to be strong mentally too. I can't survive if I can't be calm. You can survive on your own when you're young. Don't forget that. Even without parents or anyone else around, you can still manage to exist. Try to remember that difficult time. After finishing running, Han diligently continues to do push-ups. Sweat forms a puddle on the ground. Jenna approaches and asks, "What are you doing?" Han replies coldly, "Training to kill monsters. Can't you see?" Jenna isn't pleased. "Why are you being so rude? I came all this way to find you." Then she pauses for a moment, continuing, "I've been thinking all night about what I need to do from now on. First of all, we can't escape from here, right?" Jenna picks up her bow and arrow, aiming at a dummy. "Because my dad was a hunter. I often liked to shoot arrows whenever I was free. I won't get in your way. I don't think anything will change if I just keep crying. The arrow flies accurately into the head of the target. You know how to survive here, right? Han doesn't answer, only asking in return, was yesterday your first real battle? Jenna responds, yeah, I just stay inside all day. How are you with the bow? Then, so. Han glances at Jenna's stat sheet. She just increased 4 stats after yesterday? If her growth is low but she has a key skill, even though she is 1 star, and even though she was clumsy because it was her first real battle, she could still shoot and kill a goblin. Jenna doesn't want to die and has a clear goal of what to do next. Truly a diamond in the rough. Thinking this, he says, alright, I'll help you. Jenna smiles, reaching out her hand. My dad used to say that if I want to survive, I have to choose someone to follow. He was a good dad, right? Han reaches out and takes Jenna's hand. Please help me. The system announces that 1-star Jenna has goodwill towards 1-star Han, and a friendship has been established between the two. Heroes who become friends will receive additional rewards when they're on the same team. Han calls out loudly, Isel, are you here? Isel appears, annoyed. Arg, what is it now? I'm busy. Han is sarcastic. You showed up faster than someone who's supposed to be busy. Isel is extremely annoyed, saying, no matter how many times you ask me, I won't answer. If you're curious, go climb the tower yourself. All the answers are inside the tower. Han doesn't care about the tower, but about another matter. Am I the only one who can see the status window above your head? Isel suddenly falls silent, then pretends not to notice. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Han adds, I can clearly see it says you're at level 257. Isel stutters, I guess you can see it. Huh? Is it because your existence has been upgraded? When they become I shouldn't say that. Han thinks to himself, I'm sure I'm the only one who can see the game messages and the master's messages. Then he asks, Isel, what will happen if the master logs out of the game? Isel replies, Master? I can only pray they don't log out. Han recalls the accident that happened when whatever the master tried to fuse me and Shay wasn't a normal accident. A 4-star ending up being fused with a 1-star. The oddity of a 4-star hero appearing in a free summon is 1%. Luckily 1 out of 100 of them didn't succeed just because of a mistake. Pick Me Up is linked to the phone, so you can't restart it. After starting the game, it's been a week since they logged in. He asks again, does time here differ from Earth? Isel yells, don't ask anymore. I won't answer you. Han smiles. So that means time flows differently here than on Earth, right? Thanks for letting me know that tip. Give me more tips next time. Isel clutches her head, frustrated. Arg, you trash 1-star jerk. Han knows clearly that the fairy Isel can't touch him. She can only interfere when defending herself or when a hero refuses the master's orders. Han had to learn the rules here one by one. Otherwise, he would die. That is the only law in this world. Jenna doesn't understand anything. What are you two talking about? Han only replies, we'll have to raid the 100th floor of the tower. There's an existence called the Master who can give orders through Isel. We have to listen to them and proceed through the missions. When we reach the 100th floor, we can escape from here. Jenna gradually understands. So that means we have to keep fighting monsters? Han replies, that's why we have to train. I need to become even stronger. Jenna is worried. Will just the two of us be okay? Han explains, the master can use money to summon someone like us. They're planning to summon a lot of people. Our choices from here will determine our fate. But ultimately, our fate still depends on the master's decisions. After training all day, Han realizes another rule here. Essential items and food will regenerate on the next day. And if Han thinks about what he wants, it will appear in the closet the next day. And of course, things like guns won't appear. There will be other regulations when achievements are obtained from training. What Han didn't understand when he played Pick Me Up is now clear. There will be times when heroes of the same rank will have different fighting abilities. They have one thing in common, they're too lazy to train. Training doesn't increase stats or levels, but improves skills and restores abilities. Han thinks to himself, I didn't think about it from the beginning. Now that I think about it, I think they're not AI. If a master is skilled, they will classify the main heroes into 3 types. First, intelligence. The master won't even glance at any hero who easily panics. Second, skill. A high-rank hero who is summoned has many skills, while most low-rank heroes have hidden potential that the master has to discover. Third, physique. That's what I'm doing right now. And with a plan to improve health. 3 days have passed since our main character started training. The master controlling Han has logged into the game. Han clenches his fist. I've gained 2 skills through training. I've tried my best. Then he reminds Jenna. Get ready. The master is here. Jenna is puzzled. They're already here? What do you mean? 3 days have passed already. Han reads the system announcement. Then says to Jenna, the master is summoning a new hero. A team will be 5 people. So they'll spin 3 times. Just as he finishes speaking, the system announces that the master has received 3 1-star heroes. 3 people appear, confused, always asking the question, who am I, where am I? Jenna manages to say, hey everyone, we have to prepare to fight. We'll teach everyone after we safely get through it. The dark-skinned guy asks in return, prepare to fight? Who are you? Isel appears, quickly opening the door. Space-time rift. Open. Han urges. Jenna, choose your weapons before it's too late. After choosing weapons, a sword and a shield, Han thinks to himself, because everyone died with their weapons last time, there are no more weapons to replenish. The 3 see Isel appear and rush up, asking, who are you? Where did you come from? Take us back quickly. Jenna rushes up to stop them. Stop it. It'll be worse if we mess with her. The dark-skinned guy turns around and shouts. Are you all in this together? Did you bring us here? Jenna frantically explains. Not me. I was dragged here too. Han frowns. You're just doing extra work. They'll realize it themselves in a few minutes. Jenna, hearing Han say this, follows him. The group behind them keeps rambling to Isel. My wife is waiting for me. Take me back. I'm a poor farmer with no money. You got the wrong person. Isel is extremely annoyed by the constant questions. Every time a new group comes in, she has to foam at the mouth and yell. Aren't you going to go in? Jenna is worried. Are they going to die? Han says coldly. They just have to not lay a hand on Isel. Just as he finishes speaking, the 3 about to charge up are knocked to the ground by 3 hits from Isel. The group is pushed in. The door gradually closes, and Isel smiles, waving, have fun, heroes. Han's group is summoned to the 2nd floor. The mission is still subjugation. Eliminate all enemies. Han and Jenna prepare, ready for the attack of the goblins. While the group is clearly still clueless, the monsters gradually appear from space. This time there are also wolves. The 3 men have pale faces, scared out of their minds. And of course their stats are also reduced by 30% due to fear. Han glances over. Jenna is also in a state of fear. He gently touches Jenna. Did you eat something bad? Jenna, who is highly focused, is startled and annoyed. Don't scare me like that. Han commands. Take care of the 2 goblins. I'll handle the wolves. The notification alerts that Jenna is no longer panicking. Han thinks to himself. So, she was only slightly panicked? Luckily, compared to her, none of the newcomers seem to have any intention of helping like I thought. 2 wolves charge up, and Han quickly reminds her. They're coming. The wolves in battle are extremely ferocious. One snarls and charges. Han raises his sword and stabs. Right in the head of the wolf. Seeing it still struggling, Han frowns. Still alive? Is it because of this trash weapon? Han violently shakes the sword, adding another slash to cut the wolf in half for good measure. Finally, he kills one. The remaining wolf quickly charges up. Luckily, Han quickly blocks with the shield, then knocks the wolf away. Without slowing down, Han adds another slash, cutting the remaining wolf in half. After dealing with the 2 wolves, Han is exhausted, sweat pouring down. He turns back to look for his teammate. What about the goblins? The 2 goblins are lying face down on the ground, their bodies pierced with a bunch of arrows like 2 hedgehogs. Han approaches and praises. You've become a true archer. How many did you shoot? Jenna is gasping, eyes wide, still holding the bow. Han reminds her. Stop, they're all dead. Jenna gradually regains her composure, replying softly, yes. The system announces that all 5 have cleared the stage. The rewards received are 5,000 gold, 1 C-grade iron ore, and 3 C-grade leather. A blue pillar of light engulfs all 5 people. All 5 teleport back to the same spot, then slowly walk out the door. The system congratulates everyone on clearing the 2nd floor. advancing to the third floor. The ground shakes strongly, causing Jenna to panic. "What's going on?" Han calmly replies. "Just like when we went to the second floor. This is the third floor." Han glances at the three men behind him. If the master is reckless, they'll directly push us to the third floor. But if that happens, now then, what will happen next on the third floor? Fortunately, the system announces that the master has logged out. Han breathes a sigh of relief. It's time to rest. Isel stretches. "Whoa, finally getting out." Han is annoyed. "We're the ones who have to fight here. How are you tired?" Han looks at the door, thinking to himself, 1 floor per day? It seems that time here is about 1/3 slower than outside in the waiting room. They'll probably log back in after 3 days. Han goes into the armory to store his weapon. Checking his status again. My intelligence decreased by 1. But strength increased by 2. Stat bonus points are still 4. But the level increased quite well, indicating my physique is improving. After finishing, he puts his hands in his pockets, slowly walking outside. The master isn't pushing the process either. If I get stuck with the same state as on the first floor, it'll be dangerous for everyone. At this time, outside, the three men are crowding around questioning Jenna. "Why do I have to fight? What the hell is this place? What are those monsters?" Jenna can only explain. "I already said, we need to fight to survive. You can think whatever you want." The three shout back, "How can I fight monsters when I've never even held a weapon before? Do you think we know how to fight?" Han frowns. 1 stars are ordinary people. People who live far away from the battlefield. He remembers Mormont. "I think I understand why 1 stars are called trash now." 2 star. That guy Mormont. He said he used to be a mercenary. The more combat experience a person has when summoned, the higher the rank. High-level mercenaries won't panic even a little. But if you throw a 1-star mercenary into the middle of a battle, they'll definitely panic. But it's not like the 3 stars and up. They'll jump straight into battle. Were they summoned with combat knowledge? Do they know what their goal is and why they have to fight? I think she knew. Based on her attitude, I'm sure of it. Jenna finally manages to escape the questioning of the 3 men, turning back to grumble. "Those annoying guys. Why didn't you help at all?" Han? Han replies indifferently. "Why should I care about those useless people?" Jenna thinks differently. "We should persuade them and make them teammates. It's better than nothing." Han explains. "They'll disappear soon." Han thinks to himself, "You'll see. Not because they're killed, but if they continue like that, they'll disappear." But he doesn't say that. Only saying, "You and I will continue fighting in the next battle." Ignoring them. At this point, one of the 3 men approaches Han. "Hey, I want to ask you people something." Han glances at the man, then turns away. "Go ask someone else." So annoying. The dark-skinned guy grabs Han's shirt, angrily saying, "What did you say?" Han, without saying a word, punches the dark-skinned guy, sending him flying. He says contemptuously, "You damn bastards are loafing around while we have to fight out there." The dark-skinned guy, at this point, realizes he should be scared, tremblingly raising his hands. "No, Han doesn't care, walking straight on, then turning to say to Jenna, "See, I did what you wanted. Happy now?" Jenna can only smile awkwardly. This guy has a fuse as short as a firecracker. The next day, Han continues to train. After training in basic exercises, the 2 start training with weapons. As mentioned, Han uses a wooden sword, and Jenna practices with the bow. Han's basic swordsmanship has reached level 2. The 3 guys don't come to the training ground. They go around trying to find a place to escape. But of course they can't find one. Jenna practices archery, while Han practices dodging reflexes. Suddenly, an arrow hits Han's thigh, causing him to wince. Jenna is worried. "Are you okay?" Han grits his teeth, pulling out the arrow. "I told you don't need to worry." Just as he finishes speaking, a blue light bursts forth, and the injured skin of Han heals immediately. Don't think the normal rules where you live will be the same here. Wounds heal quickly. The system announces that Han has received the skill, Pain Resistance. He picks up his sword and stands up, ordering, "Continue training." Han tells himself he won't stop. Pain is good. It's proof that he is still alive. They continue to engage in crazy training. Jenna sometimes gets tired and wants to stop. But Han doesn't agree. Heaven of course doesn't disappoint their efforts. The system announces that Han has awakened a new skill, Basic swordsmanship and basic shield technique have merged into a new skill. Several days later, the master logs into the game. Isel frowns, expressing displeasure, yelling, "Get to the plaza when the master appears. Do you want to get beaten?" Jenna smiles, stretching, "Perfect. Just training has made me itchy all over." Han looks over. "Why do I keep feeling like you're learning faster than me?" "Of course, I'm quite good at this stuff." The three men still don't give up. Approaching to resist Isel. "Let us go quickly. I'm tired of eating potatoes." "Are you going to let us keep fighting?" "I don't want to." "No way." Isel is furious with these three idiots. She decides to teach them a lesson they won't forget. "I'm pissed. Don't make me force you to write apology letters." "Okay?" Then she charges in and beats up all three of them. Force them to do what they don't want to do. The three have swollen faces. Obediently listen to the orders. Going in when told to. Not daring to turn around. The group sets foot on the third floor. Still having to eliminate all enemies. The goblins on this floor have been equipped with armor and helmets. Han reminds. Their weapons and tactics have improved. "It's okay. Just fight like you've trained. Let's fight." Han and Jenna charge up. Hacking and slashing at will. Just as Han predicted, the third floor is nothing. This time Jenna is the MVP. The rewards are 7,000 gold, 1 C-grade iron ore, and 1 C-grade leather. Jenna wipes the blood from her face. "I think I'm used to this stuff." Han nods. "Yeah, it's a bit boring this time." Jenna looks at the group. It seems like they still don't want to fight. Han doesn't care much. "Whatever. I don't have any intention of sharing Express with those who don't fight. If they don't participate, they don't get Express." The system shows a tip for the master. When dealing with disobedient heroes, try spinning the wheel of fortune. They'll behave better. Han looks up at the notification, saying to Jenna, "It seems like the master is going to spin the wheel of fortune." Jenna asks in return, "It hasn't ended yet, right?" Master brings the whole group back to the first floor. It seems this master isn't completely heartless. The goblins on the first floor are still the same. Jenna is still the MVP on this stage. She smiles happily. But it seems the master still decides to give them the challenge of the first floor one more time. Han thinks to himself, "The master won't let me rest easy if they handle this quickly." Thinking this, Han charges into battle again. From the first floor to the third floor. Not knowing how long it's been. The two are exhausted. Jenna asks, "I'm tired. The master isn't sending us anywhere else, right?" Han leans on his sword. Sitting down on the floor. "Who knows?" Jenna, at this point, is also pissed. "I'm going crazy. How long do I have to take care of those jerks?" Han replies, "Don't worry. It'll end today." Jenna doesn't quite understand. "It'll end? What do you mean? Do they look like they're going to change? I don't think the master is free enough to maintain those useless people." A building appears. The system announces that the master will start the fusion. The three men frown, looking around. What is this place? The system continues to guide the master to fuse heroes. Han glances at the three useless guys. "Farewell, you who didn't know how to seize the opportunity given to you." Looking at the gate that has opened, Han thinks, "There's a chance. I see so many more chances." Even though minor things don't show up on the screen, the master must know everything. That person must know who's fighting on the front lines, who's proactive, and who's lazy. That's right. The master outside the screen has added Han and Jenna to their favorites list. Isel orders, "Jenna, Yelzins, go into the fusion room. Quickly." Seeing the panic on Jenna's face, Han reassures her, "Go on. Nothing will happen to you." Yelzins pales, asking Han, "What will happen if we go in there?" Han coldly replies, "You'll probably be evaluated based on what you've done." Yelzins goes crazy, yelling, "I didn't do anything. I was just dragged here." Han glances at him. "Just go in there. Stop barking." Isel agrees. This is the first time we've thought alike." Yelzins is sweating profusely. "So, what do you want me to do? Help you? If you had at least pretended to fight, things would have been different." Isel loses patience, saying to him, "I'm tired of you. Just go in there and be done with it." The two go in. The door slams shut. The master begins the fusion. Yelzins bangs on the door, yelling, "It's not fair. Let me," before he can finish the sentence. He is dissolved. Jenna comes out with a notification that she has gained the Eagle Eye skill. Jenna is bewildered. What just happened? That guy turned into light and disappeared. Han explains. In this place, the useless die to sacrifice for others. Now it's my turn. I wonder who it'll be out of those two? Isel orders. Next will be Han and Toby. Toby is scared at this point. But there's no other way. He follows Han into the fusion room. The door slams shut. Toby goes crazy, also banging on the door. You're letting me go home, right? Right? I'll get to go home. Home. Han only replies indifferently. That's right. Just think of it that way. And along with Toby's earth-shattering scream, the system announces that the fusion is complete. Toby turns into light and disappears. Han levels up, gaining the composure skill. Han leisurely walks out, passing by the blonde guy who's still left. You got lucky. Hearing this, the guy is stunned, sweating profusely. Jenna is worried. So, if the master thinks you're useless, you'll disappear in there? Han asks in return. Why are you sad? You're the one who didn't want to be left behind. Jenna trembles. If I become useless, will this happen to me someday? Han reassures her. The higher we go, the stronger the monsters and players we face will be. We'll either die at the hands of the enemy, or we'll die in a sacrificial way like that. Is that so? You seem to know everything. Huh? Han continues. If you want to live, do just as your dad said. Stay close to the strong. The next day, Jenna bows deeply, saying to Han, please take care of me. Han is surprised. What happened to you? Jenna looks up, her eyes determined. You said I had to stay close to the strong. So, I'll befriend the strong. Please take care of me. Han glances sideways. Unbelievable. If you work hard, you won't die. So, don't worry too much about that. Just then, the blonde guy Aaron comes over, saying loudly, please take care of me too. Sorry, I was so stupid, just causing trouble all the time. Whatever happened, leaving you two to fight alone. It was really a cowardly act. But from now on, things will be different. Han stares at him intently. How can I believe you? Aaron lowers his head. If you want, I'll kneel down too. So, please. Jenna tries to persuade Han. It seems like he's finally made up his mind. Han chooses a weapon, throws it to Aaron, then asks, hey, have you fought monsters before? Before coming here, I had never fought any monsters either. Aaron is surprised. But you're so good. The difference is in the determination. Han replies coldly. The determination to win, or just to survive. Here, take this spear. I'm not an expert, but I heard it's the easiest weapon to use. Try using it. Do you know the basic theories of close combat, mid-range combat, and long-range combat? Jenna replies. Close combat uses a sword, mid-range uses a spear, and long-range uses a bow and arrow. That's the basic theory, right? Han adds. Since there are only 3 people on our team, it's most effective to do it that way. Han finishes speaking, preparing for real combat. What are you doing? Prepare to fight. Aaron is panicked. Fight? Aren't you going to teach me? Han grabs a stick and charges, his eyes glowing. How can I teach you anything when I've never used a spear? I learned how to fight myself. So, you learn by yourself too. Han attacks Aaron continuously. He tries to block. Be grateful that you have an opponent to fight with. I only had a scarecrow. Aaron, hearing this, grits his teeth, closes his eyes, raises the stick, and yells loudly. Han turns around, lifting his leg for a flying kick to the stomach. You close your eyes when you're fighting? Aaron painfully clutches his stomach, vomiting. Han is stern. You haven't even been threatened with your life. And that's all you can do? If I were a monster, you'd be dead. Jenna is worried. It's his first time, and you're doing this. Isn't it too harsh? Han frowns. I don't want to have to take care of others. If you guys can't keep up, I'll ignore you. Do you have a family? Aaron trembles. My younger sister is waiting. Han continues. At least you have someone. I don't have anyone. He points the wooden sword at Aaron's neck. So, what will happen if you can't go back here? Dying at the hands of a monster will be terribly painful. Even more painful than being fused. If you don't want to continue, then give up. Hearing this, Aaron bites his lip tightly. Han smiles in satisfaction. The spirit in your eyes is better now. After training, the master has built a smithy, costing 500 gems. Han looks towards the smithy, saying, I've been able to walk around. And now the smithy is open too. Isel, if you're here, come out here. Isel appears, grumbling. Who do you think you are? Calling me whenever you want? Han doesn't even bother to look at her. I'm tired of that attitude. Try to fix it. Isel goes crazy, wanting to chop this black-haired guy up. But she can't touch him. Han doesn't care, asking, "You're the one who sends tips to whatever, right? Can you go online? If you can interfere with the system, you can probably use it, right?" Isel crosses her arms. "That's right, I can. It's my hobby to roam around websites. So, the tips you send are being used as a basis. After summoning items 10 times, unlock level 1 of the training facility. After that, unlock the smithy." Isel is surprised. "How do you know?" Han crosses his arms, leaning against the wall, replying leisurely, "That post is very popular on the Pick Me Up site. Don't you know? The one that Loki posted." "You know Loki?" Isel is even more surprised. "Of course. I'm also a user of Pick Me Up." Isel puffs up with pride. "HMPH. You're probably only in the lower levels. Mr. Loki is the master of masters. The god of war of Pick Me Up. If there were 7 stars, he would have been at the top of the world already." Han smiles. "Why do you like Loki?" "Because he's the one who turns the impossible into possible." "Oh, turns the impossible into possible. Huh?" Han asks back. Isel is sarcastic. "You're a pick-me-up player and you don't even know that?" Mr. Loki is, while Isel is immersed in her idol. Han suddenly says, "Sorry to give you this news." Isel hears this, turning back to look at Han. "What?" Han smirks. "I am Loki." Isel obviously doesn't believe it. "What are you saying? Who are you trying to fool?" Han doesn't bother to explain, saying a series of numbers. Account number 46,631,913. To avoid the risk of hacking, the pick-me-up account number is only known to the account holder and the server. Check it yourself, if you still don't believe it. Should I read the treasury account too? Isel summons her computer, tapping and typing, still skeptical. "No way. You're Loki? That's ridiculous. Is this real?" After checking for a while, the result is clear. Isel pauses for a moment. Then, she hurriedly holds out paper and a pen. "Give me an autograph right away." "You idiot. Awesome. With this, I'll be a VIP member of Ragna Loki." Han takes the paper and pen, wondering, Ragna Loki is what? Isel explains enthusiastically. It's Loki's fan forum at the peak. At the very top. To become a VIP, you have to get Loki's autograph. Han says, "Oh, there's such a thing? I've never heard of it." Isel trembles. "Wait a minute. So, everything we've said to Loki until now? You're being serious?" Han leisurely signs the autograph. "I'm only 1 star right now. So who cares about that stuff?" Suddenly, Isel yells, "Wait, what will happen to Niflheimer without you?" "I'm wondering too." Niflheimer is the name of the waiting room system in Han's account. There are 13 floors in total, all of which are waiting rooms with a capacity of up to 20,000 people. All the infrastructure there is of the best quality, suitable for levels 18 to 22. Even so, what does it matter when Han, the real master, is here? Isel panics. Then what will happen to those 20,000 people? Han crosses his arms indifferently. "If you're so worried, why don't you let me go back?" Isel deflates like a soggy rice cracker. "I can't do it. I know. I also know that you're just a middle manager doing odd jobs. But, the owner of this waiting room, whatever, is from Earth, right? And the heroes who are summoned aren't artificial intelligence either." Isel confirms. "That's right. This linked world is a bit different. But all of them are human." Han thinks to himself, Master whatever doesn't know that all of us are human. He's just a real player enjoying Pick Me Up. All the heroes have to face all the dangers just to satisfy his entertainment. He turns to ask Isel, "More importantly, can I go back if I climb to the 100th floor?" Isel sweats. "Well, I don't know." Han is annoyed. "You don't know? Next question. Who brought me here?" Isel hesitates. "I can't answer that." Han sighs. Isel feels very helpless, only knowing how to apologize. It's true that in front of her idol, she is very polite, answering everything she's asked, not yelling like she usually does. Han says, "It's okay. As you said, I'll find out myself while climbing the tower. Besides, within the Master's authority, what are you capable of accessing?" Isel replies, "Now, I can give instructions, open and close the facilities, and support various other activities." Are the waiting rooms of all the Masters the same? Each room is a bit different, but overall, they're all the same. Han lowers his head in thought. Do 100 million worlds really coexist? Mobius summons. The system, which has created countless heroes by combining thousands of templates, is actually just a lie. Quantum artificial intelligence. The heroes, which are thought to be AI, are actually human. The dungeons, the system has mentioned that it has created countless content containing hundreds of millions of worlds? If each world in the game is actually a real world, then does that mean my unconscious choices will kill a hero? Thinking this, Han calls, Isel, if you want to climb the tower, remember my words well, only then will you be able to climb the tower successfully. Isel hears this, nodding eagerly. At this time, in the training ground, Jenna is training very diligently. Jenna is a genius. Her speed of development is impossible to catch up with. Even though she has never used daggers, she can get used to them very quickly. On the other hand, Eren is quite slow. At this rate, he will die sooner or later. Jenna smiles, saying to Han, I've been going easy on Eren, but it seems it's still a bit too much for him. Han reminds, stop being arrogant, follow me. Jenna is puzzled. What's wrong? Aren't you going to teach your number one subordinate today? Suddenly Isel appears. Who do you think you are? Following Han around? I'm the number one subordinate. Get lost. Jenna isn't happy, arguing, I'm Han's number one subordinate. Right? The two girls glare at each other. Isel takes the opportunity to brag. You sly fox. Do you know who this is? Master of. Han quickly turns around and covers her mouth, reminding, you have nothing better to do? Isel is still yelling, showing her ownership of her idol. Anyway, lo, Han's number one subordinate is me. Remember that well. Han thinks tiredly. I shouldn't have said I was Loki. Jenna wonders, what's wrong with her? Han only says, don't mind her. She's a bit stupid. They go to a warehouse. Han asks, Isel, you said you have authority, right? Open this warehouse. Isel says okay right away. Without needing a second word, Han enters, taking 6 iron ores, 3 leathers, and 4 wooden planks from the warehouse. Then requests of Isel, activate the smithy. Isel says yes very obediently. Jenna asks, what are you planning to do? Han says, you can't keep using that rusty iron sword forever. After talking with Isel, Han realizes that he's a half-master, half-hero. And if that's true, Han can invade territory. This is the master's authority. Isel wonders, Loki, what are you doing? Levitain or Brianak? In this place? The system announces that the ore refining rate is terrible due to a lack of infrastructure, smiths, and blueprints. With his experience, Han decides to choose the manual crafting method. Manual crafting requires him to solve the system's puzzles. The higher the difficulty, the more attractive the rewards. This is a mini-game for the masters. Most masters won't choose this method, but the rewards are very generous. Han coldly chooses super hard. Isel is stunned. Super hard? You already have 3 penalties. Just watch. The game has a maximum time of 3 minutes. Isel yells, I can't even see the shape in time. It's different for Han, with the experience and hands of a master-level player. He quickly solves the game in no time. Isel beside him praises, as expected of the Holy Hand. Truly a legendary hand that 1 in 1,000 people has. A few minutes later, the system announces that Han has successfully forged a C-grade refined longsword. Isel yells in admiration. Han looks at the finished product in satisfaction. This is a powerful and sharp sword. Even though it's made from crude materials, it was created by skillful hands. Pressing his advantage, Han continued to solve the most difficult puzzles, constantly creating weapons like the balanced short bow, C-grade, the sharp long spear, C-grade, and the solid metal shield, C-grade. He stretched wearily. Are these all just C-grade items? I guess that's all I can make with these materials. Isel asked curiously, aren't you going to make more? Han explained, if they were just a little better, they'd stand out too much. I don't want any unnecessary misunderstandings from the master. A little later, the master logged back in, and the group was moved up to the 4th floor. Jenna had her new weapon. Just 1 arrow was enough to kill a goblin. She marveled. This elasticity is absolutely amazing. With equipment this high quality, those newcomers are definitely going to try to steal them. Han said, if you use the personal weapon option, that won't happen. Eren grumbled, the master's being a bit much, only letting 3 of us attack them. This floor had a new type of monster, half-human, half-bird harpies. Han assigned duties. Jenna, take care of that harpy. Aaron, protect Jenna. I'll try, boss. Aaron replied. The monsters charged, and Aaron wildly swung his spear in a panic. The system notified everyone that Aaron's stats had been reduced by 30% due to his panic. Han was annoyed. That damn kid, he's too excited. Jenna rushed over and slapped Aaron hard, trying to give him some sense. Calm down, you'll die if you fail again this time. Are you okay with that? Aaron's nose bled, and he stared blankly. Han charged forward to fight the monsters, repeating, "Stop panicking, will you?" Aaron stammered, "I'll try." The three finally focused on the battle. Done, they cleared the 4th floor. The reward for this floor was 10.000 gold coins, 2 C-grade iron ores, and 3 C-grade hides. Aaron wearily slumped down and dry heaved. He looked up and asked Han, "Anyway, I didn't exactly perform well. What's going to happen to me?" Suddenly, there was a notification. Aaron had been added to the favorite list. Han reassured him, "Since you're on the favorite list, it looks like you'll live." Aaron, like a drowning man grabbing a rope, shouted, "I'm alive, I survived." Jenna smiled, following the number 1 subordinate. "It looks like subordinate number 2 is growing up too." Huh? Han acted indifferent. "Subordinate? I don't know what you're talking about." Then he went straight into the storage room to put away the weapons. As he walked, he thought, "Subordinates? Huh?" More accurately, subordinate number 1 is Cyrus from Niflheim. He remembered the 5 members of his team 1 when he was still Loki. All with 6 stars and level 99, having obtained the 5 divine weapons he created, along with several ultimate skills. If I climb the tower, I might meet them one day. Since this is an automated game, Cyrus, as a vice master, will manage. If not, there's always your net. Both of them are so intelligent and bright that I've wondered if they're really just artificial intelligence. But now that I think about it, they aren't AI at all. Meanwhile, in Niflheimer, 2 figures stood at the edge of the tower. Your net asked, "Cyrus, do you really have to go?" Your net, "You should know that we need to make the most of every second we have." Your net continued, "I'm not asking for much in this farewell, but I hope you keep the investigation in mind." Cyrus replied, "And I need you to take over all of my responsibilities. I trust you to manage the master's territory." Cyrus said, then turned and walked straight into the darkness. At this time, back with Han, the locations were being upgraded one after another. The mansion had been upgraded to level 2, and the hero capacity had increased. The annex and the cafeteria had been completed, and the heroes would be provided with high-quality meals. The training grounds had also doubled, so the heroes' training efficiency would increase. The 3 annexes connected to the armory, the joining workshop, the woodworking workshop and the refining equipment were all combined, creating the equipment factory. The healing house leveled up to 2. Faster recovery. Jenna looked around, stunned. Oh my god, what the hell just happened? Aaron was also surprised. Could the master be an ultimate mage? Just think about it. If that's the case, Han calmly explained, the master's just spending a little. He doesn't have any other choice. This is when things start to get interesting. He thought to himself, from the varied responses from the heroes and the interesting battles, whatever will feel like they are real people rather than data made from zeros and ones. He won't be able to stop feeling that because he's a real person. Han continued, in short, after we cleared the floors, the waiting room is gradually being completed. The master's active time is also fairly consistent. He's most likely an office worker. It seems like he watches the attacks pretty often. And occasionally, he can afford to spend. Isel smiled. Isn't this better than having a master who's a broke student? He even bought the $65 package. Pick Me Up isn't like other games. It doesn't reward gems after completing quests. And the game developers hardly ever have events that reward players with a lot of gems. Han laughed. Because the amount of free gems that players receive is quite limited. They'll definitely value paying players more. Suddenly, the system announced that the master had started a 10x summon. The door to the summoning room glowed. Aaron was excited. Another summon. Han crossed his arms and looked at the door. We've seen the house, haven't we? It's time for us to meet the new guests. In the game, there are 2 ways to summon. Summoning with gold, also known as normal summoning, and summoning with gems, which is called premium summoning. Of course, summoning with the premium currency in the game is more effective. 10 people walked out, looking around in confusion, repeating the same old song. Who am I? Where am I? They kept asking each other. Does anyone know what's going on? I don't know if this is real or a dream. Han lost patience and held his sword to an old man's throat. The old man was startled. Who are you people? Han said coldly. Silence. I don't intend to explain things to you right away. I'll only explain to those who can survive and calmly think. Isel suddenly appeared and ordered. Everyone, gather here. Is anyone a carpenter? Step forward. Next, who is a tanner or a leather worker? If not, is anyone a cook? The old man raised his hand. What are you doing all of a sudden? Wait, at least explain a little. What's the situation? Isel lost patience and shouted. Shut up. Jenna was also puzzled. What is she doing? Han replied. Assigning jobs. There are many facilities that have just been built. If those dead people had been summoned now, they might not have had to fight. Right now, the system inside the waiting room will change. The system announced that the master was forming teams. And Team 2 had been created. Everyone had been fully equipped with weapons. Han said, if you don't have any special abilities, then you have to try to improve yourselves. Incompetent amateurs don't deserve to eat the scraps. The master is finally starting to sort out the useful ones. And he's purging the 1-star ones by sending them all into a dungeon. If you can't adapt, you'll be eliminated. He's probably testing floor 1. The door closed. Very quickly. One person had returned to the embrace of the ancestors. Jenna said, if you had explained things properly to him, maybe he wouldn't have had to die. There's no need to waste words on those who will die on the lowest floor. Another one left. Han was frustrated. At least 2 people should survive. The next group was quickly called. Everyone grabbed swords in a panic. Does she want us to fight monsters? I can't do it. No way. Suddenly, Eren charged forward with his spear. I'll fight too. Isel turned around and said, what? There's no room for you. Get out of here. Jenna laughed. Is Eren always like that? Han sighed. Isel, consider Eren as a team member. He lacks real combat experience. So this isn't bad. Then he turned to remind Eren. Helping out is fine, but don't set a precedent like me. Eren responded. I understand. Jenna stretched and yawned. I want to go eat. I've eaten nothing but potatoes since I got here because of that damn master. Han glanced at his teammate. I don't even know if she knows how to assess the situation. Jenna looked up at the sky. The sky is so blue. Han replied. He's watching us, just like God watches humanity. Jenna, the one who had just badmouthed the master, flinched. Han found it funny. Don't worry, he's too busy to eavesdrop on everyone. Then, Han thought to himself, he won't hear us. I'm sure it'll be filtered and condensed before being sent to the master. A while later, Team 2 had cleared the stage. Everyone returned with all members. Han asked, no mishaps? How many goblins did you kill? Eren? 1. Alright, you get me. Han says. Han turned his head. Let's go back to our place. Jenna was excited. Are we finally freed from the potatoes? Everyone entered the canteen, marveling. The facilities are really better. A canteen means we'll be eating proper meals from now on. Right? Only if the master doesn't find you useless again. Jenna cheered. So we're getting a high-class roasted lamb meal? Eren's eyes sparkled. I want turkey. Boss. Han was sweating. Did you forget that I said I'd kick you out if you were useless? A moment later, a basket of hot potatoes was brought out. Han and Jenna, with expressions of utter disappointment, stared at the pile of potatoes. The cook shouted, there are spices, but the only ingredient is potatoes. Han glanced at him. This old man claimed to be a cook but didn't have any cooking skills. Han looked through the crowd and asked a dark-haired woman, you're Chloe, right? You'll be the cook now. Chloe was confused. Me? The system displayed a notification, asking Han to confirm whether he wanted to appoint Chloe as the cook. Dolph hurriedly stopped him. Wait, let me try again. Han said coldly, you're quick-witted, but you should choose a lie that's easier to cover up. This will be the only time I let it slide. Dolph's face turned pale, and he immediately shut up. A moment later, a lavish table full of all kinds of potato dishes was brought out. Stir-fried potatoes. Fried potatoes. Potato soup with a fragrant aroma. Jenna tasted it and praised. It's delicious. I didn't know potatoes could have so many different flavors. Chloe was shy. That's because I used a lot of spices. Han also started eating, telling everyone, listen while you eat. I won't repeat myself. You can repeat what I say to the next group of new people. If you don't want to wander around and find dead bodies. Then, Han lectured for a while. And everyone started whispering, is that true? Jenna also stood up and said, I've never fought before coming here. Alright, let's cooperate together. Enoch asked Han, so the two of us will do other jobs? Han confirmed, Enoch and Chloe, you two will be the carpenter and cook. You'll help us in other ways. Dolph stammered, I can help with carpentry too. Han smiled threateningly, if that's another lie, I'll recommend you as the first sacrifice for synthesis. I think you'd be the perfect ingredient. He turned back to everyone and said, it's true that non-combatants have a higher chance of survival. But don't be too complacent. There are only a certain number of positions. So if someone more talented than you is summoned, you'll have to continue fighting. The night passed fairly peacefully. The next day, Han's monotonous daily life was slightly disrupted. 3 teenagers, Zid, Hansen, and Dika, would be joining the training. Jenna said, I bet the rest are hiding in panic. Han replied, I'm tired of fighting Eren anyway. A little change is good. Everyone started fighting, and the 3 teenagers were immediately knocked down and lost their weapons. Han thought, Eren is a bad example because now these kids are all calling me boss. When the difference between them and me is around 7 to 8 levels. It's like comparing kids to adults. I couldn't have reached this level in such a short time if this was Earth. Jenna's archery skill was already at level 5 when she was a newbie. Short sword proficiency is at level 2. Eren's spear technique has also reached level 2. But it hasn't progressed any further. He's the first to arrive and the last to leave the training group. But his skills haven't improved much. These 3 each reached level 1 of swordsmanship. Perhaps because their ages are similar. They're quite close to each other. But these kids are much better than those cowards. The 3 kids were exhausted from training and sat down on the ground. Looking at Han in admiration. You're really strong, boss. Han explained, that's because my level is higher. Seeing the kids looking confused, Han continued, you'll know soon. A few days later, more teenagers were summoned. This time, Han didn't do anything. Eren and those 3 kids took care of everything. Only one person died in the purge. Jenna smiled. The population's increasing. Han hummed, it will increase more. Suddenly, Jenna wondered, but why hasn't the master come to the 5th floor yet? We cleared the 4th floor quite a while ago. Han thought to himself, that's because the 5th floor is a completely different level. Thinking is one thing, so Han turned his head away and explained, the remaining members of Team 1 haven't been assigned yet. In the game, every 5 floors, the difficulty jumps drastically. To put it simply, it's like a boss floor. It's possible that even Han wouldn't be able to survive. Who knows how many people will die? Even after the purge and training, Han didn't see the need to tell Jenna this. The cruelty of the difficulty starts now. Currently, there are 6 people on the combat team, including Han, Jenna, Eren, Zid, Hansen, and Dika. And the logistics team consists of Carpenter Enoch and Cook Chloe. Han had the whole team try their luck on the 4th floor. The kids, holding shields and swords, stood ready, cheering each other on. We're counting on you. Eren reminded them, calm down. Han observed, you guys have shields, normally. You don't need to attack. The swordsmen and archers are right behind you. 2 of them shouted and charged to attack. Han constantly directed. The weak also have their way of fighting. That's for defensive formations, using the strength of the group instead of an individual. Han watched the battle, thinking to himself, I'm not participating. I could easily clear this stage. But if I participate, they won't be able to practice their formations. I still don't know what the mission on stage 5 is. There will definitely be some stages that I can't clear myself. A while later, the whole group cleared the 4th floor. The 2 teenagers happily high-fived each other. Back at their place, Dika excitedly greeted them. How was it? Zid grinned. What do you mean? It was easy. Jenna praised. Not bad at all. Han also acknowledged. Playing for more time. The master was also playing more and more. In his second 10x summon, he had obtained a blacksmith and a tanner to activate the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith, tanner, and carpenter worked together to create equipment. Most of them were E-grade swords and shields. They were distributed to the newly summoned heroes, significantly helping them survive better. The main party received higher grade equipment, and the 3 people who didn't fight well were merged back together. They were the ones who didn't bother coming to the training grounds and tried to run away all day. Dolph was also among them, a person who had lied about his profession. A few days later, Zid, holding his shield, was impatient. Are we still going to the 4th floor today? I want to go to the next stage. Han turned to ask Isel. Are we going to stage 5 today? Isel replied, probably. Jenna was also excited. Huh? Are we really going to the 5th floor? Han reminded them in advance. This time will be a little different. Being calm is good, but if you're too calm, your heads will fall off without you knowing it. The group responded loudly. Yes, sir. The group entered the 5th floor. The scene that appeared was a ruined city as if it had just experienced a bloody battle. The group looked around. Aaron was doubtful. Boss, I don't see any monsters. Han replied, we'll go in and out of the city and assess the situation first. Get the formation ready. Han observed the surroundings, making a judgment. The whole city is empty. There's not a single monster in sight. There aren't any civilians here either. This isn't a conquest mission. Suddenly, Zid shouted, pointing at a skeleton. Boss, here. Aaron didn't understand anything. What is this place? There are houses but no people. Jenna made a judgment. This is dried blood. This mission is different from the missions we've done before. Han replied, those were just warm-ups. Jenna, can you climb up that bell tower? Jenna obeyed and quickly climbed to the top of the tower. She looked into the distance and was stunned. I hope I'm seeing things. Aaron was impatient. What is it, Grandma? Wait a minute. Give people time to check carefully. After checking again, Jenna was confused. Is this okay? Can we withstand this? There are a lot of goblins outside the city. It looks like they're heading this way. Han frowned and asked, how many? Thousands. Jenna replied, from the outer edges of the city. The goblins rushed towards Han's group like a tsunami. The mission of the 5th floor appeared. It was a survival mission, to withstand the enemy's attack. Aaron was confused. Thousands of goblins? Are you sure you're not mistaken? I wish that were true. Han ordered. You can come down now. Aaron asked Han again to be sure. Boss, is it possible that the system is bugged? Han reassured him. Don't panic. The mission isn't to wipe out the enemy but just to survive. We just need to hold out against them for a certain amount of time. And we'll be fine. Han led the group into a house. The system displayed that they couldn't enter this area. Clearly, they couldn't escape this mission. Han tried to find a way. We can't enter the houses, we can only move now. Aaron asked again, how long do we have to hold out? Han replied, 10 minutes. We just need to hold out for 10 minutes after encountering the enemy. It's not impossible. Then he thought to himself, so unlucky. If a survival mission is assigned in the lower stages, the team's chance of survival is only 9%. The higher stages aren't a problem. But in the lower stages, it's famous as the hero grinder. Han continued to command, we can't move on the main road. Run into the alley. Zid was worried. Isn't there a better place? Han explained, all the buildings have been destroyed, so there should be gaps. We don't have time to find another place. We have to defend here. Han led the group to hold out at a crossroads. Because this alley is narrow, we'll only have to fight them one at a time. It doesn't matter if there are thousands of them. The group shouted in unison. Yes, we'll do our best. Han continued to command, I'll take care of the left. Aaron take care of the right. Zid and Hansen, take care of the back. Fight in turns, if it's not necessary. Don't jump in to help. Use that time to recover your strength. Understand? Jenna, you stand in the middle of this intersection. Try to save your arrows, don't shoot without my command. Set up obstacles before they arrive. Let me make it clear that if we let one side get through, we'll all die. The group quickly erected barricades around them. Han thought about countermeasures. 30 minutes. Because this isn't the waiting room. Time will run exactly like it does on Earth. The timer will only start counting down when we encounter the goblins. Just as he said that, a goblin sniffed its way over. What great timing. It turned around, spotted Han's group, and charge. The timer started counting down. Han was worried. Shit, we haven't even finished setting up the obstacles yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword, finishing off the monster. But that was just the beginning. A horde of goblins charged. Han commanded, "Because they're charging, use the bodies of the ones we killed to block them." Han continued to kill goblins like crazy. But they were too many. One wave after another kept coming. Han was so angry that he cursed. "Damn it." Jenna was worried. "Tell me when you're tired." Han gritted his teeth. This is like a loop. Block and stab. But he still had to encourage everyone. "These monsters are as stupid as they look." "Ha, you bastards." Aaron, while killing, turned to ask, "We just need to hold out for 10 minutes. Right?" Han shouted, "Have I ever lied to you?" 4 minutes had passed. No matter how many goblins were killed. It didn't matter. They still swarmed like ants. Han thought to himself, "Don't die meaningless in a place like this." Tired from fighting, Han observed the formation and ordered a change. "Zid, switch places with Hansen." Hansen was still trying. "I can still hold out." Han shouted, "Shut up, switch places now." Han gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, my stamina is too low. These guys are still at a low level. Moreover, they don't have skills, so they'll quickly get tired if they move too much. One blow is enough, one step at a time. No extra movements. Save as much energy as possible. Stab, slash, then stab again." Han, while killing, cheered on his teammates. "These monsters are very weak. They're just low-level monsters from floor 1. Although he said that, Han knew that the monsters' strength was that they were too many. As many as ants. The group was confused. Aren't they afraid? They just keep charging as if they want to commit suicide. Han shouted, "Switch places again." Zid shouted to his teammate. Hansen understood and responded. Han recognized that this was the most dangerous moment. So he called Jenna. "Jenna, help Zid. Remember to pick up the arrows immediately after shooting." Jenna immediately sprang into action. "I've been waiting for this." Han reminded. "Jenna, your part still includes the goblins at the entrance. Do you hear me?" An arrow shot out, headshotting a goblin. Aaron was killing until he lost all sense of time. Felt that it just dragged and dragged. Then shouted Han, "Boss, didn't you say there were only 10 minutes left?" "Idiot, there are only 5 minutes left." Jenna was also very impatient. She shot one in the head. Violently pulled out the arrow still stuck in the goblin's brain. "Don't come here, I'm annoyed already." Just then, Zid was bitten by a goblin. He screamed in pain. The system reported that Zid was bleeding, so his strength would decrease. Han shouted, commanding the formation constantly. "Zid, switch places with Hansen." Hansen encouraged his friend. "Hang in there, Zid." Han reminded, "Don't think about anything, just switch places. Stop the goblins. Zid, don't cry anymore. You will be treated when you get back." But Zid, due to the pain, kept crying incessantly. The system reported that due to his fear, his stats were reduced by 30%. Han, while killing, shouted each word. "You crybaby. Get a grip. You damn bastard. Are you going to drag us all down with you?" Zid still cried. "I'm sorry." Han continued to command. "Jenna, stop the bleeding for Zid. Zid, remember that Hansen will die if you don't switch places with him." Hearing this, Zid regained his momentum, gritting his teeth, spitting out a word. "Yes." Meanwhile, Jenna rushed over, tearing the cloth to stop the bleeding for Zid. At this moment, a goblin rushed from behind Han, intending to sneak attack, but he quickly turned around, slashed the monster, then added a kick. "Go back, you bastards." The goblin still kept popping up non-stop. Hansen shouted to signal, "My sword can't hold out anymore. Zid, can you come up?" Zid gritted his teeth, trying to hold the sword with his left hand. "Yes, I can fight." Then switch. "Hansen, check your sword." Hansen's sword was rusty, and cracked in some places. Han thought, sure enough, although better than an old iron sword. F rank, it's still just an ordinary iron sword. Han said, even if the sword loses its blade, it can still be used to hit. And if you feel that you can't use it anymore, you still have a shield. Then Han issued the command to change formations. "Jenna, switch places with Aaron." Aaron objected, "But I can still." Jenna interrupted, "Rest while you can, don't be stubborn." Han shouted loudly, reminding, 3 minutes left, just need to hold out for 3 more minutes. No 30 minutes in Han's life were as long as this damn 30 minutes. Han continued to command, "Aaron, switch places with Jenna." Jenna was already soaked. Aaron reassured her. Don't worry. 10 seconds of rest is more than enough. Then again. Hansen. Switch places with Zid. Jenna. Shoot an arrow towards Hansen. Jenna didn't understand anything, but still did as Han said. He glanced at the remaining number of arrows. Shit. Almost out of arrows. Anyway, if that side doesn't have time to defend, we'll die anyway. Just shoot all the arrows. Jenna obeyed, firing a bunch of arrows at the goblins on Hansen's side. A goblin caught an arrow. Rushed past Han. Zid had just said, Hansen, switch. Then he received a stab from the goblin. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled on the ground. Jenna saw this and quickly shot an arrow to kill the monster. Jenna shouted, Zid. The system reported that Zid was in critical condition, and his life was in danger. Han was furious. Zid's fall had put the entire team in danger. Jenna panicked. What should I do? Pull it out? No. If I pull it out. Zid moaned. Son of a bitch. That hurts. Hansen was also close to collapsing. His will eroding bit by bit. He didn't even know Zid had fallen. Just mumbling. Zid, help me out a little. Just 30 more seconds. Please. Even Han almost took a direct hit from a goblin's attack because he was too busy directing his teammates. Luckily, he dodged in time and countered with a stab into the goblin horde. He ran over to Hansen. Hansen, take care of the ones on the left. I'll handle it here. Hansen frowned, saying painfully, But, Han, what about Zid? Han snapped. He's too tired, so he's resting. Stop complaining and go. Now. At that moment, the system announced that Zid had died. Han quickly reminded Jenna. Jenna, Zid's really dead. Forget it. Come over here and help me. Jenna gritted her teeth, trying to regain her composure, and charged into the fray. Fighting alongside Han, she was also extremely anxious. How much time is left? Han yelled. I can't see. Just keep killing them. The system announced that Jenna had awakened a skill. The novice short sword had reached level 3. She had learned the quick movement skill. And Han's sword and shield had reached level 5. Pain tolerance level 2. Han knew that these bizarre awakenings would be useless if he died here. So even though he was exhausted, he still tried to kill as many as possible. Suddenly, Hansen screamed in pain. He had been hit by the goblin's attack. He fell to the ground, trembling as he watched the goblins approach, constantly crying for help. Han, help me, please. I don't want to die here. But there was no way to help. Han couldn't even take care of himself. The goblins were already attacking Hansen. He bit his lip, accepting Hansen's sacrifice to find a way to save the team. Jenna, Aaron, move with me. Jenna was reluctant to leave Zid and Hansen behind. But Han warned her, if you want to mourn for them, you have to survive this wave first. They ran to a dead end, the dire situation in front of them making Jenna uneasy. Are we going to die here? Han yelled. Don't say such unlucky things. He glanced behind him. Jenna, climb up the wall behind you. Are you telling me to run away by myself? What are you saying? You climb up, and then I'll climb up after you. The goblins were hot on their heels, not giving them much time to think. Han continued to give commands non-stop. Don't stab them. Killing one at a time won't hold them off. Jenna had finished climbing and leaned down to tell Han. I'm up here. Hurry up. Han jumped up and reached the top, yelling to Aaron, you're up. Jenna reached her hand down. Grab my hand. Aaron nodded and grabbed Jenna's hand tightly. Unfortunately, a goblin stabbed a sword into Aaron's leg, pinning it to the wall, causing him to scream. Jenna was almost pulled down too. Han quickly jumped down, his eyes blazing. Jenna, hold on tight. Don't let him go. Han looked at the situation and warned Aaron. I'm going to chop off your leg. He chopped it off immediately. Aaron didn't have time to prepare himself, and the sudden pain made him scream at the top of his lungs. The system announced that Aaron was losing blood and would slowly bleed out. Han jumped back up and ordered Jenna, pull him up. Due to the heavy blood loss, Aaron was in critical condition. The goblins in the game were smart. They even knew how to climb on top of each other to reach Han and the others. Han ordered Jenna, use Aaron's spear. Stab any that get close. Stop them from climbing up here. If they get up here, we're out of options. Jenna obeyed, frantically stabbing at the goblins. Unfortunately, Jenna dropped the spear. She panicked. Crap, I dropped the spear. What do I do now? Are you even asking? Use your feet to kick them. You idiot. There are too many. How many minutes left? Jenna was extremely anxious. I can't hold on any longer. Han reassured her. 30 seconds left. Just 30 seconds. Hey, you said 30 seconds an hour ago. I'm not lying to you. Just have faith in me and try to hold on a little longer. This time Han wasn't lying to Jenna. The countdown timer had 32 seconds left. A goblin managed to grab onto the ledge where Han was standing. He was about to swing his sword to strike, but the goblin was faster, stabbing Han in the stomach. Han was caught off guard by the attack. Due to the extreme pain, he couldn't even swing his sword. The goblin smiled, then cruelly pulled his blade back out, and blood started to pour out. Han painfully collapsed to the ground. Jenna on the other side had also been hit. Han kneeled surrounded by goblins. It's over. Am I really going to die here? On level 5. It's only level 5. That's not fair. I don't understand why I'm facing so many obstacles. This wouldn't happen on Earth. Han's reason was gradually fading. Why me? Why? Why? Han's unwillingness suddenly surged violently. He jumped up and slashed at the goblin that had stabbed him. You bastards. It's not over yet. I'm only on level 5. Han's eyes radiated furious murderous intent. There's no way I'm going to die in a place like this. Han activated massacre mode, slashing and killing the monsters like a maniac. Everything in his path was destroyed. Han had learned the frenzy skill. One of his eyes had turned blood red. Han said to himself, even breathing is difficult. My body is screaming in pain. But even if my sword breaks, I won't fall. Han stared at the monsters, growling, you want to kill me? Fine, all of you come at me at once. You bastards. The protagonist slashed and killed continuously, his entire body drenched in red blood. His sword was already broken. But even so, Han would move forward and fight to the end. Han dragged the broken sword, charging straight into the goblin horde. Fortunately, the countdown timer reached 0. Time was up, and the monsters in front of them gradually disappeared. A goblin's claws were still inches from Han's face. Eren had almost died too. The system announced that they had cleared the level. Han was the MVP of the match. The familiar waiting room appeared. Everyone dropped their weapons. Jenna slumped to the ground. Eren was still lying motionless. Han stood panting, looking around for a while before convincing himself that he had cleared the level. Jenna happily burst into tears. Haha, can you help me up? I'm exhausted. I can't stand up. Are we still alive? Han took Jenna's hand, pulled her up, and replied softly, yeah, the waiting room is being set up. So we must have cleared the level. Jenna asked, level 5 is that difficult? If it's like this, Han replied, no, this time it's an exception. The system has set it up so that if one person falls, the others will fall too. We shouldn't have fallen into such a desperate situation if I had upgraded Zid and Hansen more. Later on, if the team is well trained, it won't be so difficult. It's just unlucky to encounter this kind of task while we're still weak. Jenna lowered her head. I understand. She thought about the 2 teammates who had sacrificed themselves. Her face gloomy. After recovering for a moment, Han helped Eren and Jenna out. Dika happily ran out to greet them. You did great. Big sis Chloe has already prepared delicious food. Are Zid and Hansen still inside? Han replied. They sacrificed themselves. Dika didn't hear clearly. Han repeated grimly, they're both dead. Dika went silent, stunned, not believing his ears. Everyone around was also shocked by the news. Han's group went straight to the living area. Behind them, the system announced that the master was calling names, and those who were called were invited to step forward. Back in the room, Han collapsed onto the bed. He buried his face in the pillow. I'm not going to cry over the fallen. Being part of the vanguard climbing the tower, death is commonplace. But thinking about it now, did I really learn the frenzy skill? Calmness and frenzy can't coexist. This is 100% a system error. Calmness helps me retain my clarity. Frenzy relinquishes it, but in exchange, my strength skyrockets. Maybe that has something to do with the fact that I'm a master. But also a hero. I'm not sure, but I don't want to think about it today. He wearily closed his eyes. I'm going to be busy from tomorrow on, so I'll just rest today. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Jenna was practicing like crazy in the training yard. Han was quite surprised. You're always later than me because you wake up late. Why is today different? Jenna answered resolutely. I don't want to die. Han thought to himself. She learned a new skill yesterday. Plus she's talented and hardworking. Eren has been through a lot. But he hasn't learned any skills. I only get 5 points each time I practice. Which isn't very surprising. I've only reached 3 stars. Han took off his shirt and started to practice. I'll reach level 10 soon. The highest level for a 1-star hero. I need to aim to be promoted to 2 stars soon. Suddenly, Jenna did something that cut off Han's train of thought. She reached out and touched the 6-pack abs on Han's stomach. A look of infatuation on her face. Hey, those look pretty tasty. Han frowned. What are you doing? Pick up your dignity and take your hands off. The result of throwing dignity to the ground was a lump on her head. Jenna grumbled. I didn't even wear it down. Han embarrassedly put his shirt back on, thinking to himself, the more I look at her, the more unbelievable she is. Does she just lay eggs whenever she sees a handsome guy? After what happened yesterday, she still acts so ridiculous? Jenna looked around. It looks like Eren isn't coming. Han nonchalantly replied, leave him alone. He's probably sulking in his room. He was close to those 3. Jenna sighed. Usually, getting up early and training is what you should do. Dika's the same way. Those 2 like to train. Han glanced disdainfully at the people training half-heartedly in the back. Unlike those guys, who are just half-assed. They're just trying to avoid being drafted. They only train if the master comes to watch. Zid and Hansen also had potential. If I had trained them more, those 2 would have been very useful. Those people should have been the ones who sacrificed themselves yesterday. Not them. Jenna interjected. Come on, let's go train. At this moment, Eren walked up. Sorry, I'm late. You seem to feel guilty? Han asked. If I could be a little stronger. Eren said apologetically. Han reassured him. They couldn't get through that stage because they were too weak. It's not your fault. A month had passed since Han came to this world. It felt like only 10 days on Earth. Han could feel everything that was happening in this world better now. Back in the day, he used to log in 3 times a day. Morning, noon, and evening. To watch the game and see what might happen. And also to study ways to get through different tower floors. Depending on the difficulty, formation, and skills of each character in the team. He made decisions based on the current time. Isel was satisfied with the main team. Laughing loudly. Everyone seems to be doing well. Try to look at Han as an example. He survived level 5 perfectly. The master is very pleased with him. Jenna asked, puzzled. Why does she seem to pay so much attention to you? Oh, that's a secret. Isel switched back to her lion's roar vibe with the crowd. The rest of you, train harder. You won't always be so lucky. Rely on your strength to survive. Han sighed and turned away. I'd better avoid this for a while. Suddenly, there was a message from the system. The master had created a new team, consisting of Han, Jenna, Lewis, Jeffrey, and Owen. Jenna was surprised. I don't know those 3. How could this arrangement happen? Han replied, don't worry too much. You'll get used to each other when you fight. The 5 of them entered the waiting room together. A message appeared on the wall that a dungeon party would refresh daily. They would collect rare materials in the Kendout forest for 11 hours. Han crossed his arms and thought to himself. Just as I predicted, it's unlocked. A man stepped forward and stammered. Are we going to fight with you? Han didn't answer. Glancing at the man, what's your name? My name is Owen. Right now, our weakness won't be of much help. At this moment, a pillar of light enveloped the 5 of them. Han leisurely replied, don't worry, you won't have to do much fighting. The 5 of them were summoned to a forest. They would be able to return after collecting enough materials. Jenna held a dagger, looking around cautiously. Where are all the enemies? Could it be a special mission like on level 5? Han suddenly reached out and pinched Jenna's cheek. She turned around and glared at him. What are you doing? Just funny. What's wrong with you? I don't think it's funny. That joke is as cold as the Arctic. Han bent down and picked up a stone, explaining to everyone, this is what's called a daily dungeon, a place to collect materials. Owen asked about the gate emitting a pinkish-purple light next to them. So what's this? The trash can? No, actually, you can think of it as a shopping cart. Whatever materials you collect, just put them in there. Like tree branches, for example. Then it will be stored in our warehouse. Used to make items. Each item has a tip. Like 100 of these branches will create a wooden board. But you need to have a carpenter to convert it. And the things that are trash don't need to be collected. The group was stunned. That's all? Jenna was also surprised. That's all we have to do? We don't have to fight anything? Han turned to leave. You're different. Come with me to hunt. Jenna obediently followed. TCH. I thought I'd finally get to do some light work. What are we hunting? Wild boar? Deer? Or rabbits? Do we get to eat meat now? After walking for a while, they encountered a deer leisurely eating grass. Jenna's eyes lit up. Found the prey. Meat. Wait for me. An arrow struck the animal right in the neck. Jenna happily ran closer. Looks delicious. She took out her dagger. Han asked, do you know how to butcher it? Of course, I do. How long have I lived like this? Jenna expertly butchered the animal. After letting all the blood drain out like this, you skin it and cut out the organs. Han stood and watched her work for a while, then turned to leave, reminding her, make sure you take all those materials and put them in the space gate. Don't miss any. Jenna asked, puzzled. Where are you going? Going hunting. Where else? I'm tired of eating potatoes. Han leisurely walked to a waterfall. The scenery here was dreamlike. Han looked at the countdown timer. About 30 minutes left. After the time is up, the whole team will be automatically summoned back. He looked at the deer nearby. Found it. The forest king. Han's target was a deer with a white body, adorned with gold patterns. The deer had a golden horn, which looked like a unicorn. This was a rare monster, only appearing in forest dungeons. Its low-level attribute stone was used as a material for advancement. It didn't always drop it after defeating the monster, so it was easy to find an area with a high estimated drop rate. Han didn't delay, jumping up and chopping off the head of a nearby deer. The other deer, seeing this, charged to attack Han, with just a few sword strikes. Han had butchered the animal into several parts. The Forest King advanced menacingly in front of Han. He taunted, all of your lovers are dead. Are you angry? The Forest King looked around. Assessing the situation, Han smiled, pointing his sword at the animal. Come on, baby. A moment later, the two men with the group screamed, oh my god, a monster. It turned out they had seen a deer head flying through the air. Regaining their composure, they looked closely, then sighed in relief. Never mind, is that you, Han? Han, who had finished hunting the Forest King, was carrying its head back to the group. He was covered in blood, holding the shield full of the Forest King's blood, asking leisurely, don't you recognize me? He threw the head on the ground. Jenna marveled, how can a deer be that big? Han was too lazy to explain. Just saying, I'm very tired, so give me a hand. Oh, how many did you catch? Jenna, having just emptied the bloody shield into the storage, replied, 2 deer and 1 wild boar. Everyone in the waiting room can eat as much as they want. But why did you bring the head back? It's not delicious at all? Han explained, I couldn't cut off its horn. Now that I look closely, I just noticed that even though it's a female, it has horns. Jenna observed the Forest King's head. You can even determine if it's male or female just by looking at the head? Of course, I've lived in this place for so long. The system announced that Jenna had acquired the skill of Forest Hunter. Watching Jenna butcher the Forest King, Han thought to himself, she's awakened another skill. She'll probably be promoted easily. Han looked at the stone he had obtained from the Forest King. It was a low-level, D- wind attribute stone. A stone containing the aura of the forest. It could be used to create items and promote heroes. For dinner, a feast was laid out before everyone. Everyone excitedly exclaimed, oh, meat! How long has it been since we had meat? Jenna cheerfully said, looks like everyone is excited. We already ate a whole deer. Han crossed his arms, speaking seriously. After you finish eating, follow me. The daily dungeon was a system that changed the location of the dungeon depending on what day of the week it was. Today's location was the Sinmural Highlands, a dungeon to collect more attribute stones. The two formed a temporary team and entered the Highlands. Jenna asked, but will collecting materials make me stronger? Han replied, if you want to get stronger, you need to find something called an attribute stone. We're here to find them. Jenna approached the promontory, absorbed in the sunrise before her. She spread her arms, enjoying the early morning breeze. Look at this scenery. The wind is so refreshing too. Han suddenly noticed a cluster of red flowers nearby. He thought to himself, life tree? I've seen it in a drawing before. They are the main ingredients for making healing potions. I should collect them later. After walking for a while, Han and Jenna encountered a giant wolf. They both charged to attack, coordinating very well. Before long, the wolf fell. Jenna excitedly exclaimed, "We're strong enough to fight a wolf." Han sheathed his sword, reminding Jenna, who was sitting and butchering, "We don't know if other wolves will smell the blood here. So hurry up." Jenna nodded, then asked, "What should we do with its fangs and claws?" Han looked down at the blue stone in his hand, saying, "Take them all out and set them aside." This stone was also a D-level wind attribute stone. It was exactly the same as the Forest King's green stone. Jenna butchered in a very relaxed manner. "It's so peaceful here. Wipe the blood off yourself before you say that." She ignored Han's words, continuing, "I wish it was always like this. Going hunting and gathering herbs. Having food and sleeping under a roof. Oh, if the master wasn't here. This would be paradise. Maybe you would be wearing sandals, earrings, and styling your hair with super glue. I wish the master never came." Han suddenly stopped. Did the people in Niflheim think that too? Did they also think that it would be best if the master didn't come? Han glanced at Jenna and asked, "Don't you want to fight? Fighting on the front lines isn't everything. There's a lot more to do." "Stop daydreaming," Jenna leisurely replied. "Are you planning to take me somewhere else? If the situation gets better, what more could I wish for? Everything is really tiring." Hearing this, Han laughed. A few days later, Han, Jenna, Aaron, and Dika went up to level 6. The mission for this level was to explore the target and scout out a strange location. Dika was quite worried. "I'm looking forward to working with everyone." Aaron looked around. "Looks like today is not the daily dungeon." Han guessed. "Reconnaissance? Another rare mission." Aaron was anxious. "Han, I don't see any enemies. Is it going to be like level 5? Han gestured. "Don't be loud. Everyone crouch down and don't make a fuss." The three obeyed, lying flat on the ground. Han was frustrated. "I said crouch down, not lie down, but it looks like there's nothing here. We will successfully clear the level if we meet the requirements." Han ordered Jenna to climb a tree to observe the surroundings. 3 goblins were sitting and gossiping enthusiastically. Jenna asked, "Do we have to kill those guys?" "Wait, they have a horn, so that means they can call allies for help." Han asked, "Do you see anything else?" "It looks like there's a goblin village nearby." Jenna jumped down, reporting, "They're gathered in a big group there. Maybe about 100 of them?" Han guessed, "It's like they're trying to trap us. They'll ambush us if we rush into a fight without scouting properly." The group approached the goblins. Han observed and then assigned tasks. Jenna, shoot the goblin sitting on the right. Aaron, just throw the spear at the goblin that I lead over. And you? Han turned to look at Dika, if anything happens. Jump in and help us. Dika was nervous. Obeying Han, Jenna fired an arrow, starting the battle. Aaron quickly sneaked behind one of them, spearing the monster in a headshot. The remaining one tried to raise the horn to blow it, but a sharp sword from Han sent the monster to the western land. "I won't let you call for reinforcements." After that, the system announced that Han's team had cleared the level. The reward was 5.000 gold coins. Dika was a little surprised. "That's it?" Han replied briefly. "Not yet. I'll go take a look." He rushed off. On the way, Han had guessed, there will probably be a clue about the next level in here. Because it's an exploration mission, there's no way there's only one task. Even if the mission is randomly determined, it doesn't mean I can't plan ahead. A moment later, Han arrived at the goblin village. Inside, they were trying to tame a pack of wolves. Han hid behind a tree, observing, "A village, how big is it?" Suddenly, a goblin glanced over here. Fortunately, Han disappeared to the waiting room with his companions, leaving only a green ribbon by the tree. Jenna turned to ask Han, "Why did you run off by yourself?" Han said, "I wanted to check around the area." Han had found hints in the main dungeon several times. The quest chain started with an exploration mission called The Flow. He didn't understand what the flow meant here. He didn't know if what Han had just seen could suggest anything. He felt a little annoyed, thinking to himself, "It's not time for the flow to appear yet. This time it's earlier than I thought." At this moment, Chloe rushed over anxiously. "Han, there's a big problem. Some people who look quite strange have arrived." Han crossed his arms. "This isn't the first time." Chloe added, These people are different from the previous ones. They're carrying weapons, and the atmosphere is very strange. Han said grimly. It's here. The master has just summoned a high-level hero. A connection to the main wolf mercenary group had been created. It could be seen that the connection between the 5 summoned and the master himself was a very strong one. There was a tip in the game that when you drew multiple heroes at once, it was rare to summon heroes who knew each other from before. When forming a team, it was best to let them fight separately to maximize their strength. Han turned to ask Isel, "Did the master use money?" Isel exclaimed excitedly, "That's right. He bought the novice summon pack for $50. 2,500 gems and 50.000 gold?" Han calculated and thought to himself, so these guys were sent with the premium summon pack. If it were me, I would have drawn before clearing level 5 and combined them all into one team. He said to Chloe, "Go back to the kitchen. They won't eat you. They're just a little unusual." After speaking, Han turned to leave, dismiss the team. No matter how special the new people are, it won't change much. At this moment, outside the building, a beautiful black-haired girl leaned against the door, looking like she was contemplating something. Jenna suddenly appeared. "Hello." The strange girl was stunned. Also replying, Jenna introduced herself. "I'm Jenna Shirai. What's your name?" "I'm Edith Callan," the black-haired girl replied. Jenna pointed to Han. "That handsome guy is Han. He's a little grumpy, but he's quite kind." Han coldly said, "Shut up, you idiot. Who asked you to introduce me?" Han looked at Edith Callan's status board, 3-star hero. Class: Thief. Her skills were Novice Short Sword level 3, Novice Archery level 1, and Quick Movement level 1. Han guessed, just as I predicted, since she's a 3-star hero. She already has a class. A typical thief, weak in strength and health, but high in agility. It looks like she uses short swords more than bows. He asked, "You said your name is Edith? I want to talk to you for a bit. Can we do it now?" Inside the canteen, Jenna politely got water for the girl. Edith spoke first. "You know this place well?" Han replied, "There are some things I know, but not always. What about you? Do you remember how you got here?" Edith said sadly, "I don't know either. All I know is that I was summoned to fight. That's all. The more I try to remember, the more my head hurts." "Do you understand anything about fusion or other things?" "Fusion is sacrificing one card to strengthen the other." Han gradually clarified his speculation. "Just as I thought. The amount of information they put into the rankings when they are summoned." He continued, "Looking at your clothes, I can guess that you used to be a mercenary." Edith lowered her face. "I used to be part of the main wolf mercenary group." Jenna marveled. "Main wolf? Cool name." She continued, "I remember I was on a mission in Halcha. But when I woke up, I was here." Han speculated about this new team. Based on the fact that she is a 3-star hero, she is probably a person with a higher rank than other mercenaries. Even though she is also a mercenary, it is still different from Mormont, who is a 2-star hero. Jenna was still constantly marveling at this new character. Suddenly, Isel's voice rang out outside. "Avant, Jakin, Wave, Benign, Edith, the master is calling you. Come out quickly." Han reminded her, "You and your friends are being called to the plaza." A tall, muscular man with blonde hair and beard, carrying a large leg of meat, strode out. "Who is it? Who is calling my name?" Edith stood up, saying to him, "It seems the master is calling us. Let's go." The man took a big bite of meat. "It's been a long time since I tasted meat. I want to see what that guy looks like." The two went out and slammed the door shut. Chloe was flustered. That person said he wanted to eat meat and took the leg with him. If that was cooked carefully, it would be enough for 5 people to eat. Jenna snapped, "Then we have to tell him to give it back." Han stood up, saying to Jenna, "Let's go to the plaza." The 5 new people had gathered in the plaza. The system announced that the 5 had formed Team 5, renamed Main Wolf. All 5 of these were 3-star heroes. Avant was chosen as the leader. A commoner saw Han and immediately told on him. "They look strange. They're carrying weapons." Han coldly replied, "I'm carrying weapons too." The fat man still tried to say, "But I have a feeling." Han continued, "That they're bad people?" The fat man nodded vigorously. At this moment, Isel urged the group, "Come on, new recruits. The master is waiting for you." The 5 were very excited. without any fear, smiling and entering the summon chamber. Han thought to himself, this commotion is nothing. They may look like bad people, but they are also very strong. He turned to ask Jenna, what do you think? Jenna thought for a moment and then assessed. Edith seems gentle, but I'm not sure about the others. Then Han turned to ask the group, so what do you want me to do? Protect them? The fat man was caught off guard. Sweating, we would be very grateful. Han smiled contemptuously. For free? The fat man stammered. You're very strong. Han sneered. Didn't you guys just look down on training? Why are you asking for help from me now? If they look so strong, then kneel down and beg them. Isn't that the survival tactic you usually use? Hearing this, the group's faces froze, unable to say a word. Han hated these useless people. Ignoring Eren, this group isn't even as good as Dika. Usually, they neglect training and eat all the meat that Jenna hunts. They could have learned a trade from Chloe or other artisans. These guys are just pretending to try to avoid being fused. He glared sharply at this group of commoners. Get out of my sight before I lose it. The fat man's face turned pale, and he and his group turned and left. Han turned to remind Eren, hey, while you're on the verge of death due to blood loss, they're just lazy or sleeping. There's no need to pity them. Then he turned to Dika. One of the boy's eyes was already bruised. Did you finish fighting? Dika was surprised. How do you know? Who wouldn't know when your eye is swollen like a mountain? Eren explained, it's just a sparring match. Requested by him. Han closed his eyes. Okay, I understand. You two come in and rest. He turned to grab Jenna, who was about to sneak away again. And you, why are you following? At this moment, the main wolf team had cleared the level. Jaken sneered contemptuously. Just a bunch of shrimps. Wave laughed heartily. Goblins? Child's play. How can they make it hard for me? Avant said grimly, glancing at Han, who was sitting leisurely outside. Who are you? Han grinned. Who I am? That's none of your business. Jaken snapped. How dare you be so rude? You brat? Jenna calmly replied. You guys were rude first. Wave chimed in. What woman is this? On this side, Avant introduced himself first. I am Avant Dejak, of the main wolf mercenary team. And you? Islet Han. Han replied briefly. You have weapons. Are you also a mercenary? No, just a farmer. A farmer? Avant glared. Did the gathering event include all the population here? Exactly. Avant seemed to be calculating something. Slowly saying, understood. The system announced that the master was performing a 10x summon. Han was surprised. Suddenly summoning 10x at random? I understand. He summoned it due to the situation. The door of the summon chamber opened. 10 people walked out in a daze. Looking around blankly. Confused. Isel was going crazy over the master. Oh my god. Master. You're an idiot. Jaken. Demand. Lexical. Go into the fusion chamber immediately. One person stepped forward and questioned. Who are you? And how do you know my name? Isel cut him off. When the master tells you to go in, shut your mouths and do as you're told. Suddenly, Jaken appeared from behind, grabbing the young man's neck. You're Demand, right? You look a lot like him. The young man turned pale with fear. Jenna on this side didn't understand what was happening either. No way. Han calmly replied. Maybe, but they were just summoned. Avant ordered Jaken. Bring another one here. The blonde man tightened his grip on Damon's neck, loudly saying, who is lexical in here? Jaken quickly found him, dragging the two into the fusion chamber. Han guessed the master had just been scammed. After all, it was his first time charging the game. Jenna was very indignant. This is wrong. At least give them a chance. Right now, this master was making a huge mistake. It was true that the 1-star cards were useless, but among them, there could still be an individual with potential. Yet he sacrificed the 1-star cards he had just summoned without even checking their abilities first. Jaken had finished fusing the two he had just dragged, stepping out and laughing loudly. I feel the power surging through my body. The system announced that he had been upgraded. Isel read the next 3 names, Avant, Sorniel, Daniel. Everyone seemed to have foreseen the situation. Fleeing in fear, Avant ordered, catch them, don't let anyone escape. The main wolf team went into action together. But seeing that Edith hadn't moved, Avant reminded her, what are you hesitating for? Are you even a member of Main Wolf? Edith closed her eyes reluctantly, slowly drawing her sword. At this moment, Han's voice rang out. Isel, give the master a tip. Even if they're 1 star. It's a waste to fuse them without trying them out first. Isel listened immediately, quickly drafting a tip to send to the noob master. Han did this because he had been through a lot since coming here. Many events had taken place enough to change a person. Jaken approached threateningly. Who do you think you are to interfere with our business? Han smiled calmly. Interfere? I'm simply giving some advice. He glanced at him, sarcastically saying, What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Jaken swung his sword to strike. You son of a bitch. An arrow whizzed through the air. Jaken dodging quickly. Jenna casually warned, I intentionally missed just now. Jaken was extremely angry, veins popping out all over his head. That bitch too. Avant frowned. You just raised your weapon against us? Edith stepped forward to stop them. Enough. Let's stop here. Avant. He punched her hard in the chest, yelling at her, Shut up. Then he turned, pointing his sword at Han. Do you know who we are? Han crossed his arms, smiling. Of course. A bunch of trash. One sentence caused the 4 main wolf members to frown. The system announced that all 4 were showing hostility towards Han. Isel interjected. Stop immediately. War between heroes is strictly prohibited. Do you want to be punished by the master? Han replied. I don't think it's prohibited. Isel stammered. It's true that it's not prohibited. But, Han calmly exposed the main wolf's true nature. Tell the truth. You guys aren't mercenaries at all. Are you? Avant frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course. We're mercenaries. We only act when we're hired to do a job. Han sneered. Nonsense. You're a bunch of robbers. Avant glared at Han. You're overstepping your bounds. Do you want to die that much? Han turned to say to Isel. Hey, guys like this just get in the way. No matter how high the level. Sometimes some heroes with evil natures are summoned. These guys not only disrupt the waiting room order but also reduce the effectiveness of clearing the level. In other words, they're just trash that needs to be eliminated. Isel was flustered, but Han directly requested a challenge. Pointing straight at Avant. Open the duel system. In the game, a duel was a way to resolve conflicts between heroes. With the agreement of both teams, they could bet on some special terms. Avant was very confused. I've never met anyone as crazy as you. What did we do wrong that you had to go this far? Han replied, because you're just a bunch of trash that needs to be eliminated. No one wants you here. You asked about the population of this area earlier. That's because it would be extremely troublesome if there was someone strong enough to deal with you. That was your fear, and right after you were sure that no one could oppose you. You immediately acted. The newly summoned 1 stars aren't even enough to fill your bellies. Am I right? Oh ho, so you mean you're willing to be sacrificed? Jenna was confused. What's happening? Han explained very briefly. It's not complicated. I win. I absorb him. He wins. He absorbs me. Avant smiled, agreeing to the challenge, pointing his sword at Han again. Let's do it. I'm so afraid of you. The system announced that the master rejected the wager item of fusion. Han thought to himself, whatever is just a coward. Huh? He then asked Jenna to take the newly summoned 1 stars into the mansion to avoid stray bullets. Jenna worried, will you be okay alone? Han smiled, cracking his knuckles in a cool way. Do you think I'll lose? Jenna smiled brightly. That's right, you're the top dog, can't lose. Finally, the system announced that the master had accepted the bet. The duel would begin now. Han stated the condition. The match will end when one of us surrenders. Do you agree? As you wish. Avant agreed immediately. I won't kill you, though. I still need a fresh sacrifice. Han said to Isel. Hide us. Don't let that guy interfere with this duel. Isel was also worried for her idol. Will you be okay? Avant immediately charged in, yelling, You fool. It's starting and you haven't even drawn your sword? Han had already planned for Avant. Just looking at the stats. Fighting this guy head-on isn't a good idea. He's at level 2. His strength stat is about to hit 20. And his novice swordsmanship is also leveling up to stage 3. However, don't be arrogant because of the slight gap in level. Avant's eyes widened as he saw Han suddenly change before his eyes. Han activated frenzy mode. His strength, stamina, and agility stats all increased. Han dodged Avant's dangerous attack, jumping behind him. Then he locked the guy's arms, grabbed his head, and slammed it hard into the ground. sending dirt and rocks flying. Han slowly drew his sword, spun it a few times beautifully, and stabbed the sword into Avant's shoulder. This is perfect for dealing with guys who don't know their place. If you keep moving like this, you'll die immediately. Avant screamed in pain like a pig being bled. Han leaned close to Avant's ear, smiling wickedly. "Say you surrender," Avant hurriedly said. "Aye, sir." Before he could finish his sentence, Han twisted the sword, stabbing it deeper into Avant, causing him excruciating pain. Wave then stepped forward, trying to negotiate. "Stop, we lost. Let Avant go," Han leisurely said. "Let him go? Have you ever thought about letting people go when you're filled with the desire to devour them?" Wave was flustered. "That has nothing to do with it." Han glanced at him. "If I say it has something to do with it, then it does. This is a duel that we both agreed to. Why are you interfering? Stopping or not is the decision of the participant. The match will stop if the loser admits that he has lost." Avant used all his strength, looking up, wanting to say surrender, but Han didn't let him say it so easily. Covering his mouth with his hand, he had to play for a while to satisfy himself. Han leisurely continued, "But if he doesn't say anything, it won't stop. This guy is my prey now. Don't worry about his life or death. Go take a nap." Bainin had his hands ready on the two swords behind his back, yelling, "You crazy bastard. Do you think you'll live well after doing this? Do you know who we are?" Han was still very relaxed. "Didn't you say you were the main wolf mercenary team? Edith, are you sure they're the main wolf mercenary team?" Edith was silent. "That's their name from the past. But now, they're just..." Han sneered, continuing, "Now you're just a bunch of thugs. Right? With the way you go around and treat people. Edith, why are you still hanging around them?" Edith was flustered. "I'm just doing what my father asked me to do." Han gradually persuaded her. "Edith, think carefully. Are you going to play with trash like them? Or do you want to join our side?" Edith was even more flustered, unable to answer the question. Jakin went crazy with this attitude. "You bitch. How dare you show your ass to the enemy? Do you want to die that much?" Han said disgustedly. "These mediocre guys are yelling too much." Jakin was still frantically criticizing Edith. "You know what happens to traitors in the end, right?" Meanwhile, Avant's trembling hand reached for a nearby sword. How could Han not know that? Just as it seemed he had touched the sword, Han pressed his head down hard again, sending dirt and rocks flying. He smiled contentedly. "The last day of the trash will be like this," he said to Edith. "Join our team. I need one more person. And the situation is quite convenient for you." Jakin yelled, "You know the price to pay for betrayal." Edith's legs trembled. She closed her eyes and thought. Then, as if she had made up her mind, Edith opened her eyes, taking a decisive step towards Han. He was satisfied. "That's right. Everyone needs to follow the right person. You're right to follow me." The system announced that since Edith had left the team, the main wolf team was officially disbanded. Han said to the remaining three guys, "I don't have any reason to see your dog faces anymore. Get lost." The remaining three were silent, their bodies filled with murderous intent. Avant groaned, "Aye, sir." Before he could finish his sentence, Han interrupted again. "Are you sure you'll be okay after surrendering? I swear I'll swallow you whole." Avant was unwilling, panting, threatening, "You'll regret messing with me." Han was impatient. "You're starting to be a nuisance. Surrender quickly." The remaining three couldn't stand watching anymore, deciding to jump in and attack Han. Isel hurried to block. "The duel hasn't ended yet. You can't interfere." The three who didn't understand the rules fiercely stabbed their swords at Isel. "Get out of the way. You rat. You bitch. If you get in the way, I'll kill you too." This was clearly what Han was waiting for. He happily watched the three choose the path to the underworld. "Alright, you're too stupid. You bastards. Goodbye." Isel's eyes turned red, smiling. "You won't have a second chance." With just a wave of her hand, the three heads automatically separated from their bodies, falling to the ground, creating a bizarre rain of blood on Isel's head. "I told you not to interfere. But you didn't want to drink the offered wine and just wanted to drink the penalty wine." After finishing, she turned, excitedly showing off to Han. "Loki, what do you think? Was I cool just now? How did I do? Was it good?" Han praised. "Amazing. Good job, Isel." Avant saw the situation before him, knowing there was no hope, and exhaled the three words, "I surrender." Han 1. Returning to normal. He held his head. My head hurts. Is this a side effect of frenzy? I think I should limit using it unless I'm in a real life or death battle. The system announced that since Han had defeated Avant, he would be fused with him. Isel told Han, Master just keeps tapping the screen. Han grabbed Avant's hair, smiling. He wants to cancel the fusion. But he shouldn't have agreed to this match in the first place. It seems he doesn't even know about the existence of the duel system. What a noob. He has no money to charge and he sucks at playing the game. Han had finished fusing, and his novice proficiency in sword and shield, as well as his pain resistance, had also been strengthened. Han felt refreshed. Feels good, huh? Isel was extremely worried. What do we do now? Will the master quit the game? Those 3-star heroes were just summoned from the premium pack. We haven't even had a chance to select them properly and we've already sent them away. The master must be furious. Now we're only left with 1-star cards. Han reassured her. If he was going to quit the game, he would have done it at the beginning when I fused away a 4-star hero. Han had set the maximum level limit. If the master wanted to level up the hero, he needed to increase his own rank. Han walked while thinking to himself. That's sad, considering how he uses free 10 pulls to save money. And now he just charged for the first time and got a few 3 stars that are already dead. You're too unlucky, master. But if people like them keep appearing, the waiting room can't operate as usual. You'll have to thank me later. Han looked at the corpses in front of him. These guys are just strong but have no brains. Currently, I'm at level 10, and I have the ability to increase stars through fusion. If he's so stupid as to cause trouble for me in this case, then climbing the tower will be impossible. Han provocatively looked up at the sky, at the star named whatever. Hey, master, what are you going to do? If you want to deal with me, you have to do it decisively. After the battle, Han leisurely walked into the canteen. In front of him were everyone in the area, already standing and waiting. Seeing him, everyone was extremely happy. Dika exclaimed excitedly, "You're amazing, Han." Han turned to pinch Jenna's cheek, frowning. What the hell is this? Jenna, did you do this? I told you not to say unnecessary things. Didn't I? Jenna winced in pain. What are you doing? I'm just telling the truth. The fat man stepped forward. Well, Han, we heard, thank you, about those people with swords who threatened to kill us just now. The others also chimed in. That's right, those guys were bad people. Han sighed. It seems like you guys have misunderstood something. The fat man acted like he understood everything. We know everything. We're not that shameless. And we still want to thank you for saving our lives. From now on we'll also. Before he could finish his sentence, Han directly interrupted. I only saved the new people. This has nothing to do with you guys. The fat man stammered. What do you mean? Han laughed. The master is very angry. At that moment, outside, Isel announced, Lewis, Jeffrey, Owen, Andio, Arnold, and Duncan, these 6, come out immediately, in front of me. Now, Han thought to himself, this master is reacting quickly. That's why he changed his attitude so fast. The fat man stammered, reassuring everyone, everyone, calm down. It's okay. It's just like usual. We'll go hunting goblins. Jenna was also curious. If following the normal team formation, the master would only call 5 people. But just now he called 6 people. I don't know what it's for. Han bluntly said. What else? It's for fusion. These words caused the group to freeze. The fat man yelled. What do you mean? We did our best. Han called out. Aaron, Dika, do you guys think they work that hard? When you're sweating blood all day at the training ground, what are those guys doing? Aaron and Dika lowered their heads without answering. Han continued, Jenna, have they ever helped you hunt? Jenna thought for a moment. I guess they helped me carry the meat and skin that I hunted. Han sarcastically said, even livestock can carry things. It seems you guys are only valuable as livestock. A bald man pushed the fat man aside, going up aggressively. What do you mean by livestock? Han was annoyed, kicking the guy squarely in the face. Stop yapping. Isel lost her patience, appearing and yelling. I said go to town square immediately. Did you not hear me? I let it slide once. Don't you dare take advantage of me. The group then panicked, yelling, please help us. Master will listen to your opinion. Jenna turned to ask, who will the master fuse them to? Han crossed his arms, replying, probably Edith. Since she was just summoned, she's still at a low level. That would be a good choice. The group was still begging Isel. I won't go. I said I won't go. Just one more chance. If you give me one more chance. Isel lost all patience, turning the useless group into light, fusing them to Edith. She leveled up, unlocking the skill. Weapon disarm trap. Han reminded the group behind him. It doesn't matter who you were before you came here. Don't think that others will carry you. And don't expect anyone to protect you. If you want to live, prove your worth. The group turned pale, one person stammering, I don't have any talent in fighting. Just holding a sword makes my hands shake like this. What am I supposed to do now? Do you want me to die? Han glanced behind him, assigning tasks. Chloe, Enoch, Walter, Patrick. If anyone suits you, then teach them your trade. Walter spoke up. Smithing isn't a trade you can learn in a day or two. However, Han continued, if they have enough will, they'll learn it themselves. If those guys want to hit you, tell me, I'll beat them to a pulp. If you want to learn how to hunt and process meat, learn from Jenna, and learn woodworking from Enoch. There are many ways to survive. You're just not doing anything worthwhile. Finally, the master confirmed the end of the fusion. Jenna smiled. You're so polite. Han indifferently said, me? You're funny. Jenna continued, you're teaching them how to survive. Han thought, she's right. If they follow what I say, they won't die stupidly anymore. Just now it was just the master showing his anger. But if not today, then they will be eliminated tomorrow. The 10th floor is gradually approaching us. At that time, the second team will start to become important. Instead of a side team that only has appearances, he will want a team strong enough to rival the first team. The next morning, Chloe, having just finished another batch of bread, smiled and greeted Han. Han looked at the tray of bread, wondering, what's this? It's bread. This woman told me that she used to be a baker. Han picked up one and ate it. I don't remember having flour in the warehouse. Chloe laughed, explaining, she made them by grinding potatoes into flour. Han was satisfied. That's good. The more food we have, the lower the stress level in the waiting room will be. There must be flour in the daily dungeon. The Sinmiral Highlands. You two can tell those guys to go find it themselves. Han opened the door and went outside. Just as he met Edith, who was coming over, he said, Edith, come to the training ground with me. Reaching the training ground, he saw Jenna already practicing archery. He instructed, Jenna, spar with Edith. Remember to use daggers. Jenna was puzzled, but my weapon of choice is the bow. Stop complaining. Without letting Han say another word, Jenna drew her dagger and charged to fight Edith. She constantly attacked, forcing Edith to retreat continuously to dodge. Edith was also surprised. How can a child be so strong? Jenna smiled. I'm not a child. You can tell I'm old. Then Jenna stood still, saying to Edith, all right, come at me. After a fierce skirmish on the training ground, Edith fell to the ground. Clearly defeated, she panted, asking Jenna, were you two mercenaries? Or were you in a famous martial arts family? Jenna maintained her stance of pointing the dagger at Edith, replying, not at all. I'm just the ordinary daughter of an ordinary hunter. In the beginning, we weren't this strong. We were definitely weaker than you. We only got stronger when we started training here. Han came closer, adding, if those idiots didn't learn the bad things and worked hard to increase their strength, I would be in trouble. Edith, you may be weaker than us right now. However, you have superior skills and a faster leveling speed than us 1 stars. As long as you level up, you will definitely catch up to us in the near future. Aaron, practicing in the back, yelled, lies, lies. I'm training like crazy and I can't catch up. Han sighed. Anyway, you can get stronger depending on how hard you work. Don't be lazy in training, no matter who you were before. Edith smiled, wiping away sweat. I will remember this. The training ground was much more crowded now. Everyone seemed to be aware of the situation. They were training harder. That's right, no one could help them. Here, if you have no value, you will be eliminated. Han looked around. Even so, the number of people who actually survive won't be many. Even support roles like carpenters and blacksmiths. If they don't do well, they will soon be fused. Suddenly, Han noticed a young man practicing swordsmanship. He approached and asked, what's your name? The young man, his forehead soaked with sweat, turned and replied, my name is Roderick. I was recently transferred here in the latest summon. I heard what you said to everyone yesterday. Han drew a wooden sword and asked, "You look okay. What did you do before you came here?" "I was a porter in a mercenary group. I carried luggage, stood guard, or set up camp. Doing those things. You look like you know how to fight?" Roderick chuckled, "Because I wanted to become a mercenary." Han smiled, raising his sword. "Then pick up the sword and let's see if you can become a mercenary." Roderick didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. That night, the time for testing the new recruits began. The master didn't care if he needed help or not. Aaron volunteered to participate but was rejected. 2 people had died and 2 more had been fused. Roderick was fused and leveled up to level 3. The others went to the weekly dungeon as usual. The mine where fire attribute stones could be obtained remained closed. And at dawn that day, the people in the main team gathered in front of the yard. Jenna grumbled, "Why at dawn? I'm so sleepy." Han crossed his arms. "Shush. Does anyone know why I called everyone here?" The 5 were silent for a moment. Dika raised his hand to speak. "To choose team members?" Jenna was surprised. "Isn't the master the one who chooses the team?" Han replied, "I can suggest a few things. Even the master can't refuse." And now, Han held up a cup with some pieces of paper. "We will draw lots to choose teams. There are 6 people, so we will divide into 2 teams of 3 people." Seeing Dika silent, Han reassured him, "Relax, I won't throw anyone away. 2 people will be team leaders. I'm 1. Edith is 2. Edith was surprised. "Me? What about Jenna?" Han bluntly said. "Not Jenna." Jenna was clearly unconvinced. "What about me? I'm good too." Edith asked, "But why do we have to divide into 2 teams? If one team dies, or the strong people all go to one team, won't we be short of people?" Han replied, "The master will take care of that." He recalled, level 5 is an example. The strength of the members was too disparate and the whole team was in danger because Zid and Hansen couldn't keep up. There's no need to divide into multiple teams if you can clear the entire floor with just one team. But after that, you need more people to do the missions. In special missions, you might need 10 or even hundreds of people. And it will be very troublesome if you don't nurture enough members in the team. And you need a backup team if the main team is destroyed. Before that, I also chose randomly, but now there are summon rules. I hope the master has learned. Han announced directly. Red goes with me. Blue goes with Edith. No need to be happy or sad. It's the same with me or Edith. He placed the cup of lottery tickets in the middle of the yard. Draw. A moment later, Jenna smiled brightly. Red. I'm very sad if it's blue. Aaron also drew red. Edith spoke. Then no need to check the remaining cards. Looking at Dika and Roderick, who were confused, she said, "Look at your faces. It seems you don't trust me much." Huh? Dika quickly spoke, intending to explain, but Edith continued, "I know. I haven't been here long. And I don't have much combat experience either." Han glanced and observed the situation. Objectively speaking, the strength gap is too big. But there's nothing else to do. He smiled, saying, "Edith, you might be left behind if you can't catch up." Edith also smiled confidently. "Of course, I saw them being fused yesterday. Don't worry, we won't lose." The system notified the master that the hero was proposing a fixed team. Team 1 consisting of Han, Jenna, and Aaron. Team 2 consisting of Edith, Dika, and Roderick. In this game, heroes would occasionally make suggestions. The masters would choose whether to follow those suggestions or not. That night, Han's group was sent up to level 7. The mission for this level was to destroy the enemy, consisting of 13 level 8 goblins. Aaron exclaimed, "Luckily, it seems quite easy." Han drew his sword, saying to his teammates, "Just stand here and watch. I'll kill them all myself." The goblins immediately charged at Han. He took a breath, entering frenzy mode. With this strength, he killed all 12 goblins with just a few sword strikes without breaking a sweat. Only one monster was left, trembling as it looked at him, slowly retreating, the sword in its hand broken, only the hilt remaining. Han sheathed his sword. Jenna asked, "Shall I finish it off?" Han guessed. There's a high possibility that this mission is a chain mission, so it can't be completed immediately. He turned and said, "Let it go. There's only one left, so it can't do anything. Start searching." Han looked around, assessing the situation. The first strange thing is that it's raining. Second, there's a river. And third, there used to be a dam here? After examining, Han turned back, slashing the remaining monster, and the whole group cleared the level. Jenna asked, Han, is that it for today? Can I go take a shower? Do whatever you want. Eren, what will you do? I'll go to the training ground. Eren said enthusiastically. Han reminded him, don't overdo it, you'll destroy your body. Suddenly, Han glared, then called Eren to stay. It turned out that the master had decided to recharge the game. This pack cost $70, the new recruit power pack, including 5,000 gems and 10,000 gold. Han pondered, then said to Jenna, bring the drawing paper from my room and put it on the table. Eren, bring Edith here. The group didn't understand anything but still followed. The system announced that the master had successfully purchased the item. The door of the summon chamber opened. Han announced, there will be new people coming here soon. The system announced that the high-end summon was about to begin. The master had chosen 2 high-end summons, consuming 1,000 gems. Han smiled to himself. I knew he would choose that. Although some people never spend money to win, there's no one who pays to win only once. When you first start playing Pick Me Up, players are often attracted to observing the autonomy granted to the heroes by artificial intelligence. The process of monitoring the reactions of heroes when clearing levels or fusion rooms is quite interesting for new players. The enjoyment of observing the heroes. The enjoyment of assisting them through levels by issuing orders and guidance. Considering tactics and strategies. The higher you climb and upgrade the waiting room, the more content appears, and the behavior of the heroes gradually changes. Playing with lives like that must be very interesting. The summon process was complete. The master summoned 2 rare characters, Evolka and Roderick, both 3-star characters. Roderick frowned, asking, who are you people? Evolka was equally confused. Just as she was about to step forward, she carelessly stepped on her skirt and fell flat on her face. Jenna happened to walk over at this moment. I brought more. Oh, who's this? What's she doing down there? Is she hurt somewhere? Han replied, no need to pay attention. She can get up herself if she wants. What kind of outfit is that? Anyway, Edith also appeared at this moment. She's a noble. A noble? Han was surprised. Edith explained further. You know, with my experience as a mercenary, I think she's a noble lady. I don't know why she came here. Evolka was still lying on the ground, too embarrassed to just stand up. Her face was as red as a tomato, sweat wetting her forehead. A moment later, after explaining to the 2 new people, Roderick had somewhat understood the core concept of masters, summons, and fusions. However, he had no knowledge of levels or skills. He was the protector of a large city, and other than saying that he always felt a sense of responsibility, he had no distinctive personality. Roderick's eyes were quite vague. I always feel like I have an obligation to do something. Like I'm hypnotized. Do I need to stay here to fight nameless enemies? Han explained. Yes, I'll explain it in detail after the drawing is over. Edith and I both need to recruit more people. If you draw a blue ticket, Roderick will follow you. If it's red, then it'll be Evolka. Han secretly assessed. A former soldier or a noble lady. It's too clear who's the better choice. He turned and said to Jenna, bring me those tickets. Jenna quickly ran over. Yes, the tickets are here. Han glanced at the colors of the 2 tickets. If the right ticket is red, then the left ticket is blue. He glanced at Edith, who was smiling slightly. Damn it, did Edith see it too? Jenna placed the cup on the ground. Here, choose. Han quickly rushed over. The left ticket was the answer he needed. Edith's hand was also reaching for it. Evolka looked at the 2 of them with disinterest, then erupted, a flame suddenly appearing behind Han. He froze for a moment. Fire magic? At the same time, both team leaders grabbed the red ticket. Han smiled. Why don't you let go? Did you see it too? Edith also refused to yield. Dream on, honey. This ticket is mine. Han turned to ask Evolka, are you a mage? Evolka's status board had been introduced very clearly. Evolka played with the fireball in her hand. This is a brief introduction about me. Edith was still very excited. Be a good person for once. A mage is much more suitable for my team. Don't you want that protector? Han didn't budge, holding the ticket tightly. Too bad. I've never been a good person. Fire magic combines very well with archers. In Pick Me Up, warriors and rogues can be upgraded to 1 star through proper nurturing. But mages are completely different. They are individuals that can only be obtained through paid summons. The summoning rate for mages is extremely low. Evolka wondered, "Hey, what are you two doing? It's not fun at all. I'm not a specimen for you to examine." Jenna then startled, "Now that I noticed, the tickets, you two peeked, didn't you? Cheaters." Jenna decided to shuffle them. Drawing lots must rely on luck. Evolka still didn't understand. "What are you two doing anyway?" Han explained, "It's simple. We're deciding which team you'll join. Compared to the man next to you, you're a bit slow on the uptake. So which team will I be on? What's catching up with the situation? I was just dragged to a completely unfamiliar place." Roderick advised, "Think carefully. What do you think they're trying to do to us?" Evolka paused for a moment. Roderick smiled. "You understand now, don't you?" She covered her mouth. Her complexion not very good. Not good at all. Being treated like a toy. Roderick chuckled softly. "I agree." Jenna, after shuffling, crossed her arms and looked at the two team leaders. "Alright, no more cheating this time. Let luck decide fairly." Han objected. "What fairness is there in luck?" Jenna was very calm. "Don't talk back to the referee." Han turned to Edith. "Alright, no matter what the result is. Don't complain. Okay, baby, let's play fair and square." The two drew tickets together. Everyone holding their breath watching the results. Han raised the red ticket. Smiling triumphantly. Decided. "Any more complaints?" He then turned to Evolka. "You'll join my team." That meant Roderick would be on team 2. At that moment, Isel was doing her best to drag a commoner into the plaza. He saw Han, yelling, "Han, didn't you say you would let us live if we worked hard? That's too much." Isel was fierce. "Shut up and come here quickly. You, the mage who just joined. Come over here now." Han reminded her. "He can't learn any support skills." "Evolka, go over there quickly. If you don't want to fail and become something as disgusting as them." A moment later, the fusion with Evolka was successful. Han reminded her again when she came out. "You will also be like that if you fall behind. There's no way to avoid the risk of being fused. If you want to live, the only way is to work harder and harder." Isel continued to catch another person and put them in the fusion room. Roderick sighed. "How brutal." Han reminded him, "It's your turn. They're your fusion items." After fusing the two new recruits, Isel enthusiastically opened a time rift. Han explained to Evolka, who was still confused. "He's testing the abilities of the new members." Isel requested, "Team 2, enter the space rift." Edith said to Roderick, "Follow me. You will be the main character in this match." Roderick was very cooperative, bowing his head in response. "I understand." Watching the three enter the portal, Han asked the new member, "Hey mage, what spells can you use?" Evolka said proudly, "Why are you asking?" Han frowned. "Don't you want to fight? Just answer." Evolka was unwilling. "Wait, why do I have to go in there?" Han bluntly said, "Didn't you come here to fight? As a 3-star hero, you should understand this clearly." She was very unhappy. It's so annoying, having to fight in a strange place without knowing why. Han didn't have time to sue the noble. He said bluntly, "Do you need a reason to fight? If you don't fight, you will become fusion material like those guys you just absorbed." Evolka was visibly flustered. Han's eyes turned cold. "So I'm asking again, what spells can you use?" Evolka wearily sat down in a chair. "Wah, the strongest spell I can cast is a level 3 ring of fire." Han crossed his arms and asked further, "I already know you can use other fire magic. What else? Can you use instant teleportation or any support spells?" Evolka smiled. "Support spells? I don't know any. Why would you ask a fire mage about support spells?" Seriously. Han was disappointed. "So you don't know any spells?" Evolka snapped. "Yeah, so what? Don't ask for too much. You'd be amazed if you saw my magic. Okay? No support spell can compare." Han glanced at her, thinking, "That's a bit unlucky. She better be as good as she's claiming. A defensive system would be more flexible than an offensive one." I asked because, even if she's a fire battle mage, there's still a chance she awakened and gained other spells. But it doesn't seem that way. Still, a battle mage is still a mage. Han said again, "From now on, you have to fight with us. Got it?" Evolka reluctantly said, "I'm very reluctant, but I understand. Do you have experience fighting monsters?" "Of course. My nickname is the Witch of Rival." Just then, Team 2 finished the stage. Everyone came out looking happy. Han wondered, Did they just go to a low-level floor to test their abilities? Judging by Edith's expression, Roderick is stronger than she thought. He looked at his team and announced, "Now it's our turn. Get ready to go." Isel spoke up. Group 1 will enter the spatial rift. Han smiled enthusiastically. Let's go. The group would conquer the 4th floor, with the mission of climbing the tower and saving the world. Han was quite pleased. We should probably go to the 4th floor. The stage on the next floor is probably locked. If we want to test her abilities, the 4th floor is probably enough. There are harpy and goblin monsters there. What I want to know is how she uses fire magic. Han leisurely told Evolka, when the battle starts, we'll just be observing. Let's see how good you are. Evolka was startled. What are you saying? Han explained. One of us 3 could easily conquer the 4th floor. Are you not confident because your level is lower? You said I'd be amazed when I saw your magic. Didn't you? Evolka gritted her teeth. That's right, but I'm especially different. How so? Evolka pointed at Han. Just watch and you'll see. Isel stood by the gate. Well then, let's start. The gate will open in 10 seconds. So be ready. Good luck. Han looked at Isel's expression and suddenly understood something. He quickly ran out to check the mission. He cursed under his breath. Master, you bastard. It turned out the weasel sent the whole team to the 8th floor. A brand new floor. Han immediately adjusted the team's formation. This is the 8th floor. Everyone be careful and take out your weapons. Everyone was very tense, not understanding what was happening. Didn't you say we were just going to watch? Weren't we going to the 4th floor? Huh? Why is it suddenly the 8th floor? Han was furious, shouting, "Shut up!" Han thought, is he angry about what happened last time? Just because I killed a 3-star general. He's holding a grudge? This weasel is really petty. He gritted his teeth. He's trying to give us hell. Or does he want to say that testing abilities on the 4th floor is too boring? A blue pillar of light took them to the 8th floor. Jenna looked around. Huh? I think I've seen this before. Suddenly, Han yelled, "Everyone, get out of the way." Evolka just stood there, not understanding what was happening. Han quickly jumped and pushed her down. Don't just stand there. An arrow whistled past. Han angrily looked at the mission board. 8th floor. Type. Conquest. Objective. Eliminate enemies. There were a total of 27 beast-riding goblins. Level 9. Not just one, but nearly 30. This was going to be troublesome. Han's group was surrounded in an instant. Han commanded, "Jenna, shoot arrows." Han gritted his teeth. Moreover, the terrain here isn't flat. He turned to Aaron. When they approach us, dodge to the side and then attack. Can you do it? Yes, I'll try. Han was about to turn and give instructions to Evolka when a monster shot an arrow. Han quickly used his shield to block it. Just then, another one came from behind and slashed horizontally. Han quickly ducked to avoid it, then swung his sword and sliced the monster in half. Before he could rest, another one charged forward, its sword inches from Han's face. Seemingly about to hit, Han ducked his head, avoiding another dangerous blow. The goblin's wolves also charged forward. Han struggled to block with his shield, then yelled for Aaron. His teammate quickly came to his rescue, throwing a spear that hit both goblin and wolf. Han blocked and gave orders. Evolka, cast a spell. She still looked dazed. Asking again. Han was furious, thinking she would be useful. But she was useless in battle. Don't make me repeat myself. You said you were a mage. Kill them all. Evolka hesitated. I need time to chant. How long? 1 minute. Then hurry up. You know it takes a long time to chant. And you need to be told before you do it. Han struggled to block, slaughter the monsters, and urge her on. Evolka closed her eyes and began to mutter the incantation. A fireball and magic circle surrounded her. Han roared, "Aaron, block the arrows aimed at Jenna. Support her in shooting them down." Aaron listened to the order, trying to spin his spear to deflect arrows and support Jenna. Han watched for a moment and realized that the goblins prioritized taking down the mage first. They kept charging towards Evolka. Han blocked them. I can stall, but it'll be difficult to block all of them. Maybe I'll use a magic shield to block some arrows. Han yelled to Evolka, "Can you put up some magic shields?" But Evolka closed her eyes and continued chanting, seemingly not hearing Han. Jenna was also very anxious. "If you just stand there, you'll be attacked." Han was annoyed, frowning. "Impossible. Forget the shields." She can't even use magic and move at the same time. She has to stand still to chant. The goblins attacked relentlessly. One fell, and then another rode a wolf to charge. The attacks only became more intense. The wolves that were slashed became even more bloodthirsty, going wild, and attacking Han's group regardless of the pain. He kept cutting down one wave after another. Eren yelled to signal Han. He quickly turned around to see the goblins jumping in, ready to cut Evolka into pieces. She was still standing there chanting, unaware of her surroundings. A goblin raised its sword, aiming at Evolka's head to chop down. Han rushed forward, quickly grabbing Evolka and teleporting forward. Evolka struggled. "What are you doing?" Han was extremely annoyed. "Why were you standing there chanting in broad daylight without any protection?" Evolka complained. "Annoying? Don't you see I'm turning all that mana into fire?" Han was too lazy to argue. He dropped Evolka, then pulled her, Jenna, and Eren towards the forest. Okay, let's move. See that forest? Run straight to it." Jenna worried. "What if we get blocked like before?" "Let's get there first," Han replied. "When we get into the forest, start chanting immediately. Aim your magic at our previous location." Evolka kept grumbling. "My arm hurts too much. Slow down a bit." The goblins were hot on their heels, determined to chase them to the end. Jenna, leading the group, announced, "I think we can enter this way." Han calculated, so this is the connection between the forest and the plain. Then he turned and shouted, "Evolka, get into the forest now." She was still complaining. "Why are you yelling at me like?" Han didn't say much, grabbed Evolka's hand, and kicked her up above. Big or small doesn't matter if you're dead, right? After his teammates were all inside, Han stopped. Jenna urged, "Captain, get in too. It's dangerous." Han instructed everyone, "Just wait there. I'll be right in." Then he entered a state of frenzy. Han worried, "I've had to use frenzy twice today. Although it's harmful to my stamina, I need to stall for some time." The aura around Han turned red. He charged into close combat with the goblins. Filled with murderous intent, the goblins immediately shot a crossbow at Han. He gritted his teeth, raised his shield to block, and at the same time, a wolf rider charged at an unimaginable speed. Surprising Han, he quickly assessed the situation. Dodging up, dodging down, dodging left, dodging right. He had to dodge not only swords but also arrows, which was extremely difficult. The continuous attacks made it difficult for Han to react. He gritted his teeth. "They're all approaching me. I thought they were using a feint tactic to probe." He stared at the goblin holding a spear charging towards him. If that's the case, Han took a stance, pushed off the ground and moved in a zigzag pattern, cutting both the wolf and the goblin in half. "I just need to get rid of their proud mobility." He jumped and split every enemy he could get to, too focused on chopping down the enemies in front of him. He didn't notice someone attacking from behind. Eren shouted to remind him, but it was too late. The wolf's claws pinned Han to the ground. The system notified him that he had released the frenzy state and returned to normal. The goblin pointed its sharp spear, aiming at Han's head. Han gritted his teeth and thrust his sword straight up into the wolf's throat. It jumped up in pain, causing the goblin's spear to miss. The other wolves went crazy and charged. Eren anxiously tried to charge in. "Let me block them." Han immediately stopped him. "Don't come out here. I'll attract them to buy time. You and the others just need to focus on fighting the ones running towards you." Even so, Han had lost all patience. Hadn't that freaking mage finished chanting yet? He thought he had found a great opportunity. But he had nothing to thank. Oh, thank God. Just then Jenna announced, "Captain, the freaking mage is done chanting. Run away." "Captain." Hearing that, Han teleported and ran forward, with two goblins chasing closely behind. He stomped his feet, jumped backward, and kicked the dwarf goblin back into their ranks. Han ran and fought, clearing a straight path for Evolka's fireball. She opened her eyes, whispered, "Ignite." A powerful stream of fire erupted, shooting straight into the goblin horde. Han lay on the edge, turned to look, and murmured, "Impressive firepower." The stream of fire seemed to stretch endlessly, burning the goblins and wolves to ashes. Jenna and Eren sat in the trees, staring in amazement at the flames. "Is that magic?" Han looked into the fire, and some figures appeared. Han shouted, "There are still a few left. Eren, Jenna, support her. We'll wipe out these goblins." A powerful goblin charged forward. Han turned and swung his sword in a blocking motion. Two pieces of metal slammed together, creating sparks. Han felt a pang of fear. Damn it, I'm exhausted. But if I can't use strength, I'll have to rely on my skills and try to dodge. Han pushed the sword aside. The goblin, off balance from the sword clash, lunged forward. Quick as lightning, he swung his heavy shield horizontally, hitting the monster in the head. As he was fighting fiercely, he didn't notice someone waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack. Just as it got close to Han, an arrow flew, headshotting the monster. Han turned around in surprise. Jenna smiled. How's that? I'm good too, aren't I? On the left flank, Eren charged forward, the spear piercing the throat of a wolf lunging toward them. Hit in a vital spot. The wolf collapsed. Eren enthusiastically said, "If you get tired, I'll protect you." Han smirked, starting to show off. Huh? On the other side of the battlefield, the goblins were still charging. Jenna did a graceful flip, aimed at a goblin, pulled out a dagger, stabbed it precisely in the head. Then they both rolled off the wolf's back. A bunch of others started to attack Evolka, realizing she was standing still. Evolka was busy chanting, her eyes closed, not noticing the danger approaching. A wolf charged, its mouth full of sharp teeth wide open. Luckily, an arrow whistled through the air, aiming very precisely at the wolf. Jenna sighed in relief. Haha, almost died there. She turned to her teammates, shouting a reminder. Evolka, wake up, run. Evolka raised the fireball in one hand, still chanting, her eyes still closed. Jenna desperately yelled, "Hey, run, seriously." She still hasn't finished chanting. Just then, Evolka's eyes snapped open, fire blazing in them. Han quickly ordered Eren, "Damn it, run." Eren listened and ran closely behind him. A powerful aura surrounded Evolka. She clenched the fireball, chanting, "Ignite." A pillar of light erupted in the middle of the goblins, and a ring of fire spread out from her feet. Then, boom, 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 earth-shattering explosions rang out in quick succession, sending rocks flying. Han and Eren quickly lay down to dodge. Han held up his shield to block the rocks raining down, gritting his teeth. Damn, if we hadn't run fast enough, we would have been swept away too. After a while, when he no longer felt rocks falling on his head, Han got up, looked around, and thought, is it over? Suddenly, Han's eyes widened. There was still one goblin alive. That son of a gun was as resilient as a cockroach. Evolka raised her hands and said two words. Annihilate. A tornado of fire appeared, wildly sweeping everything into the air. Jenna gritted her teeth and clung to a large tree trunk. The tornado of fire destroyed everything in its path. Trees fell, rocks flew everywhere, and the goblin was pulverized. The scene was like a scene from hell. Fire was everywhere, smoke filled the air, and trees were broken. Evolka stood silently, looking at the scene before her. Han was also stunned by the incredible power. Unable to speak, from his position, a path of scorched earth led straight to the area where the goblins had been standing. To describe the scene, that area looked like it had just been hit by an atomic bomb. The system announced that they had cleared the stage. Evolka was the MVP of the match. The group was summoned back to the waiting room. Eren was still in shock. Killed more than 20 goblin cavalry with just one move. Is that magic? Jenna exclaimed in admiration. That magic is over the top. Max level. Evolka laughed out loud. This is the absolute power of fire magic. Didn't I tell you that you would be shocked to witness my power? I am the Countess's witch from the rival region. Evolka rival. Before she could finish, Evolka fell backward in surprise. Jenna quickly ran over. Evolka had fainted, and blood was pouring from her nose. Han guessed, she must be out of mana, after using so much at once. Then Han recalled the entire battle, thinking to himself, but while chanting, she can't do anything for a minute, and nearby teammates have to constantly focus on protecting her. In addition to not being able to use defensive magic, her strength, stamina, and dexterity are all below 1 star. I've fought and battled with many mages, but this is the first time I've seen a mage like her. And of course, there are many things like this in reality. This isn't the first strange thing, but it's also very rare. If I had to compare, she's like a tank without armor or wheels, just stupidly focusing all the advantages on the cannon. The firepower is strong, but there's no flexibility or defense. Looking at Evolka slumped on Jenna's shoulder, Han smiled. But on the other hand, she's really strong. It's just a matter of time for us to complete a team with close, mid, and long range. The next day, after logging in, the first thing the master did was build a base dedicated to mages. After building the magic research facility, the research function was unlocked. The master also built an alchemy lab, where different items could be synthesized and tested. The library was also completed, and mages could learn and develop their knowledge. The 3 auxiliary buildings of the training area, the magic research lab, the alchemy lab, and the library were merged into a new magic castle. Evolka was panting and grumbling. Why do I have to do this? Why does a high-quality mage like me have to go through such barbaric training? I'm a profession that uses my head. Evolka was being forced to run by Han to improve her physical strength. And she kept complaining. Han smiled. Then you can just eat potatoes. Meat is food for people who use their bodies. Evolka was bitter, selfish, daring to value food more than my intelligence. The reason Han did this was that although it wouldn't help her chanting, she needed to be trained to dodge attacks aimed at her. Han sped up and ordered Evolka, "Speed up." Evolka's eyes were already welling up with tears. "Why do I?" Han sighed, frowning. "You complaining is really annoying. On the battlefield with swords and spears, endurance is very important. And it's also better than that tight, uncomfortable outfit of yours." Evolka tried to explain. "That's my family's magic item." Magic items had the ability to increase the damage of fire magic. The dress Evolka wore originally was said to be a special magic item made by her family specifically for her. Han looked at her and explained, "Although this is endurance training, it's nothing much. You have to run 3 laps around the field every day, without a sandbag, at a slow pace. Compared to what I usually train with, I could write you an essay about how easy today's training is." Evolka was running, her face pale. "I don't need hellish training like this." Han ignored her and sped ahead, starting to use tactics. "Looks like Evolka only wants to eat potatoes tonight. I'll go tell Chloe." Evolka was furious and quickly chased after Han. Han ran and looked up at the eye in the sky. That master isn't doing anything but sitting and watching. But I admit, it's fun to watch the situation now. Currently, the distance to reaching the 10th floor isn't too far. Fortunately, we've acquired a mage, and the magic castle has been unlocked. Thanks to all the dungeons that opened yesterday, we can acquire all 3 types of dungeon materials every week. The materials we have are all stored in the warehouse and are waiting for my instructions. Now it's time to make consumable items like potions. After finishing the work, the system notified that the master had logged out of the game. Han turned and left the training field, not forgetting to tell Jenna. "Jenna, don't let Evolka escape." Jenna replaced Han, constantly running alongside her, cheering her on. "Evolka, keep running. Push forward. Push forward." Making potions was originally a high-level task that required pharmacists and alchemists. But like the weapon-making process, if Han used minigames, he could still make them without the necessary skills. Han entered the newly built magic castle. Currently at level 1, he looked around. So this is what it really looks like. He picked up a book and studied it. There are guidebooks for specialized professions here, but I can't read them. Let's start making potions. He picked up a handful of ingredients and dropped them into a bottle. The mini-game for making potions is a rhythm game. Of course, this was easy for Han's nimble hands. He kept clearing stages, and the system kept reporting that he had successfully created potions. After a while, the shelves were full of successfully created vials. Truth be told, as long as you're a pro gamer, even if you're a warrior, you can handle all the professions of blacksmith, pharmacist, alchemist, etc. Esel flew nearby, constantly marveling. Oh, just as Loki expected, Han looked at the potions, muttering to himself, 6 health potions and 2 mana potions. The master may be suspicious, but this is still better than trying to hoard potions and dying because you have nothing to use. After a while, Han called Aaron and Jenna to discuss his strategy. Now our team officially has a mage. The 2 nodded. Yeah, that's right, because we won't have a chance to draw again. Han continued, "Do you know why I brought the charcoal brazier here?" He raised his hand and plunged it into the burning charcoal brazier. "Come closer and see what I'm going to do." Jenna and Aaron looked at this scene. Stunned, not understanding what was going on, they yelled, "Captain, what are you doing?" Han gritted his teeth, trying to endure the burning pain, and explained, "If Evolka has the ability to control fire magic, then we have to get used to fire too." Then he counted each second. The two on the other side looked at Han with a very strange look. After counting to 10 seconds, Han pulled his hand out, his burning arm swelling up almost instantly, then restoring completely, as if he had never put his hand in the fire. Han looked at his recovering arm and said, "Anyway, we'll quickly recover in the waiting room. Evolka uses fire magic, and we'll fight alongside her. So if we don't get used to it, what will happen? We'll be cooked before the enemy." Jenna trembled and stuttered, "So, that's why you're making us do things like this?" Eren also shuddered, sweat pouring down his head. "How long do we have to do this?" "Until you can endure it," Han said calmly. Jenna and Eren shared the same concern. "We need to do this crazy thing until we gain better fire resistance?" Han seemed to read his teammates' minds. He said, "Remember when we were on the 5th floor? Remember what happened when we weren't prepared?" Hearing that, Eren gritted his teeth and put his hand in the charcoal brazier. Suddenly Han grabbed his hand, stopping him. "Do it somewhere no one can see. I don't have the fetish of watching you scream in pain here. What I did was just an example." Eren paused, then replied, "I understand." Jenna was still very reluctant. "I don't want to do this. I'm just attacking from long range anyway." Han smiled, his eyes gradually becoming inhuman. He grabbed Jenna's hand, intending to press it into the brazier. "You don't want to? Then I'll do it for you. If I hold your hand and put it in here together, it won't be too hot. Putting it in slowly will hurt more." Jenna screamed like a pig being slaughtered, trying to pull back but unable to. Han continued, "Are you going to run away every time Evolka uses magic? She can't even protect herself or move when she's chanting. If we can't protect her, she'll only die. She can't even dodge a snail if it attacks her. If you don't want to waste the mage we were lucky enough to get, then learn fire resistance until we get to the 10th floor. I'll learn it too." Jenna sighed as if she had just gained a new life, but the thought of enduring the pain made her a little unwilling. Han ignored her, pulled out a dagger, and said to Eren, "Sorry, but you still have a training to choose." Han rotated the dagger, then stabbed it into the middle of his hand. Han glanced at Eren. "How is it now?" Although he tried to endure it, the pain of flesh and blood rebounded, causing Han to groan. He said to the two people, "You don't have to do what I do. You can find your own methods." Han handed the knife to Eren. "It will help you endure the pain." Han muttered to himself, "It will be very painful. But he needs to do it." Although health potions can restore everyone's health, they are usually accompanied by intense pain. If you want to fight while using health potions, having the ability to endure pain is essential. Jenna trembled and asked, "No way. Do I have to do that too?" "Not you." Han's answer made Jenna sigh with relief. But the next sentence was like dropping her from heaven to hell. "But you'll have to learn to endure pain occasionally in the future anyway." Jenna was scared and sweating. "Then please let me do it last." Before she could finish, Han interrupted her. "You'll learn switching." Jenna was surprised, not understanding. He explained, "Practice until you can switch between bow and daggers as quickly as possible. That way, you can fight at both long and short range depending on the situation." Jenna was a little confused. "But I use a bow and arrow better than a dagger," Han said sternly. "Then change it now. The mid-range, long-range close combat formation will be eliminated. From now on, we will create a triangle formation with Evolka standing in the center as the main damage dealer. And we will start practicing from tomorrow. Although it's really not suitable for you. If only me and Eren are taking damage, it's not enough to protect Evolka. You need to protect one more side during battle." Jenna thought for a moment. The young lady was being protected too much. This could be called protecting the princess. But they couldn't ignore this method if they wanted to use Evolka properly. The most effective group composition in this game was the dual mage system. It would be better if they had one more support mage to heal and shield the group. There was still the 9th floor, but it was highly likely that they would stop for a while. The 9th floor might be given to Group 2 so they could gain experience climbing the tower. Han opened the door to his room, thinking, as long as the quest chain is still there, we can't level up with just one group. Then if there are sacrifices, there will be no one to replace them. Developing secondary groups with different members is common knowledge, so the master probably already knows. Subjugate, survive, escort, break through, assassinate, protect, surround, pursue, escape. Clues have been given. The 10th floor is a difficult floor, where there will be a mission that requires at least 2 groups to cooperate. Since it's a cooperative mission, it will be more dangerous and difficult than what we've experienced so far. We can't be lazy in the preparation process. Han carried a bucket of water, a bucket of charcoal, lit a fire, and put a rag in his mouth, preparing for his self-training. When he was done, he plunged his hand into the fire again and again. The fire sizzled, the burning sensation on his skin numbing Han. After a long time, Han successfully learned the fire resistance skill. Early in the morning, Avalka's scream heralded a noisy day. What? In contrast to her flustered expression, Han was quite relaxed. What do you mean? What? You're not good for much right now. So you need to master your skills, shorten your casting time, and reduce the energy you use. Avalka was annoyed. How dare you say such insulting things? Han narrowed his eyes at her. Don't like it? Avalka had no other choice. She gritted her teeth, and reluctantly turned away. Fine, I'll do it, okay? Avalka's fire magic followed a 3-layer structure. The first layer was creating a flame and shooting it forward. The second layer was burning by detonating the flame. The third layer was to raise the explosion vertically. The more layers, the more operations, and the more energy was consumed. The effect would definitely be strong. But to achieve that effect, she needed to constantly practice with all her might. Han approached Jenna and ordered, "Let's start practicing." They were gradually approaching the 10th floor, and everyone practiced with increasing intensity from early morning until late at night. Jenna raised her bow and shot. "Here I go." Han quickly raised his sword to block the arrow, thinking as he practiced, "As always, I'm practicing blocking arrows." At some point, I stopped using the shield to block and started practicing dodging and deflecting arrows with my sword. Jenna praised, "It seems this exercise is helping you get stronger. You're improving fast." Han said coldly, "No need for praise in the middle of practice." As he spoke, he deflected a sharp arrow that was rushing towards his head. The system announced that Han had learned the parry skill, and Han's beginner sword and shield had leveled up to level 6. Han had acquired the skill he wanted. Just then, Jenna pulled out a dagger and lunged forward. Han leaned back to dodge, causing the stab to miss. Quickly, Jenna held the dagger in her mouth, reached out, and drew her bow and arrow. Aiming, Han was a little pleased. Switching skills? However, Han was still faster than her, his sword already close to Jenna's neck. Han praised. Good. The praise made Jenna very happy. Han thought to himself, even though she started as a 1-star, she has great potential. Her learning speed is outstanding. If I didn't know about this game, I wouldn't have been able to surpass Jenna. She replied wittily. Oh, who said no praise was needed during practice? Who was it? Han annoyedly pinched her cheek. I want to hit you. You know, thinking about it, a normal 1-star hero would be at Aaron's level, even if he raised his beginner spear mastery to level 3. That's all he could do. Aaron hadn't been to the training ground for a long time, staying in his room, trying to learn pain resistance and fire resistance. Avalka was probably practicing what he asked her to do in the special training ground of the magic castle. Even if the firepower was slightly reduced, her spells were still quite strong. Except for mandatory situations, she only needed to use layer 1 of the 3 layers of that move. The current training ground also welcomed a few newly summoned random 1-star people. But they were all useless. Both Team 1 and 2 didn't have enough 5 people per team. But the master didn't seem to have any intention of recruiting new heroes. It seemed he wanted to use more free people like them to level up those who needed it. The next day, as expected, Edith's team returned after infiltrating the 9th floor. They looked quite tired. Roderick even had to help 2 new recruits. Han approached and asked, "You guys seem to have had a hard time. So what was the challenge?" "Conquering a goblin village. There were about 50 of them." Han asked, "Anything else? Was there anything special about that place? If you saw anything strange, let me know." Edith frowned, thought for a moment, and said, The ground was muddy, like it had just rained." Han was a little confused. "Muddy, that's it?" Edith walked past. "I didn't have time to notice anything else." Just then, Isel announced that it was Han's group's turn to pass the stage. Han announced to the team, "It's our team's turn." Very quickly, the team passed the 4th floor stage. Han watched his team walk out, full of enthusiasm, and secretly evaluated them. The 4th floor has nothing left to train on. With that protection strategy, my level is 10, Jenna's is 8, Aaron's is 6, and Avalka's is 4. Everyone's levels have reached the limit of the current floors. We've upgraded as much as possible in these low floors. So the equipment workshop will help fully develop the equipment of the whole team. The torn E-rank leather armor has been enhanced to D rank by attaching metal plates to the outside. Aaron and I received daggers as support weapons. 2 people in the training ground were added to teams 1 and 2. Shuren and Makin, even if they don't have the combat experience, skills, and abilities to keep up with the team. There's no other way. The 10th floor is not far away. That night, Han was sitting in his room recording his plans when Isel appeared, enthusiastically asking, "How is it, Loki? Have you predicted the upcoming challenge? You'll be able to handle it easily, right?" Han responded indifferently, "Only God can do it. I don't know if you're here to help me, but don't say those useless things." Isel wondered, "But you're the pro of this game. If I were a god, I would have conquered 100 floors a long time ago. You nuisance." Han thought to himself, "Pro of pros. It's true that I'm one of the highest ranked players in this game. But even so, after 2 years of grinding, I only reached the 88th floor. My entire team was wiped out because of unforeseen random challenges and traps. The pros of this game improve through failure. It's just that the master hasn't tasted failure yet, so he doesn't know the difficulty. If it continues like this, the moment he experiences failure will also be my last moment." The next morning, the group of warriors, equipped with weapons and helmets, stood in the square. Evolka looked around in confusion. A bunch of people are gathered in the town square. Why are they here? It wasn't that kid who called them. Han reminded, "She'll call them soon. Don't ask too much." Evolka was annoyed. "You always act like you know everything." Han didn't argue. He secretly guessed. It's been 30 minutes since the master logged in. There are no directives, showing that he is hesitating. Does he want to conquer the 10th floor? Or is he considering waiting longer? The new members aren't familiar with the team, and I've reached the limit of level 10 for a 1-star. But I haven't completely mastered the skills. There's still something missing. If he gives me about a week, I can upgrade the skills to the limit of 1 star. Then, we can conquer the 10th floor with a much more advantageous mindset. But life wasn't as he dreamed. A button lit up on the announcement board. Han could confirm his guess. If he did as I said, it wouldn't be the master I know. Isel appeared, announcing, "Open the spatial rift." Han stared at the gate. "This is our reality, not the master's." "That's right. In the end, this is just a game. Even if we all die, he just needs to get more heroes." Han turned to the new recruit Shuren and said, "When the match starts, find a place to hide." Shuren was confused. "But I can fight too." A level 3 person with level 1 beginner spear mastery. He would only be a hindrance in this match. If this battle was more than a week later, it might be possible. While lost in thought, a notification board appeared. Warning: this is a difficult challenge that requires the participation of 2 teams. If there are not enough team members, please supplement them with premium or free summons. Tip: using the strategy room, you can deliver strategies to the heroes participating in the challenge. Han thought to himself, strategy room, he doesn't even know how to use it. It's a little complicated for a noob. Thinking of this, Han turned and ordered Isel. Tell him to take the items in the storage. Isel listened to the order and typed for a while. The warning board appeared again. Master, there are usable items that have not been used in the storage. Let the heroes carry these items. They will use them when needed. Tip: items can be handcrafted in the smithy or magic castle. Materials can be obtained in daily dungeons. Items are the life buoy and victory of heroes. Or things need to know to become a veteran in the game. Han calculated. We have a total of 6 health and mana potions. Dividing 3 for each team is perfect. Mana potions are mainly for Evolka. He smiled and looked at Edith. How's the preparation going? She also smiled confidently. All done. Any last wishes? That's a little too much of a joke. Buddy, go rinse your mouth after eating fish sauce or shrimp paste. Then Han became serious. Edith, we may be sent to different areas. In that case, we must gather as soon as possible. Edith wondered, how do we do that? Head towards the center. Han replied, if you don't know where it is, locate it from a high vantage point. Isel suddenly yelled, threatening everyone, you guys, try not to get in the way. I'll be monitoring closely. Han was annoyed, don't monitor them. Isel was startled, really? Really? Isel was still a little hesitant. But, Han smiled, don't worry, I'll help you get through this 10th floor. The group entered the waiting room. As soon as they entered, they saw a man hugging his head and crying. We're all going to die. Everyone's going to die. We can't win. We're all going to die. Even women and children. No one will escape. We're all going to die. Han felt itchy and stepped forward, kicking him headfirst. The man looked around. Who's there? Who are you? Han also wondered. Who is this idiot? He continued loudly. Ghosts? That's right. It must be ghosts. Jenna guessed. I don't think he can see us. She tried to ask the man. Hello? Can you see us, sir? Han knew who the man was. An NPC in the game. There were many cases where NPCs appeared in challenges. He wondered why they never cooperated well, but were always so stupid. A group of soldiers ran past. Han looked around, wondering, how strange. This city seems familiar. Aaron also vaguely recognized it. You reminded me, Captain. I think we've been here before. It looks a little different, but the feeling is very similar. The city scenery and architecture too. Han's eyes widened. No, it's true. We've been here before. This is the ruined city used as a challenge on the 5th floor, where many people died, except this place hasn't fallen yet. Jenna also realized, wait, isn't the timeline a little strange? Things weren't like this? Isn't this not the first time that the timeline is strange? And what? Let's talk about those things later. Han reminded his teammates, the important thing is that we have been summoned here, and in order to survive, we must complete the mission. The mission has not started yet, so now we should take the opportunity to collect information. I will give everyone 5 minutes. Investigate this area as much as possible and report to me. After 5 minutes, you must return here immediately. If you are late, you will be left behind. The team took orders and set out to understand the castle. Han chose a high bell tower to see the whole scene. This is probably the best place to observe the battle situation. A soldier was hugging his head, trembling near them. He glanced at the soldier. The confidence of the soldiers has long touched the bottom. There are about a few thousand goblins in the forest in the north. The system reports that there are 2,213 goblins. Level is not certain. Is that a siege tower? Han guessed, too lucky. It seems that they don't have any capturing engines. Toward the east, a few hundred goblins and the river that we saw on the 7th floor. Those also the level uncertain goblin. These people also do not have any capturing engines. He turned around and looked toward a group of soldiers near that. In comparison to them, our side, it seems that the people gathered outside of the castle are all of the manpower that we have. Human soldiers have 353 soldiers. Level is not certain. The monsters are 10 times more than us. No, even more than that. No matter how I look at it, this is a hopeless situation. But the mission still does not have a describe. If this is a survival mission, then our side's chances of living are quite high. Suppose that the survival mission is requesting to survive in a certain amount of time and once again activated. Then it will be much easier to breed compared to that in floor 5. There is a series of NPCs that our side can be used as a decoy. At the same time we also have a mage that is skillful in defending with range. The Wheel of Fate will turn very soon. Team 2 has also joined. Han came to his teammates. Edith, this time's mission. Before finishing the talking, 3 lines of red warning suddenly appeared. Han was stunned. Warning sound 3 times is the announcement of the high difficulty? The describe of mission of the 10th floor is defending the goal. Protecting the city to be prevented from collapsing. Han cursed inside. Damn it, it is not a survival, but defending. Counting Team 1 and Team 2. Then have a total of 10 people. Counting that 350 NPC. Then the total manpower is about 360 people. Defend over thousands of goblins. Han calmed down. Shared the plan to the teams. Everybody is here. After sharing the information that you guys collected, then we are going to discuss in detail about the mission, goal and the role that each of you has in the role. Quote, Jenna reported first. For my part, even though I had tried to talk with people in the city, but no one is replying. The meaning is that our side can see and touch NPCs, but they cannot see and listen to our side. Aaron continued, the evacuees is gathering in the center of the city. In the meantime, 2 gates north and east are being attacked by the goblins. At south and at the west, they are not having any gates. So basically our side are stuck. Also mean that if the outer castle wall is collapsing, then everybody in here will be swept. Edith worried. Han, tell me, what our side need to do this time? Is it? Han replied, our side's mission is defending. Defending? Han confirmed, our mission this time is protecting the city being prevented from enemies invading. In other words, our side need to destroy that goblin. Quote, Edith worried. Impossible. Roderick asked, what if our side temporarily retreat? After being escaped from the castle wall and considering the situation again, our side can be ambushing into their behind. Quote, Han replied, no, according to my guess, destroying all the enemies is necessary for the mission this time to succeed. And because of that, the defeated conditions is in the above. In the front of the bell tower. Someone talked. Commander, the statue is being shined mysteriously. The twin goddess statue is the thing that has often appeared in special mission. Quote, Han glanced to the wall. That has nothing relate to destroying the goblin. That statue will be destroyed. Also mean that we are going to lose. Roderick closed his arms, fell into deep thinking. Can't be trusted. Our side not only need to kill the whole enemy, but also need to protect that statue? Han continued, and if in some reason that our side failed to achieve the mission, then all of us will be dying. Everyone is becoming super tense when listening those words. Roderick confirmed again for one time. Even though our side are escaped from the city? Han nodded. Correct. No matter where our side are at. When the mission fail, then our side will be dying. No exception. This is truly a super difficult situation. But as long as it is still in a game, even the mission is looking impossible at what level, it will still has the way to achieve. Han analyzed about the opponent. Even though the goblin has large amount of soldiers, they only has 1 siege tower as the only equipment. Furthermore, only that group in the north is having tower. The meaning is that if our side succeed in defending at north side, then our side are going to stalling enough time. Edith's team will move to the outmost wall and support the defending. You guys must destroying or pushing the stairs that they are using to climb up the castle wall. Edith asked again, so that is our side's role? Looking at you it seems that you are not very pleased. Is there any problem? Tell me to hear. Quote, Edith frowned. Even though how hard I try, our side also only has 5 people only. I do not think adding 5 people from our side into 300 NPC which is already at there will automatically means that the city is completely being defended. Han thought inside. What she said is not wrong. The fighting power of Team 2 is at the same level as 50 human soldier. Then he talked, as long as they does not has anything to siege the city, then the only entrance to them is only those rough stairs only. If you guys succeeded to defending the most dangerous position on the castle wall, then the defending effect is going to largely increase. Edith shook head. I do not means that. Even though we can stalling for the time. But where is even a chance that keep like this can destroy them? Han replied. Those things I also know. Even though the both team cooperate, then it will still unable to change anything. Even though keep it even longer, then eventually the city will still be invaded. All because of the difference in number of the soldiers between both sides. The exchange rate of fighting power is 1 against 10. Even counting in myself, then it is still 2 against 10. According to what I remember at floor 5, they do not have any intention to withdraw. In other words, winning in this fight is impossible. But it is certain that it has a hint. Han told Jenna, there is a river in the east side of the city. Try to remember back at floor 7. He remembered the break dam that saw at floor 7. At the time Han still wondering. Because of the heavy rain at floor 7, it causes the dam to break and the water's stream is super tough. Every hint from floor 5 to floor 9 is directly pointing at the dam at east. It must has some reason that the game is guiding those people to here. But breaking a dam of a river away far from the city has any meaning? Damn it, it has too little information. Han tightened his hands. Suddenly Jenna remembered one thing. I remember already. I hear this before. I am hearing a hoarse voice at other side of the river. Jenna remembered the situation at the time when she was standing at side of the river. She saw a picture like a group of soldier riding horse through the forest. Han suddenly woke up. It seems that he understood one thing. He slapped Jenna's cheek. Why only told me now ma noi? Then he turned around and told Edith. Team you stalling is longer the time, the better it is. If the outside castle fall, then retreat into the wall inside. Use soldier and those evacuee to be the shield of flesh if you need. Even though how hard it is. Locking the city door and try to resist. Until our side comes back. I cannot act weak while everybody is doing the more difficult mission. Edith smiled. Okay, our side is going to try to resist as far as we can. Jenna wondered. Huh? The tactic meeting is only like this? Is it a bit too short? What does our side need to do? Quote. Han explained very shortly. Not the same as you. Edith has a brain, so that she understands what she is doing immediately. Take a short moment to pack the thing. Our side is moving toward the gate at east. Quote. Aaron worried. Commander, is our side is going to leave? It has a few thousands goblins outside. Super dangerous. Han replied. Correct, but our side still need to go. If staying still at here, then sooner or later our side will also be finished. The dam that we came in from at floor 7 already been destroyed. If the hoarse voice that Jenna heard is the voice from the reinforcement soldier, then the chance that the reason that the city on floor 5 being destroyed because of the reinforcement soldier are unable to travel through the strong stream water from the dam being break. That means, the thing that our side needs to do is going outside using the east gate. Stab through those goblin and preventing that dam being destroyed. Jenna felt a little worried. If that is the case, then it impossible. Looked like knowing what Jenna is going to say. Han pulled the sword and said, correct. We are going to make balance in this match. At the city gate, a flood of refugees surged in. The human commander constantly directed. Hurry, move the refugees into the castle. Line up properly. Don't push. One at a time. Han's group struggled to get through the crowd of refugees. Evolka looked back and sighed. We barely got past them. Han reminded. We've only left the inner city. It'll be tougher out there. They ran to the final gate. Han ordered. Jenna, climb the city wall to scout the situation outside. Aaron, prepare to open the gate. Evolka, start chanting. When the gate opens, immediately cast your spell. Han glanced at Shuren. This guy's still here? Running closer to the gate. Han instructed. Aaron, pull the pulley to open the gate. The soldiers couldn't see Han's group, so when they saw the gate automatically opening, they panicked and shouted at each other. What's going on? The gate's opening. What's going on? Did the goblins get in? 2 soldiers rushed to where Aaron was opening the gate. No, the door opened by itself. It's turning by itself. What is this? Stop it now. Jenna climbed up high, looked outside, and shouted, Commander, there's a ton of goblins outside the gate. Won't they flood in when we open the gate? Han replied, it doesn't matter. Come down first. Evolka's magic will clear a path for us. We'll stop the soldiers from rushing in. Han was below, constantly hitting the soldiers to keep Aaron opening the gate. The soldiers paled. What is this? Possession by demons or something? They kept running towards Aaron. Stop. Stop now. Jenna stood near the stairs, sticking her foot out to trip the soldiers, causing them to fall in a heap. Without needing to punch or kick, Evolka started chanting for her fire magic. As the gate cracked open, an arrow whistled in, aimed right at Evolka. Han quickly lunged out, precisely grabbing the arrow. The goblins stood right outside the gate, staring inside, looking like creepers peeking at someone's daughter. Han swung his arm and threw the arrow, hitting one of them right between the eyes. Jenna was still diligently stopping the soldiers from getting near Aaron. The soldiers were helpless. Is it magic? Where are you? I won't let you. He ate Jenna's kick, and fell. One soldier laid on the ground and shaked. The goddess has abandoned us. Suddenly, it started to rain heavily. Han glanced at Evolka and asked, your fire won't be affected by the rain, right? She smirked, not bothering to answer, showing an attitude of, just wait and see. Finally, Aaron opened the gate, and shouted to inform Han. The goblins flooded in like a river overflowing its banks. Han immediately ordered, blow them away. Evolka listened to the order and fired the fireball at the raging goblins. The goblins instantly turned into ash. Han reminded, burn the goblins, not the gate. Make it explode outside the city. Evolka listened and read the magic to explode. Immediately the goblins exploded and was destroyed. When the road in front was clear of goblins, Han ordered, "Jenna, Aaron." The two listened to the order and dashed out of the gate where fire was still billowing out. "Roger, we're going ahead." Han handed Evolka a potion. Instructed, "Take a sip every time you use a spell." Evolka took a sip and mumbled, "I know. There's still a lot to do. Can you do it?" Han confirmed again. Evolka left first. "Sure, who do you think I am? I can use the spell at least 100 more times." Han turned and spoke to the new soldier. "Hey." Shuren was startled. "You still want to follow us?" The reason Han asked was that the system notified that Shuren was frightened. All stats reduced by 30%. Han continued, "Go to Edith. She'll tell you what to do. If you're still alive after this battle, I'll train you." Shuren hastily turned and ran to Edith's team. The soldiers quickly closed the gate. Han slowly walked. "Close it if you want. The escape route is blocked. The only way left is to go forward. I will kill you all." Reaching the city gate, Han immediately instructed everyone to get into position. Evolka stood in the center. Aaron and Jenna protected her from behind, and Han would protect her from the front. Han reminded Evolka, "Only use the first layer of the spell. It doesn't matter if the firepower is weak. Make it spread out as much as possible." The rain was getting heavier. People had a little worried. They are going to break through the fire and crush us soon. Han did not talk. Stared the goblin firmly. There is 20 seconds to Evolka finishing reading the magic. Han mentally counted down. At that time, a goblin flied toward and chopped the sword downward to Han's head. He sweeping, split the goblin into half. Each attack is the pass of 1 second. The other 3 blocked every attack from the enemy. Make Evolka to focus on reading magic. Each of the second that pass are as long as centuries. The goblins swarmed to attack with full power, without letting the group have time to breathe. After chopped down one solitaire, the other one would swooped. The battle has becoming super hard. The goblins did not understand the meaning of fear is. Seems like more of chopping them. The more they are hyped up. The last second has came. Han shouted and divined. Protect the vision for Evolka. Switching the position now. First skill. Ignited. The strong fire is swooping outward. Incinerate the group of goblin. They are screaming and struggled in the sea of fire. Han quickly ordered the group to break through. Even he can felt the super high temperature outside the leather armors. But he can still endure the heating. Luckily Evolka is a part of the team. But because of the rain, the fire fence is disappearing so fast. Han quickly give the order, Evolka. Reading the magic again. Aaron, support my right side. I will be destroying this area. Again for one more 20 second. Again for one more counting down. Again, one more scene of chopping and slitting each other until rain of bloods and winds. Until the last second, Han is given the order for switching the location again. The fire is swooping out again. Han continued, push toward the front again, taking the fire to be the shield. We are coming toward the side of the river in this way. Outside of the fire circle, a goblin's troop has thousands of soldiers are still waiting for Han's group. In the darkness of the night, rain flew all over the sky. The goblin's lord wearing a red coat is standing on the cliff. Next side has a red flag is waving wildly. His face is full of killing. 2 pointy sharp is flashing in the night. He pulled his executioner knife, raised directly to the sky and shouted a goblin tongue to the sky, as if is swearing that he is going to destroy this castle. Over at that side, Evolka is still practicing reading the magic hard. The fire is bursting and incinerated one group of goblins forward. Han sees this time, quickly order his teammates. Attack forward. One ghost is hitting behind of the firelight, suddenly wielding his spear and stabbing to Han. He fortunately avoid in time, then piercing his sword directly to the throat of that monster. Han suddenly is realizing, the attacking style of those goblin are sudden changed already? They are still swooping forward without caring of the fire magic just now? Truly, the goblins did not care of burning with fire. Continue swooping continuously. Han jump up, chopping few lines and destroyed the front line. He is seeing though the group of fire. Seeing the leader is shouting an order on the cliff. Han confirm. It has confirm is because of him. He must been known that Evolka's is having delay in her magic. so has ordered those monster to attacking without caring about anything. I am unable to letting this state continuing. He is very clear about our side plan. Damn it, no need to be super smart. Right? Even though Eren and Jenna are still looking good. But if his keep continuing, then they unable to defend. At present, it does not has much of oxygen and everyone is being surrounded. The resistance of fire only increase the endurance of hot, not helping to resist fire completely. That's so. Han sweep some more lines. Shout loud, everyone. Concentrate at here. I will say only one time. So make sure to listen well. We are unable to losing. Now we only have one chance only. Eren worried. One-time chance? What are you talking about? Han looked directly to the leader. I am talking about the chance to destroying that monster. The monster at the time is also seeing Evolka. He is also guessing that she is the main character that need to be protected in this group. So he is ordered to one group to attack forward. They did hesitant one a moment outside of the fire. Then break through the fire and coming forward. Han immediately has presented. One kick is hitted the monster and fly it out. The other one swooped, and being quickly handled by Jenna. Han swoop and ask, Evolka, have you finished reading the magic? Incinerate him. Evolka agreed. Reading magic with ignited. The Strone fire is swooping and covering toward goblin side. Those goblins are also a little afraid of fire. Han raise his hands to cover his face because of the heating power of the fire. Only used one style seems not powerful enough. But everything does not finish here. You bastard. Evolka applied second style, incinerating everything. The leader is quite shocked with this style. The style is no different with a bomb. Right after activate is exploding consistently. Eren raise shield to protect Jenna. Jenna is pointing the bow and arrow with accuracy toward the leader. Right at the time, Evolka faint because of being fatigued. Falling backward, Han quickly supported her. Han knew what she is thinking. Talking, don't say anything, even how powerful the magic is. Then it will be unable to destroy the whole of them. If keep being surround and no have time to take the power back, then the whole group will be wiped out. However, our side is not a target of goblin. But the fortress is. The group is just the rock that blocking the way. They going to attempt to destroy themselves because of this fortress or going to attempt to getting rid the thing that is blocking the way? Without commander, what are they going to do next? Without letting the group waiting for long. Then the group of goblin move the direction. Attacking straight to the fortress side. Han freeze. They are chosen the fortress The group ran as fast as they can to side of the river. Then stood and taking heavy breaths. Han said, we escaped. Guys. Eren sat down. So far like this. They are running toward the fortress. So they will not caring about us anymore. Quote. Evolka fell on the ground. Whining. Can't you put me gently? Jenna also breathing heavily. I always think that I am going to die already. Han guessing. All can survive are because their leader already died. If he is still alive, then the plan is going to completely fail. And he will kill every one of us. Han using eye drop on the burn wound on his hand. We are just going to take a rest for one moment and using the magic water to recover. Drop on the burn wound from you and have a sip. Every person only has one bottle. So don't using it all. Jenna also drink a sip. Frowning. It is super bitter. Han is watching the situation. Seeing the bridge. Northern fortress is still being surrounded. The outmost fortress is still standing firm. Edith team still having power to resist. Right? This is only the start. Quote. Over at side of the world. A group of goblin is slowly coming forward. Han laughed inside. They are not letting our side to take rest at all. Over the side of river is 19 goblins at level 9. Han gave the order. Everyone, prepare to fight. Suddenly, some footsteps slowly, but 2 times bigger than normal soldier is coming. Eren trembled. Han, that is? Han smirk. Correct. This time, they are bring a friend who is very large to us. Goblin this time is playing to shake hands with group of orc monster. They came and bring an attachment at level 23 which is big as a mother of a beggar. The group watched the giants approach. Han slowly drew his sword. Here's the plan. Evolka, create a wall of fire and stop them. Eren, protect Evolka. Evolka worried. I can stop the goblins. But what about that monster? My wall of fire won't do anything to it. The monsters charged. Han yelled. Stop talking. Start now. I'll deal with that pig. The orc attacked Han first. It carried a heavy hammer and smashed it down towards Han. He quickly jumped away. Han thought, getting hit once by that thing will be the end of me. Scary. Han tried to avoid the orc's blows. With that terrifying power, a shield won't do any good. Even if it takes longer. I can only attack slowly. Evolka cast a ring of fire around the orc. Han and Jenna jumped in and attacked the orc together. Han swung his sword, cutting at the monster's leg. Jenna also shot 3 arrows into the monster's back. The orc painfully knelt down. Jenna cheered. Oh, it worked. Because it's so big, it's easier to aim at than the goblins. It can't dodge, so if we keep attacking like this. She was speaking when the orc suddenly stood up. The arrows falling from its body. Jenna was stunned. Never mind. The goblins are much easier to deal with. They both fought the orc again. Han dodged and reminded. It's not dodging because it doesn't need to. If you don't hit a vital point, it won't be hurt, so save your arrows. Jenna was impatient. Does it have a vital point? Outside the circle, an orc charged hard. Jenna became even more chaotic. Han. Answer. But not good anymore. It is another one there soon. Han panicked. Oh no. Damn it. Aaron is busy dealing with the goblins. If there's another one, we won't be able to handle it. If it continues like this, we'll be at a disadvantage. Then I have to take a risk. Thinking this, Han charged at the orc, using all his strength to push it backwards with his shield. He tried to forget the pain, ran between its legs, and slashed upwards. The orc writhed in agony, roaring deafeningly. Han smirked. This one's a male too. Well, not anymore. This vital point is living to its name, huh? Quote. The orc was driven mad with pain and began smashing the ground around him. Han kicked the monster, used it as a springboard, and stuck the sword in its neck. It reached out, trying to grab Han. He quickly jumped up, thinking, too shallow, not quite to the point I need to cut. But it doesn't matter. Han jumped up and used his shield to smash the sword, driving it deep into the monster's weak spot. Han jumped down, pulled out the sword. Blood spurted everywhere. The orc collapsed. Han smirked, his eyes staring at the orc in front of him. Next, Aaron shouted to inform him. Han, it's coming this way. Han was startled. Is it aiming for Evolka? Jenna, shoot arrows to lure it away. Jenna shot an arrow past the orc's face. But it didn't care, still charging towards Evolka, almost kicking Aaron away. The group froze, watching the orc prepare to crush Evolka. No, too late, Han shouted. Evolka. Suddenly, Evolka was pushed away by the orc. The group stared blankly as the orc charged in one direction. What's going on? It seems that Han suddenly remembered a dam was broken at floor 7. It seemed like something has hit it. Scrap of the break is on the ground. The goblin does not has weapon but has strength to destroy a castle wall and buildings. Han understood already. Damn it, it is not aiming toward Evolka. It was aiming toward the dam. Han shouted, Jenna. She immediately jumped on the monster, pulled out a dagger and stabbed it in the right shoulder. Han didn't hesitate, rushing in with full power. Do you think I am letting you do that? Ugly monster. You are going to grave there. And with one stab to the monster's back caused it to puke out blood. Falling face first to river. Looking, the river is mudding because of the blood. Han breathing out with full air. Almost, but I am just. Before finishing the thought, the big hand from under of river is coming up. Then the orc jumped with full strength. Destroy the dam immediately, and destroying everything is the moment. Make Han group have no chance of changing clothes. The dam was collapsing. Aaron shouted, Han, killing all goblins, and then, what do we need to do? Han is quiet and seeing the orcas struggle in the water. We have failed already. If the information and predict that I am having are right, then the overside of the break will has reinforcements that are hiding in forest. But now the dam had collapsed, so they are unable to cross the river. If keep going like this, 10 solider at team 1 and 2 together with 360 soldier that was protecting the city are going to has a situation of face toward 3,000 more goblins. Then, Han has drowning to the thoughts, and was startled when he realized that the teammate is calling his name. Han tightened his sword, turned, and said, let's go back. We have to find another way. But Han himself was confused. Can another method be found? Suddenly Evolka stepped forward. Wait here. Before Han can understand what is going on, he just saw she raise her hand. Shout magic and a light of purple shine from the ring on her hands. Drasut Siridus. The purple streak is creeping below of the ground, then boosting one big rock above. Han wide of eyes. Look at this scene. With one word, move, the rock is flying. Floating in sky. Evolka pour and use power send the stone toward the dam. The rock is falling in perfect fit into the break of the dam. Success for connect the dam in between the banks. Han wide of eyes. Freeze. Evolka. You. Evolka smile proudly. Moving thing is one of the basic spell. Reason what I do not knows. Han has freak out. Oh my goddess. What are you doing here? If you can do this, then tell it all for the group already. I thought we were done for. Evolka flinched. Are you scolding me? Why are you talking that loud? Wait, why are you freaking out while it does not has me? Then the mission would have failed already? Han jumped forward and pinched her face hard. Who make you hid this ability him? I has already clearly said let you told me all of the magic you knows right? She feel unfair. The spell is too simple. What to need tell you? Han became stable. Looked at her. Whatever. We can save our life because of you huh? Han is thinking, after thought. If this is not because of Evolka, then this plan would have been failed already. The only left. While is thinking the next moving road. Then Jenna is shouting. Boss, the goblins is coming back already. The troop of goblins is swooping so quickly. Make Han group once again fall into a passive force. Damn it, they are called the whole group here already? The goblins with full-blooded is focusing to attack. Han's group once again is jumping to battle. Slitting, stabbing, and dodging wildly. Han is worrying. The stages has started for a while already. But does not has a sign of troops helping. I have start to feel that it's something will go bad if it's continue. What if I remember it wrongly? What if since at the starting it does not has any reinforcement soldier? Han continuously fighting the goblin while order the teammates. Evolka. Damn it. Drink the rest of the potion quickly. Using level 2 magic too. One goblin sudden jumping from the crowd to attempt Evolka who is focusing on reading magic. Han group every single is focusing to fight with one goblin so they do not have able to protect. Evolka is sudden shouted make Han flinched. Turn head to look. The sharp claw of goblin almost reached Evolka then a body swooped to and cut the goblin to half. That figure ride the horse through the group. Then stopping in front of Han and looked to him firmly. That person has the helmet like a lion head. The horse also being equipped the steel armor. Weapon from head to legs. Shining under of the rain. The goblins froze around 2 seconds. Then swooped again with full force. The strange one raised the sword to sky and shout loud, Steel Lion Cavalry. Show the power. All. Cross the river. Quote. A group of horses coming from the behind. Han look at backside. A cavalry soldier From the darkness. A well-trained army is appearing with an amazing scene. Wielding the horse past the bridge. It is a NPC ally Steel Lion Cavalry is participated in the battle. Han turned to remind two teammates who was freezing while watching the troop. Aaron, Jenna, don't stood it there. Focus at area Evolka. Both quickly regained the mind and run back to around Evolka. The cavalry troop run and chop the goblin like chopping vegetable. Han approximately, the cavalry troop has 500 people. Even though still is missing in number of soldiers. But they are stronger the soldier who protecting the castle. Aaron delight. Boss, they are pushing them back already. Jenna was hyped. Wow, super. It seems like we no need to using hand already. Now our side are stand and watching only and alright? Han frowned. Ask everyone, what are we wishing so what we can do like this? Guys knows how to ride horse. Riding horse Of cause. Boss know it? Han said normal, now I study is alright. Usually the master is unable to involve to the battle himself. However, they have the ability to affect. For example, Han request the system to unlock the entry-level horse riding knowledge. The skills is costing 500 stone to purchase it. After purchasing, the hero will immediately learn it. Han did not has a hesitate. Press to word, yes, to confirm it. Riding horse is one of those skill being sold on shop. Even though he is unable to learn any skills that will be using to directly to battle. But can learn any supporting skills to help the battle progress. The system is announcing Han had awakened the horse riding skills. He expertised climbed to horse carrying Evolka at the back. Other one has Jenna and Aaron to ride together. Jenna watched the boss riding the horse with wide eyes. feeling surprise. You said that you did not knows? Han still calmly said, then now. I know it, alright. Our side can narrow the gap of power. Now, let's start the counter-attack for those stupid guy. Han rode with the soldiers, calculating inwardly, until the gate collapses. The goblins in the east aren't a major threat. Right now, we need to watch out for enemy forces equipped with siege weapons from the north. The cavalry heading north is thinking the same thing. If we stick with the cavalry, we might succeed. But wait, it can't be that easy. There's no way this goddamn game would end like that. Han shouted to his comrades. Split up, we're leaving the battlefield. Eren was confused. What, shouldn't we be protecting the northern gate? Han reined in his horse. You think this will end that easily? Move out of their archery range. We're heading to the forest north. Jenna obeyed. Roger. The dark clouds had partially cleared. Han looked up at the sky. The rains completely stopped. Right on time, they all sped into the forest. Following Han's lead, he assessed the situation ahead. Just as I thought, goblin cavalry is preparing an ambush in the forest. If we use Avalka's magic to block their path, we can prevent the attack. There are currently 211 goblin cavalry in the forest. And outside the walls, 23 fierce orcs are advancing. Han said to Eren, see, if we let these wolf-riding goblins join the main force from here, there will be big trouble. Our cavalry won't be able to stop them effectively without support. Evolka, do you have any magic left? Evolka responded, I can do it, but the magic won't be too strong. Han reminded her, instead of strength, focus on the area. From now on, we'll go through the northern forest. Use your power to burn the whole forest down. Inside the city, Edith and her team were struggling to fight the monsters. They were setting up ladders and slowly climbing the walls. Dika gritted his teeth and thrust his sword into the head of a goblin standing on a ladder. The monster fell, but tightly grabbed his clothes. Intending to die together, he panicked, yelling, I'm falling, help. From behind, Edith rushed forward, slicing off the monster's arm. Freeing Dika, he turned and stammered his thanks to the captain. She ordered, focus, keep fighting. Suddenly, she heard the rumble of hooves. She glanced in that direction. The cavalry captain shouted loudly, all troops, prepare, let's show them the blazing power of the Iron Lion cavalry. The troops charged into the goblins with overwhelming force, slashing and killing without stopping. Edith was delighted. Reinforcements. Han succeeded. But first, they still had to deal with the goblins clinging to the walls like lizards. Edith encouraged her team. Everyone, hold on. Victory is very close. On Han's side, Evolka had finished chanting, and flames erupted, engulfing the entire forest. Han and the others watched the goblins writhing in the fire. He calculated inwardly, if she uses more magic, she'll be mana overloaded, so Evolka's role is probably over here. If it continues like this, we'll burn the entire forest. But that's okay. In fact, it's for the best. The forest is an ideal breeding ground for goblins. Burning the entire forest will also help clear them out. The city's defense line starts there. There are about 100 surviving warriors fighting on the northern wall. The city's defenses suffered heavy losses before the cavalry could provide assistance. Half of the cavalry died in the goblin ambush, and in the battle between them and the remnants of the goblin cavalry that followed. If we hadn't burned the entire forest, the entire cavalry might have been wiped out. Regardless of that, the cavalry is indeed very strong. Even in an extremely disadvantageous situation in terms of numbers, their skills are enough to overcome the power imbalance. And so, the hero's mission ended, with victory belonging to the cavalry and humanity. Edith's team stood on the wall, hugging and dancing. We survived. Edith saw a familiar figure below the wall, smiled brightly, and waved. Han and the others also smiled with relief. We didn't suffer any losses. No messages about anyone returning to the goddess's embrace. Jenna also smiled brightly. No one had to die. We're different from back in the 5th floor. Han told himself, that's right, we're not who we used to be. Let's move forward. Just then, Jenna wondered, why haven't we returned yet? Wasn't the mission completed? Hearing this, Han froze and quickly looked back. He recalled the series of events that had just occurred. Oh yeah, we dealt with all the monsters. But the stage clear notification hasn't appeared yet. Why hasn't it appeared? What else is there to do? Suddenly, A bright red message appeared. Loading. Restoring. The surrounding space suddenly turned black and white. Everyone froze. And everything was silent. The bright red message continued to appear. A serious error has occurred. You have been disconnected. Please wait. Han was bewildered. Everything stopped. Suddenly, in the void, a voice said, "Behind you." Han startled and turned around. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes was staring intently at Han. Above his head was level 999. He gritted his teeth. It was him. It was that bastard demon who trapped him in the game back then. Back to Han's memories. With a team of carefully selected 6-star members, we were the Koreans who cleared the 88th floor. Using heroes that no one had ever thought of, I reached 5th place globally. This is a game based entirely on gacha elements, skills, and combat. The heroes will go out and fight their own wars. I can give some simple commands, but the heroes will consider for themselves what skills to use. And for many unclear reasons, some things cannot be done while fighting. However, if this were truly a game based solely on star ratings and player luck, I wouldn't have been able to climb to where I am today. The element that drew me into this game the most was that you can overcome luck with skill. But it's all because of that goddamn thing. That level 999 demon bitch. Even with 7-star heroes, the maximum level is only 99. This doesn't make sense at all. Han gnashed his teeth, mentally cursing the demon bitch for daring to trap him here, when he noticed a hooded figure standing next to him. His name was Dark Priest. Level 15. The figure looked at him, his eyes glowing red, and smiled mockingly. "I'll be waiting for you." After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. As he left, the figure of the level 999 demon also disappeared in the sea of flames. At this time, the system finally announced, "Restoration successful. Connecting to server. We apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused." Han was still stunned by the appearance of the stranger. Jenna asked curiously, "What's wrong? Your reaction?" Suddenly, Han shouted loudly, "Jenna, hurry, get on your horse and run to the castle quickly." Jenna startled at the volume of the statement. Han urged, "Don't hesitate, hurry." Then, Han spurred his horse and ran madly towards the castle. Eren hurriedly followed. "Boss, what's going on?" Han gritted his teeth. "This isn't over yet." Dark Priest, a monster that was never reported on the lower floors. His abilities. Han had just started thinking when some of the corpses nearby suddenly stirred. A corpse stood up, its body transforming into a hideous monster. The soldier screamed in panic and terror. Around him, the corpses of the goblins and other soldiers also slowly stood up. Eren stared in horror as the monster swallowed the soldier. "What is that?" Han immediately reminded him, "No matter what happens, ignore them. Run straight to our starting point." The system announced that there were 2,436 undead of unknown level. Han gritted his teeth. Resurrection of corpses. In some special cases, they can turn corpses into the undead. They will keep attacking until the head is destroyed. It's impossible for monsters like this to appear on the lower floors. On the wall, Edith hurriedly ordered, "Someone run and open the gate." The gate was opened in a ghostly manner once again, causing the soldiers in the city to panic greatly. "What? The gate's opening. Close the gate quickly." Jenna and Eren hurriedly rushed through, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. She stopped her horse and turned her head to look at Han, who was standing still outside the city gate. Han grabbed Evolka, threw her to Jenna, and instructed, "I'm going to ask you to look after Evolka. Rejoin Edith in the castle and protect the statue of the goddess. You guys will be able to hold out if you lock the gate. Maintain it until I get back." Then, Han grabbed the reins, turned around, and faced the monsters. Jenna yelled, "What are you doing?" Eren was also bewildered. "You can't do this, boss. How are you going to survive with monsters like that?" Han shouted loudly, "Eren, get a hold of yourself. Are you going to live and come back to me? Or become food for that swarming mass?" Eren looked at the tragic scene in front of him, gnashing his teeth. "I'll come back with you, boss." Jenna looked at the captain with concern. "You'll survive and come back, right?" Han smiled, his back gradually disappearing behind the slowly closing door. "Is that even a question?" Evolka urged. "Don't die." Han turned back to look at his comrade. "You too." The door was completely closed. Han sighed, a blue light flashing in his eyes. He looked at the undead gradually approaching him, pulled out the sword from his back, ready to fight. Han thought to himself, they look disgusting, but they're nothing if they only operate alone. The only plan now is… While thinking of countermeasures, a deafening bang cut off Han's train of thought. He turned his head and saw the monster he had just slashed reviving and repeatedly hitting the city gate with a huge hammer. Han was shocked. Oh crap, did that guy just come back to life? At this rate, the gate won't be able to hold out much longer. The zombie wolves were also chasing Han very closely at this time. However, Han was not alone. Jenna stood on the city gate, accurately shooting and killing 2 wolves. Han was satisfied and smiled. That kid, truly… On this side, the soldiers in the city saw the city gate being smashed repeatedly. And they were trembling like leaves, standing still and unmoving. In just a moment, the city gate was smashed far back, and the soldiers screamed hoarsely at the huge, grotesque creatures rushing into the city. They trampled on each other, scattering and fleeing. Han gritted his teeth. The city gate's been smashed? He looked ahead, thinking, I'll have to deal with the one who cast the spell. That guy disappeared in the smoke of the burning forest. I'm coming there, you dirty cheating bastard. If that's what happened, wait, I'll skewer you like meat. The movements of these zombies are only based on 2 principles. 1. To destroy the god statue. 2. Their craving for living beings. Their combat skills and physical abilities are even worse than when they were alive. But their desire to eat flesh has increased abnormally. It'll be even more troublesome if we let them live, because they will become stronger. And even more corpses nearby will be added. A completely random object is created only to fight against the attackers. Han slashed and killed, secretly wishing he could split his body in 2 in times like these. Looking back, Edith's leadership is even better than his credibility. Even in this situation, she still demonstrates remarkable combat abilities. The only thing we need to prioritize is protecting the god statue. If the outer walls are breached, they need to immediately defend from the inner wall and protect themselves inside the gate. If Jenna and Aaron use the experience they gained from the 5th floor, they will be able to withstand it for even longer. The people, carrying their belongings, fled in disarray, screaming like it was the end of the world. Ah, what the hell is that? They rushed towards the tightly closed inner wall. Let us in, they begged. I know there are still rooms on the inner wall. We have nowhere else to run. Please save us. Han had entered the raging forest. It doesn't matter how long they can hold out over there. I don't know if I can quickly take care of the dark priest. He covered his nose, looking around. The system notified Han that he had awakened the fire resistance skill. And the skill leveled up to level 2. He held his sword, walking deeper into the forest. Some monsters rushed out of the fire, but they were no match for Han. He dealt with them neatly with a single slash. But fighting non-stop had tired Han quite a bit. He tilted his head back and drank an entire potion to restore his stamina. After drinking it, Han observed the space in front of him. This is the edge of the map. I know you're there. At this time, the system notified that Makin and Shuren were both in a state of panic, resulting in a decrease in all stats. A few more minutes passed, and Makin had sacrificed himself. Edith had also been injured. Then Dika was also panicking. Han remained still. Just then, a dark arrow tore through the fire and rushed towards him. Han quickly raised his shield to block it. But the dark arrow was not an ordinary arrow. It pierced through the shield and stabbed Han. He took a defensive stance, looking around and then assessing inwardly. The Dark Priest's combat ability is very low, but it's a type of monster that usually appears on the middle floors. Their power will be very different on the lower floors. Like now, the dark arrows rushed forward simultaneously. Han gritted his teeth, dodging and slashing continuously. Although he had dodged countless, Han was still hit with the density of the arrows. He looked at his jacket, breathing a sigh of relief. I might have died if I didn't have the bulletproof vest. At this time, the system notified that because Han was bleeding, he would frequently lose stamina. Han lamented inwardly. Damn it, the situation is so tense. Every time I breathe in, mist and smoke mix into my lungs. I don't have much time. Before my consciousness slowly opens. Before my team is destroyed. Suddenly a voice sounded behind Han. I want to talk to you. Han glanced behind him, coldly asking, Talk? Okay. What do you want to say? You are very different from us, the stranger said. But Han, at this time, was turning his body, throwing the sword straight at the direction of the voice. Without wasting a second, Han quickly pulled out a dagger. The system notified that Han was entering a berserk state. He rushed forward as if he was out of his mind, ignoring the dark arrows that kept piercing him. Han was full of holes. But he didn't care, rushing straight to the dark priest, stabbing him continuously, killing him before he could even cry out. Killing the villain was also when Han coughed up blood. He was exhausted, dragging his blood-soaked body, sitting and leaning against a tree trunk, panting. Where is the floor completion notification? Is it not over yet? If so, then this is the end. Han's vision blurred. I can't know anything anymore. I'll probably die before the god statue is destroyed. The system notified that Shuren had also died in battle. Han cursed. Damn it, what kind of dogshit death is this? I was dragged to an indefinite place and am about to die. And I had to endure this all along. In the city, everyone was holding on with their lives. Just then, the god statue suddenly shone with golden light, then turned to blue light. Everyone was teleported back to the waiting room. The entire team had cleared the stage. The rewards for this level were 70.000 gold and a low-grade fire attribute stone. Among the hero masters, one hero was preparing to be upgraded. Once the materials are gathered, either combine them into an upgrade stone and regain the lost memory fragments. The exploration dungeon has been unlocked. Collect adventure stones and other rare materials. The system displayed the notification. Master, congratulations on completing floor 10. The name of the waiting room will be changed to Tawaner. Han was helped into the bedroom by his teammates. He didn't know how much time had passed. But Han gradually woke up, looking around at the familiar space in front of him. I'm alive, he thought to himself. At this time, in the dining room, Eren sat alone and thought. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled him. Why are you so sad? Eren turned around and saw Han. He became anxious. Boss, you're awake. Everyone was so worried. Han dismissed it. What's there to worry about? What are you thinking about that makes you look like this? Eren relaxed. I was thinking about the reason we fight. Han picked up a glass of water and pulled up a chair to sit down. The reason we fight? Eren's face darkened, and he slowly recounted. After you left the gate, the corpses flooded into the city. And Han listened and thought inwardly. The NPCs must have all died there. He's probably under more stress again. Eren finished speaking and pulled out his chair. Excuse me, I'll go first. Han asked directly. Are you planning to still be like that tomorrow? Eren chuckled softly. I'll have regained my spirit by then. Han bowed his head, pondering something. That very evening, an incredibly lavish feast was laid out before everyone's eyes. There were cakes, meat, eggs, sausages, everything. Jenna exclaimed excitedly. What is this? Why are we having such a lavish breakfast? Chloe smiled. Mr. Han told me to prepare the most lavish meal possible with the ingredients we have. Han asked back. What? You don't like it? Jenna sat down next to him, laughing it off. Of course, I like it. A full stomach helps you focus. Han glanced at his teammates. Thank God, Jenna is still normal. And Eren is back to normal too. Evolka is also okay. He glanced at the new recruit. Dika. This guy will take a while to fully recover from the stress. The next morning, the system announced that the master had logged into the game, and he needed to upgrade a hero today. The hero that can be upgraded today is Han. To upgrade a hero, in addition to the synthesis room, the master needs the auxiliary facility. The upgrade room. The master selected the auxiliary facility of the synthesis room, the upgrade room, and began construction. In just a few seconds, the system reported that the upgrade room was complete. Upgrade materials include low-grade fire attribute stones, low-grade water attribute stones, and low-grade wind attribute stones. The synthesis process was complete. The master received a low-grade upgrade stone. Isel happily carried the stone in front of Han. Congratulations on the upgrade. With this, you've escaped the 1-star level. Let's move up to 7 stars and clear the tower. Han looked at the stone, sighing. I don't know if I can get to 7 stars. Isel tilted her nose, speaking with a definite tone. Heh. Besides Loki, who else has reached 7 stars? Han thought inwardly. If that's the case, Then Cyrus has reached 7 stars. He thought back to how he had tried everything he could but had never received a 7-star hero. He must meet a specific condition. At this time, the system notified the master that the upgrade would begin. The door to the upgrade room opened. Han slowly walked up the stairs. After entering here, I will be upgraded to a 2-star hero. So this is the door to the 2nd floor. Han stepped upstairs. This was the upgrade area. One of the areas that the master cannot see. After placing the hero and the materials in the upgrade room, after a while, the hero will appear after being upgraded to the next star. The master cannot know what happened during that time. Han placed the stone in the middle of the stone platform. As soon as the gem touched the platform, it shone brightly, then gradually turned into a large pillar of light, engulfing the entire room. The dazzling light made Han close his eyes tightly. When Han opened his eyes again, he seemed to be standing in a room. In front of him was a picture of a woman holding a child, constantly saying, "My child, good child, good child." Han cautiously drew his sword. His eyes strained. "Who are you?" But he reached out and touched an invisible wall. "I can't even approach her," he thought. "That child. I clearly don't have anyone to call family. That baby isn't me. That's Han Islet, the child who was supposed to come here. Not me." Han turned and walked out of the wooden door behind him, thinking, "I don't know what this situation is. Spending time here won't do any good." Before him was the space of a plaza. The weather was gloomy outside. Han was surprised. The waiting room? So there wasn't just one facility built. It doesn't look like Water's waiting room either. The door suddenly opened, and a small figure flew out. Isel? He looked again, realizing this character was smaller than Isel. Seeing the spirit gesticulating wildly, he asked, "What? Are you telling me to go into the space-time rift?" Han approached and saw the door with the inscription, "Prove your ability. Upgrade dungeon. Difficulty. Extremely difficult." Before Han could collect himself, the dungeon door slowly opened. 3 warning letters suddenly appeared again, and a red light enveloped Han. He was bewildered. What is this pressure? Due to suddenly falling into a passive situation, Han became panicked, and all stats decreased by 30%. Han bit his lip, activating berserk mode. Thanks to that, he also escaped the panic state. Han stuck his sword into the ground, panting. Suddenly, the level 999 villain appeared, saying nonchalantly, "We finally meet." Han pointed his sword at him. "How the hell is that bastard here?" The monster had no nose or mouth, only soulless eyes. Han raised his voice. "That's right, we finally meet." Then he thought inwardly, "But damn it, there's no chance. This is the guy who wiped out the Dioramax Association of level 5 and 6 stars in less than 10 seconds. The demon continued to say, "Aren't you rushing at me? You must be very angry." Han was annoyed. "If you're just going to say meaningless words, then take me back." The demon laughed. "Haha, very good. If you hadn't stopped yourself like that, you would have died long ago." Han suddenly felt an extremely painful headache. "Are hero upgrades all like this?" The demon approached Han. "You know that's not true. You are a special existence. This place is a gift for you." The black streaks on the demon gradually disappeared, revealing the figure of a girl with long, flowing hair. "My stage, prepared for the glorious rancor of Pick Me Up, is for you." Han was stunned. "What the hell are you?" Han held his head, looking at the newly transformed being before him. For some reason, she looks a lot like Isel. Isel might look like that if she grew up. The monster, now in human form, approached Han and smiled. "I don't know how to introduce myself." Han glared. "Introduce what the hell? I know you're just a damn bitch." Big Isel laughed gleefully. "That's just a hoax. You think I look a lot like Isel? It's not that I look like her, it's that she looks a lot like me. She's just a copy of me." She pulled out a card. "If you calculate carefully, it'll be the 479 millionth. Isn't that the same as the total number of downloads of the game?" She threw the card towards Han. He reached out and grabbed it. It was a business card. Was she the chairman of Mobius Corp? Han gripped the card tightly, frowning. "Are you kidding me?" She remained nonchalant. "It's not like I only have 1 or 2 names. Each of them is used depending on the situation." Han angrily threw the business card on the ground and stomped on it. Seeing this, she smirked. "That's a bit impolite." Han was already sick of her. He looked at her coldly. "Did you bring me to this place?" That's also a coincidence, right? Big Isel laughed again. Don't resent me so much. I didn't expect you to be summoned into this game. It was unexpected. Just an accident. Han pointed his sword at her. I don't care what your situation is. Take me back, or you'll die. Isel smiled sarcastically. A 1-star daring to threaten to kill me? Are you dreaming too much? Han growled. It'll change over time. Isel narrowed her eyes, and a thick murderous aura emanated from her red eyes. If that's the case, then killing you here might be the answer. From the black puddle beneath her feet, a sharp, dark arrow shot out. Han didn't bother dodging, letting the arrow stab straight into his heart. He just stood there, angrily looking at the villain. Isel smiled with pleasure, snapping her fingers with a click. You didn't even blink when the arrow touched your heart. You're brave. Han sheathed his sword, withdrawing the murderous aura from before. What do you want? He asked this because he knew she had plenty of opportunities to eliminate him in the game. But she called him here instead, meaning she might have another purpose. Isel stood up, the chair disappearing into the void. Not much. I just wanted to have a conversation with you. The invincible player. Loki. 5th in the world. I'm a fan of yours. You wouldn't know how many of your games have impressed me every time I watched. Niflheim is also the company's top priority for observation. How could I see someone like you and not have any interest? I came here to tell you a truth about this world. Loki, what do you think about the storyline of this tower climbing game? Without waiting for Han to answer, Isel continued, the storyline is one of the elements that users don't really care about in gacha games. They always pay more attention to the content and gameplay. Like me, to be honest, the storyline in this game is quite outdated. There's not much to learn about this world. After evolving a hero even a little, most masters don't even know that a world exists. Isel snapped her fingers again, and the scene behind her suddenly changed. She smirked and asked, do you know what this place is? Han crossed his arms, frowning. I don't really care. Isel turned around. I apologize. I got a little off topic. This is on the Tawaner continent. In the Heim Peninsula, the city of Nelsa. Even though it's the city we found on floor 10, you can see it's completely destroyed. The scene gradually changed according to Isel's description, especially with destroyed scenes. This is Silkia, Kaya, Adora, Peonia, Madian, Acardia, Lilgia, Halsey, Orantia, Cisnia, even Bardia. This is the current situation of all the regions in Tawaner. Do you think Niflheim is any different? All the continents connected to Mobius have become like this. Over 100 million worlds are all facing destruction at the same time. This is a book whose ending has been decided. A sad ending. Everything will come to an end. The characters in the book all hope for a different ending. What they need to do is very simple. They need to pull someone from outside the book in. They need to fix and rewrite the book. Even if the setting and probability of the ending become a mess. Even if space and time collapse and shatter. A higher dimensional entity can change causality just by observing. That's why this game was created. Master Loki. Han was about to say something, but then he smirked. I was wondering what great story you would share with me. So, what's the reason you're telling me all this? Isel held out her hand. I want to cooperate. Han didn't understand. Cooperate? Save the world. With me. Before Isel could finish her sentence, a dagger stabbed into her head, startling the tiny Isel beside her. Han coldly said, I was wondering what you were going to say. But you just keep babbling nonsense. Isel's image gradually became blurry. Think about it. Loki, do you agree, or do you refuse? Han growled. Shut up, you bitch. After dragging me into this world and making me suffer all this. You want to cooperate now? What game is she playing? Thinking this, he continued, I won't cooperate with you. If you want to kill me, then try it. At least I'll smash your head once. Isel smiled eerily. You're too crude. I'm very heartbroken. She approached Han, the dagger on her head falling to the ground. Han stared intently at Isel. I've bluffed as much as I can. But I can't kill that bitch right now. I only have 1 star and 10 levels. No, if I want to try to kill her, I'll have to try to become stronger. Han tried to negotiate again. I don't want to say much to you. Let me go back. Isel tilted her head, replying, You hurt me. I used a lot of intervention to bring you into this place. Loki, I value you much more than other players in this game. Even if you put a skilled ranker in front of you, They would only be like a spark of fire before the power of the sun. Do you know why? It's because you have achieved a unique accomplishment that no other player has. A notification appeared. Master, trust your connection with your heroes. Isel continued. I know you know where this phrase often appears. Han looked and replied. That's a notification after clearing the tutorial. Isel smiled. You're the only one who understands the meaning of this phrase. Among hundreds of millions of masters. You're the only one. The scene suddenly changed again. The space became hot with the light of the fire. Isel asked, do you know where this is? Loki? This is the floor 80 stage of Niflheim, where you became a master 6 months ago. Out of hundreds of millions of players, only you and 4 others can reach this terrible and difficult challenge. That's why those ranked 6th. Han looked around, remembering, this floor gave me an extreme level of surprise. Floor 80. Han sheathed his sword again. Why are you showing me this? Isel sat down, comfortable as if she were at home. She conjured another chair for Han. It's simple. Let's watch this scene play out together. Sit down. You'll be comfortable with it. Isel was very much enjoying the scene before her. How is it? Seeing it with your own eyes, not through the screen, is very magnificent, isn't it, Loki? Han sat down on the chair, recalling the feeling of arriving at floor 80 for the first time. The stage on this floor was the first type of conquest stage. Everything was not revealed to the player. Pick Me Up has random stages and difficulty based on RNG. But after reaching floor 80, the rankers all failed miserably. Among them, floor 80 was also known as the Wailing Wall. I was too. No, I used to be like that. Han speculated. I already know how to clear this stage. What do you mean? Are you showing me the video of me clearing floor 80? Isel tilted her head, smiling mysteriously. Nothing. You'll know if you keep watching. Won't you? Little Isel smiled brightly, bringing him a glass of lemonade. Han took it, speculating again. After reaching floor 79, I was confident I could clear floor 80 right away. And apart from the main team, I suffered a humiliating defeat. And most of my strength was dissipated. Hell, that's the only thing I can use to describe it. An environment so harsh that no life can thrive. That's the form of floor 80. The monsters of this floor are named after fragments. Fragment of Chaos. Level 113, number 2755, Fragment of Despair. Level 108, number 3164, Fragment of Envy. Level 121, number 2348. Han exclaimed, those are the fragments, the things that make from floor 80 onwards like hell. Isel was satisfied. That's right, you know a lot, so do you know this? The difficulty of Pick Me Up can be based on the account. And the summoning rate is also extremely different. Loki, the reason you've never pulled a hero above 5 stars. Do you think it's because of the probability? It's not that you can't pull high-level heroes because you're unlucky. It's simply that there are no more heroes left in Niflheim. Similarly with the difficulty, Niflheim is one of the few accounts that are rated S internally by the company. It's the worst. It's a mystery how you were able to climb to floor 88. Han didn't answer, only bowing his head and drinking water. Suddenly, a light flashed in the illusion in front. Han startled and stood up, spilling the glass of water on the ground. 5 blurry figures appeared from within the light. The strongest warriors in Niflheim from rank 5 to rank 1 were all here. The monsters stared at the 5 people in front, simultaneously rushing forward to bite and tear at the group. Suddenly everything seemed to freeze. The system displayed a notification. The effects of the strategy room have been applied. The base is level max. Collecting the stage map, projecting it onto the tactical screen. You can decide to guide the heroes by touching and dragging. Immediately, a series of yellow directional arrows appeared, jumping continuously across the promontories, guiding the heroes where to gather, attack, and defend. Isel smiled appreciatively. The tactics and plans you created on floor 88 were very interesting. Take as many auxiliary items as possible and attack the enemy. A complex plan, but the goal is simple. Look directly, see how they act, and what you mean to them. This is why you are unique. Master Loki. The 5 heroes were now standing in front of the glowing tactical orb. Redigen spoke up. What are his instructions? Your net replied. As always. Perfect. No need to add anything. Cyrus stood in the middle, speaking solemnly. Failure is not forgiven. Your net agreed. Obviously. For us. As well as for him. As we have sworn. The system notified again. Time stasis will end in 10 seconds. The battle will begin again soon. Please prepare. Hearing this, the 5 people began to unleash their power. I the Bokane, Nihaku Geistfed. I the King of Spears. Muden Nidelk. I the Sword King, Redigen. I the Icane, your net seed. I the Fire King, Cyrus Agantheim. At the same time, the system countdown ended, and the monsters rushed ferociously towards the 5 people. Cyrus swung his sword, slashing powerfully, and the flames immediately swallowed the fierce monsters. Isel was very satisfied. Haha, impressive, huh? They really have pledged to be loyal to you. They are all 6 stars, which can be considered the strongest in the server. Except for 7 stars. No one can compare to them. I assure you, you have helped the people here. Han didn't pay attention to the compliment, only coldly asking back, so what? Isel leisurely took a sip of water. Continuing, haha, in fact, their abilities aren't the important thing. It's what they think of their master. As the heroes climb the tower and continuously evolve, they will begin to realize the truth. And then they will soon despair. When they know someone considers them as toys or pets, can they continue to be loyal to their master? Isel glanced at Han, but you are different. The only one who truly manages their waiting room is you. Loki. You are the king of Niflheim. Even now, the heroes of Niflheim are frantically searching for you. Even if they know that you have fallen here. Just imagine, what kind of heroes would go wild for days, all over the place, just because their master disappeared? Do the heroes in the waiting room also do that? Little Isel, standing next to her, also shook her head vigorously in cooperation. Your playing style is also very unique. And very fierce too, although I didn't expect it. Who knew a master would appear who doesn't use the synthesis room? Han glanced at Isel, pondering. Normal masters will use the synthesis room to control heroes. When the heroes don't listen to orders, or are useless, normal masters will delete them without hesitation. And therefore, they run the waiting room using fear. Even low-ranked heroes can show talent, but the master will use it as food for higher-ranked heroes. For me, I never pulled a 5-star. And I only pulled a 4-star once. Everyone called it a dead account. But even when everyone told me to delete that account, I persevered in playing. I've gotten used to that absurdity. Han suddenly remembered a scene from the past. A freezing evening, snow falling everywhere. The little Han sadly watching the radiant face of a child being taken out to play by his father in front of him. Thinking of this, Han explained, "It's not that I don't use it, I only use it when necessary." Isel smiled again. Other masters won't synthesize multiple times a day. Only you are different. In fact, it has had an effect. The way you operate the game is truly special. Before you became famous, most masters used the heroes like toys. They use them until they're bored, then throw them away, like disposable items. Isel's words were indeed true. Even if the heroes' levels were low, if they had potential, Han wouldn't abandon them. If he ruled the waiting room with fear, it would soon collapse. Reward them when they prove themselves useful. Punish them when they don't. Suddenly, she continued, half asking, half probing. Have you learned the truth yet? These heroes are just humans. I don't know how you know. But it's impossible if you keep playing like this. That's my conclusion. She turned to look at Han with an eerie gaze. The heroes are so realistic that it's hard to believe they are just characters created by a program. They give different reactions to each command. And the way they act is not the same at all. But everything stops at being unbelievable. Han never thought they were human. He thought inwardly, this is just the most effective tactic. Han crossed his arms, coldly asking Isel, so, you like my style? Is that what you're trying to say? She smiled gleefully. Yes, I wanted to talk to you at least once. It's a shame I couldn't do that when you were still on Earth. Han also smiled, the atmosphere becoming strange. I'm also very ashamed. He glared at her, because if I met you on Earth, I would have buried you 8 feet under. You've collected my resentment, and if nothing happens, I guarantee I will never forget this. You really made my blood boil. Isel smiled, clearing away the empty glass, leisurely watching Han approach. Really? Han angrily pressed his face close to hers. Tawaner or Niflheim has nothing to do with me. I'm an Earthling. Don't impose your situation on others. Hearing this, Isel laughed loudly. Haha, has nothing to do with you? The heroes of Niflheim would collapse if they heard you say that. Han put his hands in his pockets, turning his head to leave. They can do whatever they want. Saying this, he thought in his head, if she simply wants me to climb the tower, she wouldn't need to call me here. The Niflheim team is actively attacking. We didn't actually suffer any damage until floor 88 in the demon wall that rank 1 is on. Floor 90 was almost in our hands. But while we were doing those things, I was dragged here. Han crossed his arms, continuing, I will not cooperate with you. My only wish is for you to get out of my sight before I lose my patience. Isel feigned regret. You could have become a warrior to save Mobius. But, oh well, it doesn't matter. I just want you to safely get to my place, so I can overlook this level of insult. Han suddenly asked, did you make the Dark Priest appear on floor 10? Isel looked at Han provocatively. What if I did? But don't get too angry. From floor 15 onwards, I won't interfere, even if I don't do anything. Your Tawaner will greet you with a shock. Just like the S-grade difficulty in Niflheim. She wore a sick smile. No matter how well you do, the possibility of the master giving up is about 90%. Well, if I give you a hand, it might be able to change that. At least I'll put my name on the line to guarantee this. If you can climb to the top of the tower, I'll send you back. And one more thing, I will transfer half of the shares of the Mobius Corporation that I own to you. You will become a major shareholder of a super corporation that can shake the economy of the whole world. Anyway, do you accept it? Han squinted at her. I just need you to not appear in front of me again. A major shareholder of the Mobius Corporation. To let him return and reward him. The offer was attractive, but after all that had happened, Han knew he couldn't trust this bitch. Isel was still trying to persuade him. So you're going to hate me to the end? Why, that? Before she could finish speaking, Isel took a dagger to the middle of her head. Han sneered, the more I climb the tower, the more truths I don't know will be revealed. Even if I don't depend on trash like her, I will use my own strength to return. He answered her, the knife just now is my answer. Isel's image blurred. She was still smiling. Hee hee. Okay, the righteousness you have must at least be at this level. Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to climb the tower. I will forgive your insolence. I will forgive. You are starting to climb the tower. So I will show you this. A golden door suddenly appeared. It slowly opened, accompanied by Isel's voice. The real introduction of Pick Me Up. Prepared especially for you. A pink light flashed, covering the space. A orange sky appeared, along with the voice of the narrator. The land where humans and demi-humans live together, Tawaner. On this continent full of peace and prosperity, an unknown enemy began their invasion. The continent was submerged in the power of darkness and eventually torn to pieces. Isel continued, do you know why the difficulty of Pick Me Up is so high? It's because you have to reverse the situation of a battle whose predetermined outcome is defeat. Change its destiny. Loki. At this time the voice of the narrator continued again. However, there is still a glimmer of hope. And that is you, Master. If you want to save the world, then climb the tower. Many heroes will walk with you on this journey. Trust your connection with your heroes. The future of this world is in your hands. Master. Many enemies will block your path. Mysterious lands hide ferocious beings. Isel spoke again. In your hands. Of course it's in your hands. The future of this world is in the palm of your hand and your master's too. Can you really climb to the top of the tower? A job that no one has ever completed? Climb the tower. Loki. The pink door opened before Han's eyes. Behind him, the glowing red eyes stared intently at his back. Continuing, I number. We will wait for you. Before entering the gate, Han turned around, glaring at her sharply. Get lost. At this time, the system notified. Congratulations, Master. You have awakened the hero's forgotten memories. Han's upgrade is complete. Now he's a 2-star hero. Graphics are being upgraded. Your level and skill limits have increased. Han stood in the glowing red upgrade room, thinking, is that the end? Eren was waiting for Han in front of the gate. Seeing the captain come out, he was concerned. Ah, you're back? So what were you doing in there by yourself? Han replied succinctly, upgrading. You'll experience it soon. Did anything happen out here? Eren replied, same old, normal. Han recalled the scene he had just seen. This person's younger sister. Is that Nina? The reason Aaron has to go back. My purpose hasn't changed either. Climb the tower. And return to Earth. Han returned to his room. Slumping onto the bed. If anything has changed, it's just that I feel even more disgusted. Whoever you are, whatever your name is, I will definitely repay this debt. The next day, the system sent out an apology to all masters for the unscheduled system shutdown that occurred a few days ago. Han thought, the masters on the lower floors of the tower were all disconnected. And an apology for the sudden server shutdown was released. I can confirm that it's related to the thing that appeared on floor 10 right before we cleared that floor. The system didn't just apologize empty-handed, but gave the masters a bunch of compensation gifts, 500 gems, 50.000 gold, increased favor points with heroes, gift cards, and all daily dungeons will be open for 3 days. Isel suddenly appeared, setting off a firework. Loki, congratulations on the upgrade, but you don't look very happy. What happened? Han glared at her. I met your main body. Isel didn't understand. Main body? What do you mean? Han didn't answer. Asking back, you're also the CEO of the Mobius Corporation, right? Isel was shocked. No way. How much do you know? Han smiled. I don't really care. Nothing changes. I will climb the tower. You just need to help me do that. Isel nodded in agreement, then pulled out a golden ticket, excitedly showing it off to Han. Do you know what this is? It's a gift card. You can get anything you want with it. Han took the ticket, wondering, a gift? You're giving it to me? Isel puffed out her chest. That's right. It's for the master. HMPH. Even that idiot recognizes how amazing Loki is. A gift is something you can send to a hero when they do something you like or reach an achievement milestone. It will cost gold, depending on the value of the gift. And higher-level gifts may require the use of gems or high-level materials. Normally you have to use premium currency. But if you use a gift card, received through events, you can do so for free. Han looked at the ticket. A gift worth less than 10,000 grams. Is that how much the master values me? He'll be quite surprised. He's not doing anything special. But his heroes are actively climbing the tower for him. Han returned the ticket to Isel. I don't need it. Give it to someone else. Isel's mouth dropped open. Really? But with this, you can have anything. Delicious food, gorgeous clothes, beauty products to enhance your beauty. You can buy anything with money. Han smirked. Not everything can be bought. 10,000 grams can't buy any decent items in the store. Why are you following me? I'm going to sleep. Isel hugged the ticket, confused. Wait a minute. A horse statue appeared in midair. It turned out that the master had used the gift card to buy the horse statue. Han wearily held the statue in his hand. What the hell is this? Isel wiped her sweat. It's the master's gift. Han coldly threw the statue. If you buy gifts, everyone has to get one. Isel was so shocked that she froze. Han understood better than anyone. If he only gave it to one hero, the others would develop dissatisfaction. Giving gifts to reward appropriate achievements is what confirms whether you are a good master. Depending on the hero and their personality, the gifts they desire will be different. Just giving it randomly isn't enough. Using it incorrectly is worse than not using it. Han returned to his room, flopping onto the bed. For me, I know and remember the personalities and preferences of the top 100 heroes of Niflheim. A warhorse statue? Whatever. What are you thinking? Are you panicking? Or are you really not thinking at all? The next day, Han's team entered the space-time rift. Currently, the team's level or rank isn't the problem. The biggest problem is internal conflict. Han said to the whole team, quickly clear it and get out. Han closed his eyes, thinking, the enemy named Master is the problem. Even though he's just a newbie, he has to wake up. Avalka's stress level has reached its maximum. That's because of the repetitive training schedule and her experience on floor 10. A kind master must first care for his heroes. Evolka turned to ask Han, where are we going this time? Han calculated, in this situation, we can't climb floor 11, so it must be floor 8 or floor 9. The whatever creeper still hasn't realized the true nature of Pick Me Up. The words, highest current floor. Floor 11 inches appeared on the wall. Han frowned. No way. Is this creeper sick and thinks I'm too good? Just as he thought this, the system notified that they would challenge floor 11. The door would open in 10 seconds. Han uncomfortably notified the group. Prepare yourselves. It's floor 11. Jenna was worried. What? Floor 11? We're going to the next floor already? Sick of being too good is a term created in the player community. It is the disease that the master contracts that pours all the work onto the hero's tactics and then mistakenly believes that clearing the stage is thanks to their own skills. Normally, he should rearrange his heroes on the lower floors before aiming for floor 11. Immediately bringing us to floor 11. I know he's completely mistaken. The door slowly opened. The mission of this floor was to wipe out the enemies. Han was completely sure the master wasn't a good player. He worried, can I climb to floor 100 with an idiot like this? The scene of floor 11 was a desolate graveyard. Then gradually, each skeleton crawled up from the earth, forming a skeleton soldier squad. Level 11. Jenna was surprised. Skeleton soldiers? Han reminded them, we had to deal with this first. Team, get into position. The skeleton soldiers did not hesitate for a second, rushing up to attack. The battle began. One reason Pick Me Up is called a trash game. An RNG game is because the difficulty of the first few floors completely depends on luck. If you pull good heroes, then the player will pass easily. And if it's the other way around, the player will have a very difficult time. Which case is the master in? This hero. His first 4-star has combined with me. And all 5 characters connected with that hero have died. But that doesn't mean that his luck is nothing. He was very diligent on the early floors. He continued to develop the facilities, train heroes, and craft items. He's following the tactics I used before. The change starts from floor 5. He had to complete a mission that would have failed thanks to Han, and so he began to stray little by little. Without any consideration, he used 5 special turns at once, and didn't bother developing the new members. He brought them to floor 10, and there's an even bigger mistake. The master mistook the hero's skills for his own. He thought he could pass the stage because of himself. The master, who only depends on the hero and the game wants to be called the best. Han's team had passed floor 11. The rewards were 30,000 grams, 3 iron ores, 1 bowl of bone dust. The entire team was summoned back to the waiting room. He wiped his sweat, thinking, it's been a while since I've leveled up. That evening, Han sat in his room, summoning Iso. She immediately appeared, not letting the idol call a second time. Han looked at her, also feeling a little emotional. You always answer every time I call. Isel put her hands on her hips, proudly saying, hee hee, of course. So, what's up? Han frowned. I want to know some things. Isel hesitated. Some things. Things I can say. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Han added, are limited. That's what you were going to say, right? I've heard everything from her already. So, you can't tell me information outside of that scope? Isel was stunned, stammering, that, normally I can't. Then she mustered all her courage, shouting, okay, I'll give you an exception. Han leisurely said, first question, what's her name? Isel didn't quite understand. Which her? Han explained, your other self. Isel thought for a while. The manager has many names. Up to hundreds of millions. Depending on the world he is in. If you want to know a name. In Tawaner, her name is Tail. Hearing this, Han speculated, a different name for each world? So, her name in Niflheim is also different from here. After completing floor 10, the name given to the waiting room depends on the master. The name here is Tawaner, and my account is Niflheim. Rank 4 is Raglancid, and rank 3 is Ezekiel. If what Tail said is true, then each master holds the fate of a world in their hands. There are 100 million worlds now. And it's still increasing. Han continued asking, next question, what is Mobius? Isel was dumbfounded. Mobius? Are you talking about our company? Our company? Han interrupted, not that company. Isel paused for a moment, then slowly said, it's a spiral universe, connected to thousands of parallel worlds. Hearing this, Han speculated again, that's why each account has different missions. And there are no duplicate heroes between players? Han told himself. So, each master is assigned to a world. I think I'm starting to understand her identity a little. Next was the question he always wanted to ask. Is whatever a person? A person? Of course. Isel replied. Only humans on Earth can become masters. Han interrupted. That's not what I meant. I'm asking if Tail has any influence on whatever? Isel was taken aback, then panicked. Influence? Influence on the master? Then she disappeared, not forgetting to tell Han before leaving. Wait a minute, I'll go check. Hearing this, Han lay down on the bed. Let's find out about Mobius later. I don't need to think about it now. A moment later, Isel appeared, excitedly announcing, "Don't worry, whatever is 100% human." Han asked indifferently, "Can I trust you?" "Yes, I've confirmed it with another manager," Isel affirmed firmly. "Besides, doing that requires complex and too risky conditions." That was enough information for today. Han closed his eyes, saying softly, "Understood. Dismiss." Early the next morning, everyone had gathered at the training ground, practicing very enthusiastically. Han had now confirmed that whatever was just a normal person, not influenced by anyone. Then what he was doing now was whatever's normal playing style. There was no mistaking it. Whatever really suffers from "I'm the best" syndrome. If this symptom worsens, he will have difficulties in the future. Whatever is only at level 1 of the "I'm the best" syndrome. With the right methods, they can cure him. The most effective way is to eliminate the hero that the master depends on the most, which is Han. At today's practice, Han charged in, grappling with 3 people from Edith's team, playing 3 vs 1. Very quickly, he realized that this style of fighting was a bit too much for him. Not only that, but Han also got a scratch on his face. At that moment, Jenna and Aaron rushed in, and the practice went back to 3 vs 3. A moment later, whatever logged into the game. Han's team was preparing to set out again. Jenna and Aaron walked and talked animatedly. "Are we going to floor 12? We're starting to speed up." Aaron was a little worried. "Isn't this move a little strange? It's too early. We just climbed to floor 11 yesterday. It hasn't even been a day on Earth." Isel appeared, announcing, "Opening space-time rift." Han calculated if they were sent to floor 12, he intended to clear 2 floors quickly in one day. Thinking this, he stopped. Jenna was surprised. "Huh, aren't you coming in?" Han didn't answer, turning to ask Isel, "Isel, which floor is whatever sending us to?" The question made Isel freeze stiffly, then scratch her head, hesitatingly saying, "Floor 12. Han narrowed his eyes, just as he thought. But in this game, heroes can demand and resist the master. And there are times when they don't listen to orders. The 3 people turned back, staring at Han. He crossed his arms, saying nonchalantly, "I refuse to participate." Isel's eyes widened in fear. "What, really?" Han calmly said, "I'm not going. Do I look like I'm joking?" Jenna was still shocked. "He said he's not going. You can do that? Isn't the order mandatory?" Hearing this, Han replied, "Haven't I said it? Everyone can refuse." But he didn't say the last part. "Although you have to suffer the consequences." Jenna still couldn't believe it. "It's the first time I've heard of it. Isn't it like other people are dragged in no matter how much they scream that they don't want to fight?" Han replied succinctly, "They just don't know how." Isel was extremely worried for her idol, trying to persuade him, "Please reconsider. It's very dangerous." Han smiled, "And not throw us into the dungeon continuously anymore?" Isel's face twisted. Han continued, "I know what you're going to say." Han knew Isel was worried that he would be synthesized. Although he could refuse to participate, he couldn't refuse synthesis. If whatever went crazy, he would become synthesis material. Han emphasized again, "I will not participate." Evolka shouted, "Then what about us? Are you telling us to fight alone?" Han replied, "You can decide for yourselves. I won't stop you." Aaron tightened his spear, walking towards Han. "If you don't go, I won't go either." Jenna also leisurely turned back. "You should have said this sooner. It's so annoying." Evolka also quickly joined the group. "How can I clear the stage alone?" The system displayed a notification saying that Group 1 had lost control. A tip was given that heroes will sometimes resist. You can resolve it by listening to their requests or punishing the instigator. Han smirked. "Punishing the instigator?" Isel flusteredly explained, "I didn't write this." Han replied, "I know." Jenna turned to ask, "So, what are we going to do now?" Han was silent for a moment, then smiled. "Let's just wait, see what that whatever master will do." Whatever seemed completely surprised. He never thought that the heroes would refuse to listen to his commands. Han thought to himself, although he may know this through the guide online. However, he probably didn't know. Isel then summoned Edith's team. Edith's team approached, wondering, "I thought you guys had already left. Why were we summoned?" Han explained, "We decided not to go anymore." Edith was surprised. "What? How?" A moment later, Edith still didn't understand why Han did that. So she approached and asked, "It's dangerous. If you don't prove your value to the master." Han interrupted, "I know. I'll die. Do you think the master will like it if someone doesn't listen to orders?" Edith was still very worried. "Are you going to commit suicide if the master tells you to do so? I thought you were fighting to live?" Hearing this, Edith bowed her head and remained silent, not arguing anymore. Han understood that there was no such thing as loyalty for a hero. They all fought only because they didn't want to die. Edith turned around and explained it to her teammates. Then said to Han, "We will go. And we need to become stronger. Also, I don't want to be synthesized again." Then, Edith's team turned around and stepped into the waiting room. Jenna asked Han, "What will happen to us?" Han sat leisurely. "I don't know. It depends on the master." Jenna wondered, "That's not what you usually say." Han replied, "I'll tell you one thing. If I'm synthesized, give up immediately and never disobey the master again. That way, everyone won't die." Jenna smiled. "You can't die. If the main character dies, the story is over." Eren and Evolka also agreed. Han smiled with satisfaction. They've grown up. A lot. The system displayed a notification saying that Dika had been injured. Usher had also been injured. And Dika had fallen into a state of fear. Han thought to himself, "It seems floor 12 is much more difficult than floor 11. A moment later, Edith's team came out. 2 people were heavily injured. 2 people were battered and covered in scratches. Han asked with concern, "How was it?" Edith's face was gloomy. She turned to look at Han. "How do you disobey the creeper?" It seemed she understood Han's strike motive. He smirked. "It's easy." Edith's team also refused to go caving altogether. Isel was panicking. "Things are getting worse than I thought." Han confirmed, "That's right. Both of his main teams cannot be used. He won't be able to participate in the main dungeons, weekly dungeons, or exploration dungeons. The waiting room is paralyzed now." Han turned back to talk to his team. "We haven't listened to the master. But let's just do everything as usual. We will not stop practicing. All dungeons will be open for 3 days to compensate for the error. Right? We need to replenish the potions. Jenna and Eren also need to level up. We can enter the weekly dungeon as we please. So let's go." Isel flew, trying to persuade Han. "Are you sure? What if the master quits?" Han indifferently replied, "He can do whatever he likes. If he can't solve it, then we can't climb the tower either." Isel was still worried. What if he synthesizes Loki? Han smiled. "I'd rather die peacefully than die from being overworked. It's not too difficult to solve this problem. Like in the suggestion, he just needs to synthesize the hero who caused it. Of course, the hero's stress will reach its peak while their morale will be at its lowest. But they will never disobey again. He can buy gifts or upgrade the facilities to increase morale." Saying this, Han turned to leave. Of course, whatever isn't that smart. The next day, Han's team entered the weekly dungeon to collect element stones to upgrade. Evolka and Han were a group. Jenna and Eren were a group. And the 2 groups went into 2 different dungeons. And so, they all received a basic fire element stone. After that, everyone continued to practice. Han's sword and shield skills had reached level 6. And had reached the level that required special training to level up higher. He needed to find an opponent of the same level to fight. Or had to limit himself during practice. Han gave Evolka a task because she only specialized in one type of magic, which was to practice controlling magic until she had this skill. Evolka, of course, resisted. "I only know how to use fire magic." Han only needed to say one sentence to make her speechless. "Do you want to eat potatoes all day?" That day, whatever did not log in, including the next day. Isel was very worried, complaining to Han, "The master still hasn't logged in. Did he quit playing?" Han indifferently, slowly drank water. "I don't know." Suddenly, the system displayed a notification that whatever had logged into the game. Isel was so happy that she cried. "He's in." Edith, standing nearby, speculated, "Maybe he changed his mind?" Han said again, "I don't think so." He thought to himself, "If I'm the best syndrome was so easy to cure, it wouldn't be so famous." Obviously, what he's thinking is that he'll use all the gems he has and the rewards to change the attack team. As if on cue, the system notified that whatever had started a special summon. Spending 1500 gems wasn't a waste. He summoned 3 3-star heroes, Stein, Motzele, and Tasser. Edith said, "It seems that some new heroes have joined us." Han pulled up a chair and stood up. "I know." Edith wondered, "If there's someone like Roderick or Evolka, we need to split up the team." Han interrupted, "No, we don't need to do that. They won't join our team." Edith didn't understand, so Han added, "You'll see soon." The 3 people who had just been summoned were arguing loudly in the square, especially between Motzele and Tasser. She opened her mouth to criticize Tasser. "You smell like old men. Don't you know that?" Hearing this, Tasser flew into a rage, drawing his weapon. "Ah, so you dare to say that just because I'm easy on you?" Motzele was also a shrewish type, turning around and pulling out her sword, ready to join the fight. "You think I'm weak because I'm a woman? You son of a bitch." The system notified that the hostile relationship between the two had been formed, warning the master to maintain the relationship between the heroes. Han leisurely approached, assessing, "They've only just come down here, and they're already preparing to fight." Stein saw Han and felt like he had struck gold, running over. "Oh, you were here first?" "That's right," Han replied. Stein introduced himself. "I'm Stein Rastov, a trainee knight. Is it okay if you stop those two? They won't listen to me." Old Tasser yelled from afar after hearing this. "Why should I? You're just a chick." Stein's blood began to rush up, turning around and growling. "What?" Motzele also laughed contemptuously. "I agree. Who would listen to a lucky guy who has a good family?" Stein went berserk, pulling out his sword. "I can forgive insults to me, but I cannot forgive insults to my family." Somehow, the hostile relationship from 2 people shifted to 3 people together, which was very magical. Edith, at this time, approached wondering, "What's wrong with these people?" Han just stood still, watching the drama, and explained to Edith, "They probably don't like each other very much. The reaction between the heroes is very important. There are heroes that, when combined together in a team, will increase the stats, but there are also heroes that, when combined together, will decrease the stats, although, it's rare for them to fight as soon as they are summoned. Typically like these 3 crazy kids." Tasser threw the scythe at the other 2 people. "I will teach you how to behave." Suddenly, a pink shield blocked in front of Stein, stopping Tasser's attack. Isel appeared, extremely annoyed. "What's wrong with you guys? Are you crazy? Do you want to die?" Tasser wondered. "Huh? Who is this little girl?" Isel introduced herself. "I'm Isel, representing the master. Don't do anything stupid, or I'll send all 3 of you to meet your ancestors right now. I'm stronger than all of you." Hearing the word, master, Stein felt a splitting headache. Isel continued, "Anyway, no fighting in the waiting room. I'll just let it go this time. Understand?" Motzele casually suggested. "Then, get rid of those 2. I don't want to see them. If I have to form a team, then I prefer that guy over there." She pointed at Han. Isel glared at her. "What age are you to demand the right to choose a team? Only the master is allowed." At that time, the notification on the system said that the master had chosen the 3 new people to be on the same team, called Team 3, and immediately opened a space-time rift for the 3 kids to go caving. Han turned his head to leave. Edith wondered, "Where are you going, Han?" "Going to sleep," Han replied. "What about them?" Edith was surprised. Han turned his head, saying indifferently, "They won't be back." Han had just returned to the room. The system notification continued to jump out. Tasser had fallen into a state of madness, and was attacking allies on his own. Stein had also been injured, and had also fallen into a state of madness. Motzele also suffered the same fate, and was also attacking her allies. And Stein had killed one of the 2 allies. Han closed his eyes for a moment, then grumbled, "I'm trying to sleep, but these notifications are louder than the word, loud." In the end everyone could guess. Team 3 held hands and returned to the soil. Isel, tears and snot running down her face, transformed to Han's side. At the same time, the system notified that Whatever had logged out. Isel was so panicked, she started pulling her hair and pulling on Han's clothes. "Loki, what do we do? What if they delete this account?" Han replied succinctly, "Maybe." Isel cried out even more loudly, "What will happen to me? To us? If the master doesn't log in for 5 months, the account will be automatically deleted. You know that. We can't just let it be like this." Han said again, Then convert it to time in the waiting room. We have about 1 year and 6 months left. Isel was going crazy. The waiting room can't operate without the master. I don't have the right to interfere. I will disappear forever, even though I haven't lived that long. Han had a headache, so he reassured her, don't worry too much. It hasn't been confirmed yet. If he intended to stop playing, he would have stopped when synthesizing the 4-star character. Isel stopped crying. Really? Then she wiped away all the tears. Okay then, I'll believe you. Han asked back, but why are you so worried? Will you die if we don't climb the tower? Asking aimlessly, but the answer surprised Han. Yes, Isel replied softly. Han shot up, asking again, you will die? Yes, I will disappear. Han was stunned for a moment, then secretly calculated, wait, if it's 6 months, my Niflheim, there's not much time left. The next day, whatever logged in again. This time he continued to spend money to buy 3 new summons. Han and Aaron, who were practicing, also stopped, turning to look at the gate. The summons was over. The door opened, and 3 new characters came out. All 3-star characters Noken, Wynard, and Jelen. As soon as the 3 stepped out, 2 of them looked very arrogant. Han smiled and stepped forward. It seems these guys need to be taught a lesson. Do you want to do it, Aaron? Aaron awkwardly waved his hand. No, Noken looked at Han contemptuously, intending to play the initial trick. Who are you? If you don't want to die. Han smirked, replying, you're talking too much. I can hear your voice from the training ground. Edith, teach them carefully. Jenna also added, be gentler than when your group came here. Hearing this, Noken's blood rushed up. He swung his sword at Han. What? Suddenly there was a voice stopping him. No, not them, Chief. But Han was faster. He turned around, grabbed the guy's neck, and gave him a few heavenly punches as a first-time meeting gift. If a tiger doesn't roar, you think it's a Hello Kitty? On the other side, Edith also generously gave Jelen a massage that had the effect of softening muscles. Wynard stood watching this scene, his face pale, not daring to say anything. Whatever made 3 more turns. It seemed that this creeper hadn't learned anything, and he intended to take 2 random 1-star characters to complete the team. There was a tactic to combine high-level and low-level heroes together into the same group. But you had to make do with what you have. Turning 5 times would be better. Han and Edith finished their massage just as the master chose the new lineup for Group 3. As Han expected, he added the 1-star Roberl and Jian to the lineup. Han smiled, looking at Noken. Welcome. Sorry for teaching you when you just arrived, but it seems you guys will be going into battle right away. The time rift had opened. Group 3 immediately went in. The 3 people this time didn't seem to have hostility with each other. Even though one person was seriously injured, but they had passed the test without anyone dying. They seemed to understand their role in the group. Isel appeared and gave them the 10.000 grams gold ticket. Good job. This is the master's gift. A few days later, Jenna worriedly asked Han, isn't it very dangerous? Han asked back, about what? Those people. We should take back what was stolen. The Nokens were treating the people below their level like sandbags, beating them at will. Seeing Han pass by, they retracted their pipes, quickly turning their heads, avoiding Han's gaze. He smiled. Let them be. After a while, although there was no magician, the career balance in their group wasn't bad either. Team 3 continued to get stronger without anyone having to die. Whatever's plan seemed to be going smoothly. Noken proudly showed his face, telling his team, do you know why they're not being sent away? It's because they've been abandoned by the master. If we get stronger, we can synthesize them. Except for that magician girl. We can add her to the group. Jelen wondered, isn't our group full? Waynard sneered, we have 2 useless people. We can drop one. Suddenly, Han's voice sounded behind Noken. Oh, that sounds interesting. Noken was feeling triumphant. Yes, that's the plan, he was saying halfway when he flinched. Recognizing Han's familiar voice, he stammered and asked back, what are you doing here? Han smirked, just drinking water. Keep going. Noken quickly stood up. It's nothing. I'm going to sleep. Han glanced at the group. They don't have the ability to work as a team. They treat the 1-star character in the group like an animal. Whatever must be very happy. Although there were a few obstacles, Team 3 finally cleared floor 14. They easily passed floor 13 and 14. But there was an obstacle on floor 12. Or were they lucky? No one in Group 3 was above level 10. But whatever kept forcing them to continue. Han speculated, when Group 3 reaches floor 15, we will be synthesized. Evolka was starting to get a little impatient now too. Shouldn't we try to do something? They will catch up to us if it continues like this. I don't know anything, so do something. Han replied, I'm doing it. I won't stop you from changing groups. Evolka objected immediately. I don't want to go with them. It's too wrong. Han continued to practice. Then just wait, until the opportunity comes. Have you mastered control magic yet? Of course. Who do you think I am? Evolka stopped, beckoning, and a purple light enveloped the objects nearby. Han had a compliment. You did well. Inspoken thoughts and moving thoughts are elementary control techniques. However, because Evolka is new to practice, it takes a lot of effort. Han looked up at the sky, thinking, but the master doesn't have any actions. The waiting room has enough equipment, but the number of people has reached the limit. Some buildings were unlocked after completing floor 10, but none have been built. He needs to upgrade the system to level 3, but he doesn't intend to do that now. Whatever's intention is to focus entirely on Group 3. Preparing to complete floor 15 is going smoothly. Team 3 has realized they are receiving the master's favor and have started to reveal their true colors. Currently, they have only scolded Chloe to add more meat to their portions, taken Roby's spot on the sofa, and many other small actions. But if they successfully complete floor 15, they will be even more violent. The next morning, Group 3 was ordered to gather in the square. The whole group was very excited. Hee, it's time, let's go. The 3 3-star people were equipped with 1 low-level blood vial each. Jenna, sitting outside, grumbled, it takes so long to gather. Giving them something we made. The master is too much. Han sat and observed, we can make more. It's okay. Jenna grumbled again. Tisk, there was no one here when we climbed floor 10. Now everyone's standing and watching. Han only replied, this is better. The time rift opened. Noken, before leaving, loudly warned Han, you son of a bitch. I'll meet you again when I get back. I'll tell the master to punish you. You should prepare. Haha. Han didn't bother answering, smirking and thinking, when you come back, then you can be loud-mouthed. Edith even teased, you're really famous. Aaron suddenly asked, what if they succeed? Han replied, if they complete floor 15, we will stop resisting. Otherwise, we will die. The probability of Group 3 completing floor 15 is not 0. There will be times when floor 15 is completed by a suicide squad. Then our resistance will be meaningless. Whatever will regain his confidence, and will no longer need them. Han instructed everyone, if they come back, listen to the master's words. Don't resist. Han didn't say the last part, because he knew he would be synthesized. The entire group being synthesized after they complete floor 15 or they fail is a gamble. The Nokens teleported to floor 15. Noken was still very confident. Alright, let's go kill everything. Suddenly seeing the scene in front of him, Noken's expression became distorted. What the hell is this? Team Noken entered the summoning room. Everyone gathered in the square, as if waiting for their destiny. If they succeeded, one of them here would be synthesized. The commoners gossiped and chattered, while Han and Edith's team waited in silence. 5 minutes passed. Han thought to himself, no notifications have popped up, meaning they are not in danger yet. Suddenly, a long notification appeared, not one at a time, but all 5 members of the team were sent to meet their ancestors in one fell swoop. Team 3 was eliminated immediately. Within the first 5 minutes, Han deduced, it's a special mission. At the same time, the whole world suddenly swayed violently, as if experiencing a strong tremor. Before everyone could understand what was happening, there was a notification that the master had logged out of the game. Isel appeared, bewildered. Master threw the phone. She clutched Han's collar, crying, something happened, what do we do? Han reminded her, there are many people watching. Let go first and then talk. Han leaned back in his chair, then stood up. The show's over. Let's go back. Jenna was surprised. What about Team 3? They were eliminated. Han replied succinctly, then thought to himself, instead of completing this floor, they were eliminated as soon as they arrived. We don't have any clues about floor 15. Such a waste. Jenna looked towards the gate. Half believing, half doubting, they just left. Han turned his head towards the room. Their skills are only that good. After that fiasco, whatever didn't log in anymore. Who knows how long it had been. But Tawaner became desolate. The sky was always gray. Han still maintained his daily training, seemingly unaffected by whether the master logged in or not. Isel wasn't so composed. Not a day went by without her crying and screaming. Like now, for example, while Han was immersed in sword practice, Isel flew beside him, with the master not logging in. She didn't even bother to change into nice clothes. Wearing her pajamas, talking non-stop. Loco, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Han glared at her. If you're so free, go to sleep. We must continue to live. Wake up in the morning. Train after eating. Eat lunch. Train. And continue training until evening. Isel freaked out. It's been 10 days already. Apart from you guys, those 1 stars aren't doing anything. Because the master and synthesis are no longer there. They are no longer afraid of anything. No one, not even one person, wants to go to the dungeon every day. Han wiped his sweat, calmly saying, 10 days in the waiting room is 3 days in reality. Just as he finished speaking, a system notification appeared that the master had logged back into the game. Han was also surprised. What? He's back? Isel's eyes sparkled as she looked up at the sky, where the star-named master had returned. A dazzling light suddenly flared up, causing Han to raise his hand to shield his eyes. It turned out that the master had just taken a screenshot. After that, he logged out again. Isel was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Logged in after a while, and did nothing? Then she grabbed her head, pulling her hair. Wait, will this account be locked? Han nonchalantly replied. He didn't do nothing. He took a screenshot. Isel didn't understand. Why take a screenshot? Han smirked. Why not? To commemorate it. What are your hobbies, Isel? Isel grumbled. I told you. Browsing VIP museum websites. Han asked mysteriously. So, you can access the internet, right? Isel blurted out. Of course. Then she turned around, just in time to catch Han's eerie gaze. He grinned. I need your help, Isel. Han returned to his room and made his request to Isel. She shrieked. No way. You want to access the internet here? Han lay sprawled on the bed. Can't you do it? Isel hesitated. It's not that I can't. Han stared at her intently. Then why the hesitation? She explained. It's not easy to interfere with information from another dimension. There are penalties for that. We need to rely on the data that the master left behind. If we just look, it might take over an hour. But if you want to write a topic or send a message, this time will be running out. It's not easy to pursue hobbies. Han looked thoughtful. Is it that difficult? Isel sighed. Of course. I'm also very tired of it. It's been a long time since I could go and see Loki's fan forum. Han suddenly sat up. Just as I thought. I need to use the internet. Isel asked. Directly? That would be better. Han replied. Isel was stunned for a moment. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she slapped herself in the face twice, taking all the strength of her fangirl power, shouting, for Loki. The fire of determination blazed in Isel's eyes. She raised her hands high. HYA, little fairy power. Immediately, the image of a computer appeared in the space. Isel trembled, urging Han, sorry, but I can't hold it for long. Han stared blankly at her pose, as if she were Nuwa holding up the sky. Do you need to be in that position? Isel was still shaking non-stop. I'm concentrating. This is a concentrating pose. Anyway, hurry up, Grandpa. Seeing Isel trembling violently, Han coldly said, if you're tired, shut up. You're always grumbling. I'll finish quickly. Han opened the website, entering the online forum of Pick Me Up. Looking at the familiar interface, Han was also quite nostalgic. It's been a long time since I've been here. He browsed the website, moving the mouse to the section he needed to find. Let's see, the help section. Han smiled. It seemed he had guessed right. On the website immediately appeared Woodtever's plea for help from the community. Hello everyone. In this post, I want to ask about what has happened for almost a month since I started playing. It was fine at first, but then I got stuck and couldn't get past the level. I thought I followed the instructions on the forum, but something was wrong somewhere. This is the state of my waiting room now. All lousy 1-star generals. My 3 and 4-star characters are all dead. Attached was a picture of the waiting room that he had taken a few days ago. Han now got to see his avatar in the game. Is this my avatar? Handsome, just like a character in the game. But who drew it? So curious. He scrolled down to see the comments, which were quite lively, mostly criticisms. The Deep Road account cried out, "What are you playing? It blinds my eyes. How can you play to floor 14 like that?" Jenkano diagnosed very accurately. This guy has the terminal, "I'm the best" disease. Isolate him now so he doesn't spread it. The One Piece account was also very puzzled. What power got you through floor 14? Show me. I'm at my wit's end. If it's a hero, I'll probably go crazy. Below were more comments. You should change your strategy. It might have been okay at first, but then it went way wrong. Oh my god? He's creating a team between enemy heroes? Are you planning to organize an arena or what? Someone wondered. But look at the stats of those 2-star characters. Badass. How did he train them to have so many skills? Someone nodded. Whoever carries this guy must lift a lot of weights. Someone advised. I don't know what to say. Telling you will probably take several pages of paper. You can go and read in Loki's level walkthrough guides. Han was reading, glancing over to see Ecel's face flushed, her lips tightly bitten. He thought to himself, this must be Ecel's limit. If I send the post on my cloud data to whatever and successfully support him on how to play, whatever's current way of playing will change. Han tapped for a while on the keyboard, then moved the mouse to the send button. After he was done, he typed a few lines to reply to whatever's post. Check your email. You can read it. Han just posted a comment under the name Loki Han, and below. The comments immediately exploded. What's this? Is that the real Loki? I doubt it. Oh my god. It's the real Loki. The nickname on the game guide post is exactly the same. Oh my goodness. Where have you been? Loki. Idol. Please read my message. Please save your people from this, I'm the best syndrome. Why is Loki helping him? Is he the president's son or an admin in the museum library? Looking at the pile of comments, Han thought to himself, I forgot to go incognito. Just then, Ecel screamed and collapsed. The computer screen also disappeared. She trembled on the bed but didn't forget to ask, is it done? Is everything good? Han replied, very good. The job is done. Now it all depends on whatever. Ecel was dazed by the amount of power she had just exerted. Looks like you sent a message. What did you write in it? Han leisurely replied, a record of my playing and some other things. Hearing this, Ecel suddenly woke up, blinking her eyes, gasping, excitedly saying, no way, the book from heaven? Han didn't understand, asking again, what? Ecel excitedly explained to her idol. It is rumored that it contains attack solutions to pass levels that the community has not yet completed. Walkthrough guide solutions written by Loki himself. It's the book containing everything about Pick Me Up. Why did you send that to the master? Seeing her approaching, Han put his hand over his face. Get away from me. You're always approaching handsome guys. Huh? You're half right. What I sent to the master was a record of my gameplay and what I've researched in the past 2 years. There are also some assumptions in it. Ecel's eyes sparkled. So, the thing in the legend is real. Ignoring Ecel rolling around, Han returned to his inner world. Although I can't say it contains everything about Pick Me Up, it's true that it contains all my understanding. However, I'm not sure if whatever will read it or not. It's as long as several books. And it wasn't originally written for others to read. However, if he reads it all and can solve it himself, everything will become extremely interesting. Will he lose interest in the game and log out forever? Or will he try again? Sometime later, whatever logged back into the game. Han sat in a chair, tossing a dagger, thinking to himself, finally, it has come. Ecel suddenly appeared, holding a statue of a warhorse, cautiously looking at him. Loki, it's a gift from the master. Han raised his hand. Give it to me. Ecel was startled. Are you going to smash it like last time again? Han took the statue, explaining, before I sent the document, I made a slight modification. He has to give the hero he likes a warhorse statue 2 or more times. The system notified Master Han that he was happy to receive the warhorse statue, increasing his favorability. The reason Han changed his attitude was because he knew the master had read all the documents. Very good. He didn't need a master who didn't listen to him. Han walked towards his teammates. If they decide to climb to the end, surpassing over 100,000 active accounts. If he can't do that, he won't be able to command me. Even though he hasn't fully understood the document yet, Han looked up at the sky, smiling. If he sincerely desires it, then I am willing to act. At this time, the system announced that Team 1 was no longer out of control. To prepare for the resumption of activities, everyone dispersed to their rooms to change clothes. As soon as Han returned to his room, Isel appeared, wondering, "Loki, what if the master doesn't change?" Han replied, "That's not possible. By the way, when is the next opportunity?" Isel immediately understood. "You mean to use the internet? That depends on the collection speed of the intervention points." Han didn't understand. What are intervention points? Isel entered explanation mode. It's what Mobius uses to interfere with cause and effect and the laws. When the master logs in and is active, intervention points are collected. Intervention points are collected faster when you pass a floor. And gems too. Isel conjured up a bag full of gems. They are the material form of intervention points. Each gemstone has the power of creation. Han had gradually finished preparing his gear. He tucked his sword behind his back, asking, "Like the power of money in the real world?" Isel waved her hand. "Human money can create deep hatred. Virtual money is great, but cash is better. If you bring cash to headquarters, you'll get an extra 1%. Han slowly walked out, muttering, 1%? Stingy. This is the first time we're going out after a while. We've rested for too long. Outside, his team was waiting. The group advanced impressively. Han smiled. From this moment on, we will stop the ceasefire. Jenna leisurely followed behind. I don't care much, but this is good too. Han asked, don't you guys feel itchy? Jenna hesitated. No, not really. Hearing this, Han wasn't very satisfied, turning back to glare at her. Burning her face red, Jenna prudently changed the subject. Oh, itchy. Definitely itchy. I really want to fight. Hee hee. Eren was a little worried. Hey, even if the master changes his mind, our team only has 4 people, we're missing a member. Han smiled. Don't worry. At this time, Edith's team was training diligently. Isel then ordered, Edith, the master wants you to temporarily join Team 1. Come here. Hearing this, Edith put on her coat. Approaching Han, you've withdrawn the ceasefire order? Han stood waiting at the bottom of the stairs. As you can see, what about the master? Edith was still wondering. You'll know later. Han replied briefly. Edith smiled. Okay, if you guys said so. The group entered the time rift. Edith reminded Han, hurry, I can't stay here long. Han replied, I don't expect you to stay long. You can go back and lead Team 2 when we're done sweeping floor 15. The challenge dungeon for them was floor 8. The task of this floor was to subdue the target and destroy all enemies. Everyone looked around, recognizing the scene of which floor this was. Han said to the whole team, it's time to show what we've been practicing. There were 27 monsters on this floor. All goblin cavalry level 9. They rode wolves, rushing fiercely. Evilka coldly looked at them, chanting softly. Inversion. A white-purple light burst out, covering the space. The goblins paused, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, each layer of soil under their feet stood upright, throwing them backward. Jenna didn't miss a second, drawing her bow and shooting continuously at the chaotic monsters. Each arrow extremely accurate, hitting the enemy's vitals. Next, Evilka raised her hands, chanting, Incinerate. Immediately, flames burst from her hands, shooting straight at the goblins. Han was very satisfied. Before, it would take 40 seconds. But now she only needs 10 seconds. It was his turn to take action. Han rushed forward, his eerie eyes scanning the monsters. This is the final level. Wherever he swept, the monsters were split in half. Edith stood in the midst of the splattering blood. Blankly. Huh, so you guys called me to the team for what? To be a pretty decoration? Without much effort, Han's team completed the level. Eren and Evolka were promoted. The rewards were 5,000 gold and 3 C-grade animal hides. Han glanced at the whole team, assessing them. Jenna can now cast spells much faster. Now I can trust her to support. Edith hasn't integrated into the team yet, but she's smart. She'll find her role quickly. Evolka has also used magic much more flexibly. Completely different from last time. Jenna then approached Edith. Are you bored? Edith smiled. It's fun to watch." Evolka massaged her sore shoulders. "Is that it for today? I'm exhausted." Han didn't say much, grabbing Evolka and dragging her away. "Not done yet." Evolka struggled to resist. "People use magic until they're dead. Don't talk if you don't know." Han only replied succinctly, "Don't worry, you don't need to do much." Evolka still struggled. "I don't trust you. With that handsome face. You're just lying all day long. I've been fooled by those words too many times." At this time, the system notified whatever, "Master, there is a member who can research. Try to start a research project. The achievements from research are the foundation for the smooth operation of the corridor." Han dragged Evolka into a room full of books and bottles. Evolka was also somewhat suspicious, standing with her hands on her hips, looking around. "Is this a magic hall? What did you bring me here for?" Han explained briefly. "I told you you don't need to strain yourself too much. What you need to do is research." The system appeared with a suggestion, explaining more to the master about this feature. Research. Current development. Level 0 Hero Reaction Research. Level 0 Facility Expansion Research. Level 0 Dungeon Depth Research. Advice. You can get research points by putting members in the research room. Try upgrading the corridor to your liking with research points. Suggested researcher list. Evolka 3 stars. Whatever didn't hesitate to agree. Evolka had no choice but to step into the title of researcher. Isel suddenly appeared in the air, scaring Evolka to death, screaming, "Don't appear so suddenly, you scared me." Isel shrugged. "Get used to it. I don't want to appear like this. You see that table over there? You just need to solve the problems and put them in the container over there." Isel pointed to the table with several rolls of paper on it. Evolka approached, picked up a piece of paper, reading, her eyes gradually darkening. "This is what I learned at the Magic Academy. But why do I have to?" Isel put her hands on her hips. "The master asked you to do it. Do as he wants if you don't want to receive a lesson." Han was standing in front of a bookshelf, taking out a book to look at. "I can't read any of this. It's like water off a duck's back. I don't understand a damn thing." Evolka, although objecting, also sat at the table, writing and writing, only occasionally scratching her head. After a while, the system notified the master that he had received 1 research point. The research speed was 10 per hour. Each hour would consume 10 gems. At the same time, Evolka also solved a problem. Throwing it into the nearby furnace, a blue flame burst out, swallowing the paper whole. Han thought to himself, 10 coins an hour? That sucks. The efficiency is not good. I expected that because she doesn't have any research skills. Just then, the master set the research time to 3 hours a day. The system warned that the researcher may be dissatisfied if you set the research time too long. Indeed, that was the case. Just hearing Isel's notification, Evolka strongly objected. "No. Extremely headache. Extremely tired. It's not easy at all. I'm trying to death to solve it. Do you see me as a dairy cow or what? Milking me so much? I strongly object to you guys treating me like a slave." Han mused. That's right. This significantly affects her schedule. A way to maintain Evolka's effort but doesn't waste time. Thinking of this, Han closed the book, ordering Isel, a request for the master. Han requested a fur coat, and the master immediately agreed. A white fur coat immediately appeared from space. Han gave it to Evolka. "You always wanted this, right? This is an upfront payment. I'll give you more if you do well." Evolka outwardly grumbled. "You dare bribe me with gifts? How shameful." But her hands quickly hugged the coat, her eyes glued to it. Han heard this and then stopped her. "Then just return it if you don't want it." Evolka quickly kept it. "Who said I don't want it? I'll do it." Isel used a frustrated gaze to look at this scene, speechless. After that, the master continued to change everything. He took the members to the dungeons every week and ordered weapons at the equipment center. He created Team 3, which was a rookie team with newly arrived members. The master had definitely changed. Han was very satisfied. This result isn't too bad. At this time, Evolka, who was sitting researching, suddenly called, "Hey, even though I can only use fire magic, I still have knowledge of other things. I see you are quite talented. Are you interested in learning magic?" Han pondered. "Learning magic?" Evolka continued. "If only I teach. It would be difficult, but we have the books here, so it's possible." Han thought to himself. As a 2-star character, my profession is a beginner. From 3 stars onwards, I'll be able to choose a profession. At this level, I can become a warrior. But if I meet the conditions, I can open the path to a hidden profession. One of them is a swordsmage. But being considered a hidden profession doesn't mean it's strong. Thinking of this, Han then refused. No, thank you. I only like focusing on one thing. Evolka smiled. If you change your mind, just tell me. Han was a little curious. Did you ask me because you don't want to do the exercises alone? Evolka was as if hit in the heart. Her face flushed. What a presumptuous assessment. Han looked at her expression. So, he guessed right. Evolka sighed, then propped her chin up, asking, before coming here, how did you live? Han also propped his chin up. Me? I was a farmer. Lying. Who would believe you? Han reminded her. Focus on your problems. Ask less. Even so, Han didn't forget Evolka's identity. She used to be the daughter of a prestigious family. But that family had been ruined by war. Being lost in thought, suddenly a bolt of lightning struck the center of the magic room. Han and Evolka were startled. Standing up, not understanding what was happening, Han pondered for a moment, then said, "It's starting." Without having to wait long, the system announced that hero reaction research had leveled up to level 1. And the goddess had blessed the waiting area. This was followed by a beautiful meteor shower that covered the entire room. A star flew in front of Evolka. There were 3 research options: hero reaction research, dungeon structure research, and waiting room expansion research. It seemed Woodtever had chosen to unlock hero reaction research, costing 30 points. Evolka suddenly felt dizzy, lightheaded, and had a headache. She slumped down. What is this? Seems it's not good. Han suggested to her. Try saying, status window. Evolka didn't understand and asked, status window? Immediately, a status window full of dense writing appeared in space. Startling Evolka, Han reassured her. I guess you can see it. It shows your abilities in the form of numbers. Han speculated. Team 3 died because they didn't know exactly what the mission was. They didn't know the conditions to complete that floor because they couldn't see this system. Hero reaction research makes the system viewable. Han asked again. Strength, intelligence, HP, speed, and skills. Do you see it? Evolka was still muttering and reading. Intermediate fire magic? Control magic? Han turned away, smiling, explaining, those are your skills. In my opinion, we should tell the others. As soon as he opened the door, a loud scream caught Han's attention. He saw Eren running around the yard, yelling, "Ah, a ghost! Brother, there's a ghost-like light chasing me." Han laughed, holding Eren tightly. Don't be silly. It's not a ghost. Eren was even more panicked and struggled. Then what is it? The light that looked like a star flew into Eren. A strange feeling of satisfaction suddenly arose. Jenna on the other side had also opened the status window. So, this is what you're always looking at. Han was quite surprised. You knew? Jenna smiled. Sometimes I hear you muttering like that. So I just followed along. In the evening, Han's team gathered in the cafeteria to discuss the status window further. Jenna was quite curious about this new feature. So this is level, stats, and skills. And we can get stronger thanks to this? Eren also understood. Sometimes I suddenly feel stronger. So it's because I leveled up? Evolka was a little dissatisfied. Unbelievable. Even the Grand Mages can't do this. How? And where did you know this? We've never heard of it before. Han replied briefly. Just happened to know. Evolka was dubious. Happened to know? Sounds too fake. Man, Jenna didn't suspect anything, because boss was here first. Han nodded. Such good assist from Jenna. That's right, I'm the most experienced person here. Evolka stared at Han, too suspicious. Suddenly she turned back, sighing. Well, you don't have to say. Everyone has their secrets, and the truth is that your advice is always helpful. Jenna agreed. That's right, it's extremely useful. Thanks to that, we can sit here. Evolka sweated, glancing at her teammate. I didn't know you were such a good flatterer. Jenna explained very smoothly. It's not flattery, it's a strategy to survive. Han looked at everyone, smiling softly. If everyone survives until the end, I'll tell you everything. Of course, that will probably also be when we say goodbye. The next day, Jenna told everyone in the waiting area this information. Perhaps due to the low research level, Only some information was displayed, and not everyone could see their stats. At the training ground, Han and Jenna were training very diligently. After shooting a series of arrows, watching Han deflecting each move, Jenna was curious. That's also a skill? Deflecting everything like that? Han threw her a new basket of arrows. Nodding in response, Jenna grumbled, "That's cheating. I can't get through it." Han suggested, "If there's a parry skill, don't you think there's also a piercing skill?" Jenna paused. "A piercing skill? How?" Han didn't say much, demonstrating right in front of his teammate. In a flash, Han was already behind Jenna. She didn't even have time to see anything. Only feeling a surge of killing intent burst from behind. She quickly jumped forward, avoiding Han's sword. She yelled, "Are you trying to kill me?" Han launched the second move, reminding her, "You'll be fine if you don't die immediately in the waiting area." It's hard to level up skills without increasing the level of practice. Concentrate more. Jenna then struggled to dodge Han's attacks, forgetting to use her weapon. Han also noticed, stopping the practice match. "Wait, you shouldn't be tired at the level of training as before. From now on, use real weapons, not the ones used for practice. No more rules." Han put on his shield. The goal of practice from now on is to beat the opponent to near death. The training continued, everyone standing around watching, marveling. "Han is amazing. Can you believe he used to be a farmer?" "No way," one person replied. "That must be just bragging." A sword strike sent Jenna flying away. "Wait, what is this?" she shouted. Han squinted at her. "Are you giving up? Eren is waiting." Han suddenly wondered if he should practice with two people at the same time. Eren, who had lost all 32 matches against Han, scratched his head. "No, I'm fine." Jenna refused. "I'll try a little more." She shook her head, forcing herself to concentrate. Han rushed up. "I'm coming." Suddenly a sword appeared right in front of Han, startling him as he knocked the sword away. Calming down, he realized Jenna had used a short sword. Suddenly Jenna looked up. Her right eye had changed to orange. The system announced that Jenna had learned the weak spot detection skill. She fired a series of 3 arrows, each one hitting Han's weak spot, causing him to struggle to defend. Han was quite surprised, asking, "Where did you learn that?" Jenna smiled excitedly. "I just thought of it. When you said there was a piercing skill, I tried to see what I could do." Han was satisfied, sighing inwardly. "So, she learned a skill just from my suggestion? This girl is interesting." Han looked up, looking at her, smiling. "I'm attacking again." Jenna drew her bow, taking a stance. "It won't be easy, baby." Jenna shot a series of arrows, restricting Han's movement with the first arrow and aiming at the weak spot with the second and third arrows. If that didn't work, she would fire a feint arrow. Being able to control her arrows like that, Han thought to himself that he would have to put in more effort to deal with her. At the same time, Jenna's basic archery skill increased to level 6. Han was startled. "Another skill leveled up? Are you kidding me?" Han gritted his teeth, focusing on defending a series of arrows that Jenna shot. "Will Han lose this match?" Jenna smiled, the orange color in her right eye becoming clearer. Everyone around marveled again. "Unbelievable. Is she still human?" Han was already amazing, but Jenna is no joke either. Eren standing nearby was also silent, sweat running down his face. "Amazing. So that's what a genius is." He gritted his teeth, clenching the spear until it trembled. The practice match continued, evenly matched. Han outlined a plan of resistance. "I can't narrow the distance. The shield is only used in emergencies. Anyway, this exercise is to get a new skill. I need to do better instead of just being a target." Han gritted his teeth, tilting his head to avoid an arrow. "If I can predict the direction of the arrows." Just then, an arrow flew by, about a hand's length from Han's eyes, turning adversity into opportunity. Han immediately awakened the clairvoyance skill. The shield-throwing skill leveled up to level 3, and basic swordsmanship leveled up to level 7. He moved nimbly to the left and then to the right, sweeping a sword across Jenna's neck. She gritted her teeth, leaning back to dodge. Without hesitation, Han pressed his sword to Jenna's neck. The battle ended. Han smiled arrogantly. "It's the 19th win, right?" Jenna stammered. "Monster." Han wiped his sweat, glancing at his stat sheet. He had received some skills. Jenna approached Eren. "How many skills do you have?" Eren replied, I have basic spear skills, pain tolerance, and fire resistance. 3 things. What about you? Jenna swiped her hand across her stat sheet. Basic archery, basic knife skills, switching, rapid fire, weak spot detection, hawk eyes, agile movement, and Aaron was depressed. Okay, enough. Don't read anymore. I'm getting more heartbroken. Han reassured his teammate. Having many skills doesn't mean being strong. It also depends on your level. If you have some unsuitable skills, it will be more of a disadvantage than an advantage. Han thought about himself. My berserk and calm are an example. But that's a special case. But Jenna has 9 skills. Truly a top student. A little later, Whatever logged in, combining stones to synthesize basic advancement stones to help heroes level up. But this time he failed. Han was bored. Failure with only 8%. Jenna sat next to him, enthusiastically telling Han, "Can I advance now?" Isel was surprised. "You're already a 2-star? Time flies so fast." For the second advancement stone synthesis, Whatever successfully combined the stones. He chose to advance Jenna. Han thought, "I'm level 12, Evolka is level 8, Aaron is level 9, and Jenna is level 10. Jenna took the stone, turning back to tell Han, "I won't die, right? I'll be right back." Han watched her back. "My advancement process was a special case because Tail interfered. I'm sure Jenna will see things different from me." The system announced the process. The forgotten past of the hero has awakened. Jenna's advancement process has been completed. She is now 2 stars. Jenna came out, her complexion somber. "I had a very strange dream. The forest I was living in was engulfed in flames." Han said, "Stupid dream." Jenna was still immersed in negative feelings. "Yes, somehow?" Han reassured her. "Forget it. Don't worry about it." Jenna listened to Han at this time, trying to recover her spirit. "Ahaha, right? It really was a nasty dream." Han asked further, "Anything else?" Jenna recalled, "There's a little, like a burden on my shoulders was lifted? That's it." Han speculated, "It seems the advancement process is awakening a forgotten past. Remembering through advancement? So, all the heroes are suffering from amnesia. At 4 or 5 stars, they'll realize the truth, how they were summoned here, and what happened to their world." Not long after, Aaron also advanced to 2 stars. Han didn't know what he had dreamed, but he tried much harder. At the end of training, Aaron was surprised when Han didn't spar anymore. "Are you going back?" Han walked to a dummy. "I have something to do." Aaron suddenly said, "I need to try as hard as you." Han reminded him, "You'll ruin yourself if you overwork." "But you," Han interrupted, "I'm fine." Han turned back, sighing, then entered a state of frenzy, continuously attacking the dummy. Aaron stood watching Han for a while, then left. In a bad mood, Han looked at the dummy with crisscrossed slashes. "Not done yet. I've gotten stronger, but I still can't concentrate the power where I want. If I activate Berserk, I'll become stronger, but the skills will be less effective, and I'll lose my composure. If they could combine, they would have combined long ago. Like basic sword shield technique. If 2 skills are compatible, they will become one." Edith's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "You are still training diligently this late." Han was surprised. "What are you doing here?" She didn't answer. Approaching Han, "I want to ask you some things before going to floor 12. Your group aren't people who went to the battlefield, right? Jenna is a ranger, Aaron is a hunter, and you are a farmer, right? Though I don't believe it." Han replied succinctly, "Yeah, so?" Edith hesitated. "Have you killed anyone before?" Han glanced at her. "Your team has climbed to floor 12. Are you asking how determined we are?" "Yes, to survive." Han frowned, replying, "I can be here thanks to other people's lives. There were 3 people synthesized into me." "Do you know the answer yet?" Edith recalled the past, feeling slightly sad. "That's right. You killed the Wild Wolf mercenary group." Han turned back to training. "Are you mocking me?" Edith was flustered. "No, I just..." Han interrupted. "What appears on the screen are all monsters. All you need to do is kill it." Edith reminded him, "You can see that way, but your teammates don't." Han plunged into training. "If that's not the case, I need to find new teammates." Edith was still worried. "That," Han said, "I know them well, you don't need to worry." She sighed. "Okay, I hear you." The next morning, the time rift opened. and Han's team set off on a mission. Jenna excitedly asked, "Do you think it will be floor 11 again?" Han replied, "This is enough. This time, it should be floor 12. As soon as Han finished speaking, the system announced that they would indeed be going to floor 12. Han reminded the whole team, "Just do what needs to be done. No matter what happens." Jenna replied, "Don't worry, I know." Han heard this, only saying, "If you know, do it well." A light flashed, bringing the whole group to a neighborhood. The task of this floor was to eliminate enemies. The whole team quickly took positions. Jenna shouted, "It's a conquest type. Where are the enemies?" Suddenly she looked over, her eyes wide open, then widened even more. A group of soldiers in full armor, pointing their spears at Han's group. "Stop, lay down your weapons and state your identities." On this floor, their enemies were human soldiers level 11, totaling 13 people. The whole group was stunned. "What, human soldiers?" Edith turned her face away, gritting her teeth uncomfortably. Clearly, killing people was still something very awkward for her. Han frowned, clearly. The team's morale had dropped when faced with human soldiers. Eren shouted, "Boss, they're not monsters. They're human." Han coldly asked, "So, you're not going to fight them?" Eren hesitated. "Know that. Shouldn't we talk to them first?" Evolka also spoke up. "I agree. We can get more information if we talk to them. We can resolve everything peacefully." Han asked again, "You're not going to fight either?" Evolka stammered, "I hope we can avoid bloodshed." Han turned to Jenna, "What about you?" Jenna was flustered and speechless, clearly. She was also very confused. How could Han not know? The soldiers were different from the other NPCs. They could see Han's team, but they were also enemies. Han reminded them, "What are you doing? Draw your weapons." Eren was troubled, wanting to persuade Han one more time. Han was annoyed, drawing his sword from behind. "If you're not going to fight, are you going to hinder me?" Seeing Han like this, the group fell silent, not daring to utter a word. After a moment, Han gave up, sighing, "Do whatever you want." Eren breathed a sigh of relief, bowing his head in response. "Thank you, I'll try to talk to them." After saying that, Eren went towards the soldiers with his spear. He shouted, "I'm Eren. I'll negotiate with you." On the soldiers' side, one person who looked like a commander also shouted, "Same here. We don't know why we were dragged to this place." Eren asked, "Why did you guys come here?" The soldiers maintained their defensive posture. "It's hard to explain, a lot of things have happened. Come here so we can talk better." Hearing that, Eren moved closer. "I'm coming." But the soldiers made a condition. "Drop your weapon first. My teammates are tense. We have no intention of fighting. So don't worry, we just want to talk." Eren hesitated slightly, then dropped the spear. Han quickly stepped forward, whispering, "Are you stupid? Are you going to do everything they say?" Then he turned to the soldiers, saying loudly, "You guys come here. Drop your weapons." The soldier shouted, "No way." Han didn't budge. "Why do only we have to drop our weapons? What are you planning to do?" Hearing that, the soldiers looked at each other blankly, then simultaneously dropped their weapons. "Okay, but 3 of us will come," they said as they approached. "As you can see, we're not carrying weapons. I hope you'll cooperate too." Seeing that, Han also dropped his sword and shield. "Is it okay now?" The commander was satisfied. "Okay, now we can discuss it. But you know what? There's a voice that keeps ringing in my head. Even when I cover my ears, I can still hear it. That voice still keeps ringing. Even now." Han smirked. "Oh really? What does it say?" Black veins suddenly spread from the commander's neck to his face. He swung his arm, stabbing the sword forward quickly. His eyes bloodshot, his face twisted in a grotesque way. "Kill all of you." The 2 soldiers who came with him also had bloodshot eyes, simultaneously rushing up to attack Han and Eren. Han had predicted this. He had seen this when he was still the master. Han kicked up the sword lying behind him, reaching back, successfully grabbing the sword. Heroes who hesitate to attack will be eliminated. Cooperation never exists, regardless of who you face. He rushed up, piercing the neck of one soldier, then quickly made short work of the other 2. Everything happened too fast, leaving everyone dazed. A few other soldiers rushed up to fight Han. He slashed at one, then casually threw a dagger straight into another's head very smoothly. A soldier in the back was aiming a crossbow to shoot when he was hit by the dagger that Edith threw. Han cleared his throat, causing Eren, who was still in shock, to wake up. "Hey, choose. Kill or be killed. Do you still want to talk?" Eren gritted his teeth, picking up the spear. "I will fight." Han continued to ask, "Jenna, are you going to let them go?" Jenna coldly drew an arrow. "Kill or be killed. Of course that's it." She raised her face, her eyes blazing with killing intent. "It's okay, I've decided," she said and fired a series of arrows at the soldiers rushing up. Evolka was also ready to cast a spell. "I'm in position." Edith smiled at this time. "I was worried for nothing," Han replied. "Obviously. It doesn't matter whether the opponent is a monster or a human. What matters that we create this team is not talent or strength but the spirit. Those who do everything to survive. Because they are the real monsters." The remaining soldiers all rushed up to attack. Edith shouted to remind them. "They're not normal." Han replied. "Don't worry. I know." The group stuck close to the formation, rushing up to fight the monsters. Evolka chanted a spell. Han timed it perfectly, shouting to remind everyone to scatter. Immediately, the flames from Evolka burst out, burning the enemies, causing them to scream in pain. Jenna wasn't idle either, shooting dead anyone she saw. Eren also fought with enthusiasm. Han led the way, slashing people like cutting grass. He assessed inwardly. Weak. The armor is good, but they attack without formation or order. Another soldier fell. Another one fearfully sat down, retreating backwards. "Wait, spare me, spare me. I have a wife and daughter at home. I have to go back to them." Han coldly looked at him. "Go back? How?" The soldier's eyes widened, clutching his head tightly. "How? That's..." Suddenly, he screamed madly. A pile of black blood spewed from his mouth and nose. Han quickly ended the soldier's life. Evolka stepped forward, looking around. "These people are so strange." Edith replied, "They've been brainwashed. I've seen it a few times. But I've never seen so many people brainwashed at the same time. If you include last time." Han turned back to ask, "They're the same people?" "Yeah, it's true that I killed them. But they were the same people from last time." Han looked at the soldiers' corpses. "Their blood is black and thick, like tails. Even so, it's not conclusive yet, there's too little evidence." Han's team had completed the level. As they were teleporting back to the waiting room, Han turned back to say, "Get used to it, I'll do the same next time." Eren asked again, "You mean you'll continue to kill people?" Han turned his head and walked out of the room. "That's right, monster or human, there's no difference." As Han had predicted, floors 14 and 15 also had humanoid monsters. The equipment, people, and formations were all different, but they were similar to each other. They were all hostile to Han's team. This was also convenient because it allowed them to kill enemies without thinking. But fighting with humanoid monsters was more stressful than fighting with regular monsters. Whatever had noticed that and didn't make everyone fight anymore. He let the whole team rest after the battle. A few days later, the whole team had leveled up enough to challenge floor 15. Han reached level 15. Eren and Jenna reached level 13. Edith and Evolka both reached level 11. Due to Edith and Evolka's rank, their experience didn't increase quickly. That was the disadvantage of high-ranking heroes. The equipment shop had also reopened. Han was able to carry more items thanks to the cloth bag. He called Isel, asking her to get some basic HP potions to take with him. Isel reminded him, "Don't drop them, they're very expensive." As soon as she finished speaking, Isel slipped, dropping the HP potion she was holding. Of course, the potion shattered and was unusable. Han glared at her. "You just said it was expensive?" Isel immediately cowered. "It's not like that, I don't know. It's the master's fault for making me work too hard. Anyway, here." Everyone was equipped with 3 HP potions each, except Evolka, who had 1 HP potion and 2 stamina recovery potions. Isel carefully instructed them, "You guys, remember to listen to Han if you want to survive." Han looked at her wearily. "What are you saying?" Isel continued, "I'm serious. It'll be a problem if they rebel." The group went into the time rift. Finally, they reached floor 15. Han didn't know exactly what the mission was. It wasn't a conquest mission like floor 10. Han started spreading the plan. "We'll proceed as usual," Jenna asked. "We just need to do as you say, right?" Han replied, "Don't rely on me too much." Edith didn't think so. "Listening to you is fine. Your orders are also clear." Han reviewed. My total stats are 107, equal to the stats of a 3-star hero. It's been 2 months since I came here. I still haven't rested at all. The system suddenly announced that the master agreed to spend 300 gems to use the screen recording function. Han smiled softly. I guess he needs to review it. It's not a bad habit. This will help with judgment and decision-making ability. Even if it's not needed on this mission, it'll be necessary when going to higher floors. Han said, there are 2 problems I'm worried about with this mission. One is that this is a special mission. Remember the goddess statue I talked about on floor 10? It said we would die if the statue was destroyed. This floor 15 is similar. Team 3 went in and died within 5 minutes. They probably hadn't entered the battle. They failed without knowing what happened, as well as the cause of death. Hearing that, Edith was a little worried. So, what should we do when we go in? Find the mission as quickly as possible. And make sure we don't fail. We don't have much time, maybe about 15 minutes. Jenna was slightly startled. 15 minutes? Han explained. Team 3 went in and died within 5 minutes. Do you understand what that means? We will fail if we do nothing. We will all die. That's the second problem. Han had calculated carefully. Time passes differently in the waiting room and in the mission. Based on the difference with the account, we have about 15 minutes. 15 minutes in the mission is equal to 5 minutes outside the waiting room. Very little time. In other words, this is a limited time mission. The system announced that the floor 15 gate would open in 10 seconds. Han turned back to look at his teammates. Continuing, when we go in, we'll gather information for 3 minutes and start the mission. 10 seconds ended. The whole group teleported to a crowded city. People were walking on the street very busily. Han looked around. This floor is also a city. People didn't seem to see Han's group. 2 men standing nearby were still trading enthusiastically. Han guessed everyone was an NPC. This place was quite peaceful. Unlike floor 10, at this time, the mission appeared. Floor 15, mission type, target defense, protect a specific individual. Han cursed in his heart. What the hell? It wants us to find one person in this crowd? Finding a needle in a haystack? A game for dogs to play? Han speculated. Team 3 must have panicked when they saw this crowd, not knowing what the mission was, or who the enemies were. They haven't even reached floor 10, so they might have thought the goal was to kill the residents here? There are only 2 possibilities for their death: being killed by the real enemy while attacking the residents, or letting the person they need to protect in this crowd die. In other words, if we don't want to end up like Team 3, we have to find that person. Han turned back, saying to everyone, the goal is protection. We have to find that person, otherwise they might die soon. Jenna looked around worriedly. But who is it? I don't see any monsters, just ordinary people. Han asked, does anyone know this place well? Aaron suddenly raised his hand. I do. I've been here as a merchant before. This place is called a Dilth. It's a crossroads, so it's very conducive to trade. Han guessed inwardly. So, it's in Tonia. He continued to ask, are there any notable landmarks in this city? Aaron thought for a moment. In the city center, there's a temple dedicated to the goddess. It's a very famous spiritual place called the Silver Sanctuary. Not counting the Holy City, it's one of the top 3 largest temples. Jenna exclaimed, ah, the Silver Sanctuary. I've heard of it. I heard it's huge. Han voiced his speculation. So, the person we need to find is hiding there? Aaron had the same thought. Perhaps. There's probably some event going on there right now. Han turned to Edith, saying, we're going to the temple now, support me. Edith agreed, then jumped a few steps, suddenly jumping onto the top of a building, where she could see the whole city. Han and the others moved with the crowd to the temple. There were 2 guards at the gate. Everyone passed through fine, but Han's group was stopped. Stop, you can't end. Before he could finish speaking, Han kneed the soldier in the face. The soldier rolling out, unconscious immediately. The remaining soldier didn't have time to compose himself, only managing to curse halfway before being hit by Han's shield, also falling unconscious. Aaron was startled. Wait, bro, why did you attack already? Han finished and turned around, saying sternly, don't you guys understand yet? They can see us, which means they are the enemy. Han recalled, the NPC cavalry and soldiers on floor 10 couldn't see us. But these guys can see us clearly. That means they're not ordinary NPCs. Evolka frowned. "But we could be guessing wrong." Han calmly said, "Maybe. Don't worry, I haven't killed them yet." Evolka looked at the soldier's face. The soldiers look like they're halfway to death. The closer they got to the temple, the more the group marveled at how crowded this place was. People were everywhere. Han asked again, "Aaron, is that the Silver Sanctuary?" Aaron replied, confirming the location was correct. At this time, on the balcony, an old man with white hair and beard, leaning on a staff that looked like a magic wand, stepped out, looking like the owner of this place. He squinted at the people below. He cleared his throat, then tapped his staff hard on the ground. A blue light emanating from him, spreading in the space. "Everyone, pay attention, keep order. The descendant of the great sun is coming. No one is allowed to cause chaos." Evolka looked up at the light. "That's amplification magic." Han nodded. "We don't have much time left. We have to quickly enter the temple." Jenna worriedly asked, "All the way inside?" Han guessed. With the events taking place on such a large platform, it meant that the person we needed to protect would be the main character of the entire ceremony. Han's group went to the main gate. A group of soldiers stood in the way, shouting, "Stop! You can't go any further." Han coldly drew his sword. "Stay still if you don't want to die." The soldiers became alert, shouting to spread the word. "These guys have weapons. Are you rebels?" Han laughed. "Rebels?" He stepped forward, kicking the goddess statue, causing it to shatter into thousands of pieces. "Is this what rebellion looks like?" The commander ordered. "You're insane. Kill him." Everyone. The level 13 soldiers attacked at the same time. Han smiled. "Guessed it perfectly." Evolka had a headache. "Your guts are as big as the sky." Han got into a ready stance. "Do you guys believe in religion?" The whole team was ready too. Aaron replied succinctly, "Of course not." Jenna smiled. "I only believe in myself." "And you too." Han encouraged everyone. "We'll have to get past those guys. The person we need to protect is probably in the temple right now." Han and Aaron rushed up, breaking through the enemy's encirclement. The soldiers were extremely fierce, each move aiming to kill. Han was no less, both defending and killing. He kicked away one soldier, commanding the team, "We don't have to knock them all down. Just get past whoever you can." The commander stood at the city gate, shouting, "Stop them! Protect the temple!" Han ran like the wind towards the front, with Jenna shooting arrows to support from behind. He reminded her, "Don't kill them all, there's no time." The target was probably hiding somewhere in this temple. Although the reason wasn't clear, that person would definitely die soon. There were only a few minutes left. Han kicked open the temple door, looking around. "If we don't find that person on time, we'll all be doomed." At this time, the system displayed a notification. The mission type had changed to guarding. Han shouted for Evolka. She understood, chanting a spell to block all the entrances with chairs. A priest preparing for the ceremony was startled and turned around. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Han stared at the man. The chat window hasn't shown any changes. He told everyone, "It's not this person. This corridor must connect to the entrance." The side door opened. A group of soldiers rushing in. "Where do you think you're going?" Han commanded. "Everyone take care of the right side, then quickly follow me." "I'll go from the left side." Jenna replied. "Yeah, you go first." A soldier waited to chase after Han. "You're dead meat." Before the soldier could finish his sentence, he was hit by Han's elbow. Falling to the ground, Han ran up the stairs, constantly searching for the person they needed to protect. The old man on the balcony wasn't the target either. Han speculated, could it be the descendant of the great sun that the old man mentioned? That must be it. A shadow loomed at the top of the stairs. Han ran closer. That person stepped out, their armor and sword glowing. Introducing himself. "I am Kyle von Strauss, enemy of the House of Strauss. As a holy knight, I have a duty to show you the terrible wrath of the goddess." "I will." Han ignored the idiot's nonsense, directly bypassing him, running straight up the floor. The knight called after him in confusion. "Hey, wait for me to finish introducing myself. I stayed up all night to memorize this introduction. Wait, don't ignore me." Han ran along the corridor, kicking open each door, frantically searching the rooms. He ran past one person, but that person didn't seem to see him. Han thought, "Not everyone here can see me?" Now there's probably less than 3 minutes left. No time left. Han kicked open a large door, This room was full of precious flowers. At the far end, there was a large glass door, reflecting the shadows of two people. Suddenly, 3 fully armored soldiers stepped forward, drawing their swords, for the peace of the temple. At this time, outside, the old man with white hair and beard stood respectfully before a girl. "Saintess, the people have gathered in the square." The saintess replied, "But isn't there some trouble in the garden?" The old man reassured her, "There might be an intruder. We'll take care of this matter thoroughly. You don't need to worry." Inside, Han was fighting fiercely with the 3 knights. These guys were extremely strong. Han tilted his head to avoid them, but he still got hit by their swords. Blood from the wound on his cheek splattered on the nearby flowers. Han gritted his teeth. They are on a completely different level than the soldiers down there. 1 versus 3 looks a bit difficult. Han kicked hard at one's leg, then stuck his sword straight into his leg. The knight screamed in pain. While the knight was struggling in pain, Han ran over, snatched the sword from his hand, then beheaded another one who was rushing up. 1 down, 2 to go. Han blocked one sword with one hand, and threw his shield to block the attack of the remaining one. Then, as quick as lightning, he stabbed his sword straight into the other one's face. Another 1 down. He now fought with 2 swords against the remaining one, who was also the commander. The 2 were quite evenly matched. Every attack and defense was perfect. Afterward, Han used both swords to dissolve the knight's sword, one hand blocking the sword, one hand beheading the last knight. The battle ended. On the balcony, the saintess stepped forward, saying gratefully to the old man, "I am very grateful for you giving me this opportunity. I will never forget it." The old man standing behind said, "Of course, saintess, the goddess will surely be very happy too." Han opened the door and stepped out. The old man was startled and turned around, shouting, "An intruder! You got past all those layers of protection?" The old man turned around, raising his staff. Han was startled by the scene before him. The old man just pointed the staff at the saintess, shouting, "Die!" A red light wrapped around the staff. Han suddenly woke up. "He's not aiming at me, but at that girl?" Han quickly rushed forward, slashing off the old man's head with one sword strike. As a result, the staff in his hand was shot off course toward the building next door, sending debris flying everywhere. The people below panicked and fled in all directions. Han stood looking at the saintess standing in front of him. "He didn't intend to attack me, but rather to target the girl we need to protect." The saintess shouted in fright. "Who are you?" Han approached. "You don't need to know." But the saintess was very afraid. "Are you an assassin? Did you come to kill me too?" Han then seemed to notice something was wrong, glancing to the side, and quickly pressed the saintess's head down, swinging his sword to block the hidden weapon coming from the opposite side. The saintess scrambled up. "What's going on?" Han didn't explain, only replying succinctly, "Crouch down." On the opposite side of Han were 3 strangers, covered in cloaks. They raised hidden weapons, aiming straight at the saintess. Han ran out, using his shield to block them. He examined the hidden weapon, on which was a purple liquid. This was a hidden weapon coated with poison. Now Han was sure that these assassins were targeting the saintess. One of them rushed up, holding a knife, about to stab the saintess. But an arrow flew in, hitting him in the head, causing him to fall down below. Fortunately, it was an arrow from Edith standing on the building across the street. On this side, Han rushed to one who was standing blankly, quickly stabbing him through the heart. On the other side, one jumped over, throwing a shuriken. Han quickly used his shield to block the attack, then conveniently slashed him, finishing off the assassins. Edith also jumped over. "The walls are too high, it took me a while to climb over." There were 2 others, but we took care of them. "Who is this girl?" Edith turned to look at the saintess. "She looks familiar." The saintess still hadn't realized the situation, and shouted loudly, "Who are you? This isn't a place people like you can break into. Leave now." Before she could finish speaking, an arrow flew past the saintess's hair, causing her to scream. Han leaned leisurely against the railing, looking at the assassin on the other side of the building. "Are you sure? If we leave, you're dead for sure." The saintess also turned back, looking at the assassin struggling to pull out the arrow. Bewildered, "What's going on?" Han only replied succinctly, "If you want to live, follow us, or you'll die here." Then Han and Edith walked towards the door. "What's your decision?" The Saintess sat blankly, then nodded. The system announced that the mission was complete, and the special NPC Friachi's Alagner had joined your team. 2 more notifications appeared. The mission target has changed. The new target is to escape the city with Friachi's Alagner. Han thought inwardly. An escape mission. Okay, I knew they wouldn't let us complete the mission so easily. He picked up the crossbow, telling Edith, prepare to break through the encirclement. I'll try to hold the enemies back. At this time, Evolka, Aaron, and Jenna ran over. Bro, there's no time left. The soldiers are gathering down there. Han told everyone, remember this girl's face, she's the one we need to protect. Friachius's face was sullen. I'm not a girl. Han smirked. She gets mad when I call her a girl, everyone sees that. Evolka was stunned. You're surprising. I didn't expect to meet you in this situation. Friachius was surprised. Who are you? Do you know who I am? 2 arrows from the other side flew again. Han reminded them. What time is it? Why are you still playing the recognition game? Edith suddenly spoke up. Listen, we'll climb down using this rope. And we'll try to open an escape route. She quickly tied the rope securely to the railing. I've figured out an escape route. The left wing has the fewest soldiers. And the road is quite complicated. So it's good to use that place as a refuge. Han also agreed. Then we'll go that way. Edith will go first, then Aaron, me, Evolka, and Jenna. Evolka was wondering why she wasn't going first when Han continued. Evolka, create a wall of fire so the enemies can't approach us. Aaron and Edith will go down first to make sure there are no enemies blocking our descent. Evolka obeyed, shooting a wall of fire at the soldiers in front of her. They panicked. It's a mage, kill the mage first. Edith climbed out onto the balcony. Then I'll go first. Next, Aaron also climbed down smoothly. Han turned to Friachius, saying, next is me, come here. Friachius was stunned. Me? Han was tired. Who else would it be? He hugged Friachius tightly, grabbing the rope and sliding down, not forgetting to tell Friachius, hold on tight, don't let go. Wherever Friachius flew, arrows flew there, making her close her eyes in fear. Reaching the ground, seeing Friachius still hugging him tightly, Han reminded her, we're down, let go of me. Then he looked up at Evolka, urging, hurry up, please. Aaron was killing the soldiers to open a path when a dagger flew in, sticking straight into Aaron's side. The system immediately announced that Aaron was bleeding and had been poisoned. Han was stunned, quickly shouting Aaron's name. Aaron only replied to reassure the captain. I'm fine. Jenna was the last one to come down. She waved her hand. Phew, I thought if I didn't die, I'd have a layer of skin peeled off. Han's team had found the target and ensured the safety of the team members. Now they just needed to escape from here to complete the mission. Han searched for an escape route, then shouted quickly, run to the left if you don't want to die. The soldiers also chased closely. Don't let them escape. Catch the witch and those dogs. Friachius was stunned. Which witch? Han reminded her. I think they're talking about you. A soldier flew out from a corner. You won't get THR. Without letting him finish his sentence, Han and Edith combined their swords to take care of the soldier. But a group of soldiers rushed up. They were almost surrounded. Edith immediately found a new route. Han, this way. The whole team hurriedly followed. Han asked back, this way is? Edith confirmed firmly. I know the road we're taking. Just follow this road, we'll definitely reach the outskirts. Evolka in the rear chanted a spell, piling up stones to create a barrier to block the soldiers. After running for a while, reaching a deserted corner, Edith leaned against the wall, suggesting, let's rest for a bit. Friachius sat down wearily. How could this be? Han also said, let's rest for 5 minutes. Then we'll continue. Han knew Evolka's barrier wouldn't hold for long, they would soon find them. Being surrounded inside would be worse than being outside. Han thought and pulled out a HP potion, drinking it all. On this side, the whole team also drank the healing potion. Han looked at Evolka, thinking, if Evolka could use level 3 fire magic, we would open a path to escape. Just being able to escape is enough to complete the mission. Han approached Aaron, asking, Aaron, how's your wound? Aaron sat breathing heavily on the ground. Han looked at the condition of the wound, which had already turned purple. Aaron smiled softly. Even though I drank the potion, the pain still doesn't go away. Jenna worried. Boss, do you have a way to treat him? Han pondered for a moment, then turned to ask Friachis. Do you have any skills? Friachis looked a little dazed. What kind? Healing type. Occasionally in the game, some NPCs possessed special abilities. It would be great if she had one. Friachis looked at Eren, lowering her eyes apologetically. I'm so sorry. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Han replied. I understand. Everyone couldn't speak, not knowing what to say in this situation. Poisoning couldn't be cured with ordinary HP potions. Perhaps Eren could only move for another 10 minutes at most. The group didn't bring any antidotes. Nor were there any NPCs with healing skills. Eren made a decision, speaking up. You once said you would abandon us if we couldn't keep up with you. I think this is that time. Eren trembled, using his spear to stand up. I'll buy you time, just leave me behind. Han was silent. Jenna spoke pleadingly. I want us to continue fighting side by side. Eren dismissed it. Jenna, no way. Eren remembered the moments on the training ground. I'm too weak. Han turned to ask Evolka. What do you think? Evolka turned her face uncomfortably. You decide. Han hesitated. If we consider action efficiency, leaving him behind would be the right decision. The target has no ability to defend herself. Taking Eren will be too much for us. Protecting one person and protecting two people are completely different things. Han closed his eyes, as if he had made up his mind. He took a bottle of potion, tilted his head and drank half of it, then threw the other half to Eren. He didn't understand, asking back, what is this? Han replied, drink it. Eren tried to say, these things won't do anything. Han stared at him intently. It can't heal you, but it will prevent your condition from getting worse. Everyone, take out all the potions you have. When they were done, Han handed the bag containing potions to Eren, instructing, remember to drink a dose every 10 minutes. Eren hesitated. It's too wasteful. Han interrupted. That's my problem. We'll split up. The first group will consist of Edith, this girl, and me. We'll take this girl away from here. The second group includes Eren, Jenna, and Evolka. You two will stay and protect Eren until this girl successfully escapes. Jenna asked back, so, we just need to protect Eren? Han replied, they're targeting this girl, so if you guys go in the opposite direction from us, you'll find a safe haven. Eren apologized. About to speak, Han cut him off. Shut up. Edith was also quite worried. Han, if we do that, it will be hard to escape. There will definitely be many guards at the exits. It'll be difficult for us to protect her successfully. Han turned away, calmly replying, find another way. Then, another way? Edith didn't understand. The primary goal of this floor is to find, protect, and rescue the target, and the new goal is to free the target. Okay, I know they won't let us complete the mission easily. So, we'll play the game of blending into the crowd first. Then tonight, we'll escape from this city. Han looked at the sky gradually turning into sunset, stating his plan clearly.